Are you sharing the stream?
I gotta share it out too. Share it out. Share it on Facebook and all that.
Share it on Facebook. All right. Brother Check.
Yeah, I'm here, Shabaki. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah, and we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey. That's Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. Greetings, Shabaka. from the mile high income, cold, snowy, icy city.
All right. Well, greetings from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada here. Then we got a pleasant temperature of 46 degrees. It's clear outside. You know what I'm saying? You know, everybody's here. You know what I'm saying? This is Sin City. You know what I mean? The place of lost wages and what have you. Also, too, on current events is what's going on here. And I know we got an itinerary, but I just want to mention that you know, you got the orange dude, man, multiple convicted felon, and he's so high and mighty, violating the laws he swore to uphold and protect. And then not to mention that this individual is a 34 count convicted felon.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering when is he going to move into Alcatraz, you know, since it's federal land, you know what I mean?
In a
And
perfect
he's,
world with the same.
yeah. Oh, yeah. The hypocrisy is real, you know.
All right.
And
So, to the intro,
yes,
so on this season 6, episode 2, part 3 continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3 redo. Last night's show that went for 8 hours.
okay.
Racist Lilly Gaddis is demonetized. Well, at last, great news. Great news.
Okay.
Great news.
Now, who is this individual?
This broad was on CNN a few months back, Shabaka, and she
Okay.
said okay for her to say the N-word and that she has no problem with saying it. And
Oh, really? Sound like she needs a couple of right crosses to her grill to get her mind right.
I concur, Shabaka, but what she said, she was like one of them Charlie Kirk supporters, talking about speech this, free speech that. So, yeah, she got demonetized on YouTube, which is great news.
Okay. Now they need to monetize us.
Well, we got to get more subscribers, but that's a off-topic. Off-air conversation.
Absolutely.
Representative Ilhan Omar, Shabaka, claims she's black all of a sudden. African immigrants are upset with Somalis.
Okay.
Somalis claim that they are chosen and were promised Minnesota, Shabaka, 3,000 years ago. Then we got Latina says Pretendian FBAs are not out there doing the work like her. Hilarious. New info on the National Guard shooter. Black girl destroyed by fans. 50 Cent on never before seen Diddy footage shows you this character. Diddy responds to 50 Cent's Netflix doc from feds and sends message not approved. And Danni C, our sister from Chicago Flips Red, questions Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson on Osambo removing black residents from their homes to put up a museum in his home. And if we have time, our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and local Denver and Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now. 6 seasons, Shabaki. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaki Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for, count them, Shabaki, count them, 11 seasons now. Shabaki Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please, you like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, the Black Backup channel. Please definitely subscribe to the Backup channel. If you're trying to take Frontline Black News, we have a backup. My personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Chroma. Lady Chase channel, please sub up to her channel as well. Where she discusses the topics that we don't get to on Frontline Black News or should
Right.
experience enhanced. The Revolutionary Agenda. That link is also in the description. Our cousin out of the Bay Area, Jay Militant, his
Right.
GoFundMe is not GoFundMe. His YouTube channel is also in the description. Was Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Kookies
Right.
out of Montbello, Denver, Colorado, who does our intro track usually for the Frontline Black News. His YouTube channel is also in the description. Our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, the Church of Black Power. His link to his channel is also in the description. And last but certainly not least, our young brother, Black Truth United. I believe he's based out of Ohio or somewhere in the Midwest.
Okay.
His link is in the description as well. He also created the FBA B1 Rolodex. So it's like a modern day green book for Black businesses. I'm in it.
Okay.
And we also have the petition for reparations. Please sign that change.org petition. That link is also in the description. Lady
Right.
Me is also in the description. Greg Marshall Dixon, our brother out of South Carolina, who ran against Jimbo Jacobs Clyburn. His
Oh yeah.
his lawsuit against the school system down there in South Carolina is in the description. The Chicago family whose mom was attacked by the students, badass kids, the GoFundMe for them is also in the description. In Puke 2, we have the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. In all 9-10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Nelly Fuller Jr., who transitioned back in February of this year, 2025. Critters.
Okay, may rest in power.
Yes. Hold on, Shabaki.
Yeah.
Producers.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Nelly Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival.
Right.
And white genetic annihilation. And that was by the great Dr. Precious Cress Wilson, who
May she rest in power.
Has a piece in the Hidden History Museum, Shabaka, in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, really?
She did. Yeah, she has a whole section dedicated to her. So yeah,
okay.
Her, she transitioned back in January of 2016. So those are the top. Wow. Y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, go ahead, Shabaka. Say what you were gonna say. And Twin says peace.
Hey, what's going on, Twin? How you be? How you be? How you be? Coming to you from Sin City here, ladies and gentlemen, commonly referred to as Las Vegas, Nevada, the city of lost wages. You know what I mean? Okay, the sales tax here is low. Your car tabs are very, very cheap to pay for here compared to California, which is your vehicle registration and what have you. Now, the thing is, we want to put it up.
I don't know if it's your TV or what.
Or something in the background?
Yeah.
Okay, please continue, man. Let me go handle it. I know what it is. Okay.
So the first topic is that racist Lilly Gaddis, she got demonetized. This is the one that thought it was cool to do blackface, and the one that got on CNN talking about she can say the N-word and nothing's gonna happen to her, and all this nonsense, and it's free speech, and free speech is protected. And like Shabaka said, she needs a right hook followed by a right hand cross to the goddamn face. So break her damn jaw for thinking that it's okay to say nigger, nigger, nigger. So, Brother Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on that.
Okay. And who is that there, twin? Okay. Yeah, peace to you, twin.
This is the moment of truth.
Would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
I do quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you? Are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use
Carmelo Anthony defended himself.
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're unashamed
your
racist.
ass through your ragged ass cave dwelling troglodyte.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care.
A lot of you by now already know who this white supremacist is. She thinks to herself that she's being clever by claiming that she's pro-white. First of all, there can't be anything such as pro-white. That's impossible. Why? Because nobody is anti-white. Nobody has the power or the desire to be. And whenever you have somebody who tries to claim, well, I'm being pro-white, I'm an advocate for white people, there's nobody who's not an advocate for white people. The most powerful people on the planet are all advocates for white people. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, you name it. In fact, Charlie Kirk, the only reason he became a thing is because he had a bunch of millionaires and eventually a few billionaires who were bankrolling his operation. So all you got to do is get out there and say, I'm going to say some crazy stuff, all in the name of being, quote unquote, pro-white, and watch the money roll in. The old white supremacist grift. This is exactly what Lilly Gaddis is about. She went viral last year for using a racial slur, and while it attracted the white supremacists like flies to feces, it also cost her job. Well, they didn't miss her over at the Greasy Spoon, I'm sure, but by then she was already recognizing that she could do the phony white outrage grift and get paid off of that. There was certainly plenty of precedent for it. Every time you had some white supremacist who was accused of harming a black person, especially if it was on video, those white supremacists would go ahead and send their state mental health disability checks right away. And so this woman's doing the same thing. Except now her YouTube channel has been demonetized. Not that it had any value. If you make the mistake of going to that YouTube channel, you see that it's nothing but one mindless rant after the next, all of them about how much she hates black people. That's all that this woman does. She obsesses about it because that's what stupid people do. And yet YouTube had absolutely no problem whatsoever allowing their website to be used as a platform for all of this anti-black vitriol and venom. I thought that YouTube was so concerned and just so terrified that advertisers would flee their website if there was any sort of hateful content. If you're part of the black media, you understand that we are constantly under attack under the false accusation that simply criticizing white supremacy is somehow a violation of YouTube's community standards. Meanwhile, white supremacist bottom feeders like Lilly Gaddis are free to post as much anti-black content as they want, and YouTube has no problem with it. No violation of community standards at all. Well, that is until very recently. You know, years and years ago, there was this white supremacist Nimrod who YouTube allowed to post all kinds of openly racist videos, all kinds of anti-black content. I know that doesn't narrow it down, but some of the folks who have been on this site a while will probably remember the clown I'm talking about. He even claimed to have written a book, which I consider to be doubly extraordinary. First of all, because he's the first person in human history to have written more books than he read. And secondly, I consider it amazing that an illiterate clod could actually write a book. Surely he had a ghostwriter. Now, this guy assumed room temperature and nobody mourned him. In fact, most of us in the black media didn't even know that he had died because he just wasn't important. In fact, I can't even remember his name. Being a racist troll for fun and profit may give these clowns a little sugar rush, and you might even get a little bit of money from it. But when your racist pal's state mental health disability checks run out, you'll go right back to begging any of these white supremacists to please give you something. And I suspect that that's where this racist woman is going to wind up ultimately. Either that or she'll make a run at OnlyFans, and then it's off to the alley to hustle for some loose change. When websites like YouTube grow to their gargantuan size, you can't just treat them as if they were any other kind of website, because they're not. And that being the case, at some point when you have websites that are this large and this influential, they need to be held to their actual terms of service. When it's proven that they are clearly selectively discriminating against Black content creators by singling us out to have our channels either deleted, terminated, have them put on hold, just trying to find some way to disrupt what we're doing. Meanwhile, they make sure they have a free fire zone for any anti-Black mouthpiece out there. That's something that actually should be, I'd say, regulated. All of the anti-Black hate that she has in her empty head has made it where she's completely and thoroughly deranged. She posts videos where she attacks race mixing and says to stop adopting Africans. But come to find out, the word online is that she has a biracial child. And that's almost always the pattern, isn't it? Show me some racist white person who just can't stop attacking Black people, and I'll show you somebody who has an uncontrollable sexual fetish for Black people. Thomas Jefferson wrote that Black people were only 3/5 human beings, and then he raped Sally Hemings for 30 years and even had children by her. Strom Thurmond was the patron saint of segregation in the 20th century. And then come to find out, he also had a Black woman who he got knocked up and secretly had a child by her and paid her to stay quiet. That is one of, if not the main psychological driver that runs through all of these anti-Black racist, I mean pro-white advocates. These people have a nonstop obsession with Black people, particularly when it comes to sex. That's what they think about. These are individuals who are trying to hide the fact that they have a sexual obsession with Black people, and they think to themselves that if they just go ahead and attack Black people full time long enough, that'll throw people off their scent. And by the way, whether or not her channel is going to remain demonetized by YouTube, that's anyone's guess. YouTube has a pretty putrid record of going ahead and changing their mind and backtracking when all of these anti-Black races spew their filth. They try to do something occasionally, then somebody looks at them and goes, oh, wait a minute, we didn't mean to actually curtail these guys' activities. We like what they're saying. That's how they make it very clear that if you want to attack Black people, YouTube is the place to be. They'll give you a platform for it and give you a free hand. On the other hand, if you happen to be somebody who brings the facts, brings the information merely to criticize white privilege and the trappings of white supremacy, now that we cannot have. The bad guys are completely and thoroughly aware of this. Why wouldn't they be? A large number of the people who work at these websites are anti-Black racists themselves. These people are friends with these individuals. It's a closed loop of corruption and bigotry. That's the reason why when the Black media starts putting out its content, these racists get mad as hell. As far as they're concerned, that's not supposed to happen. They're trying to have a monopoly, and they don't like the fact that Black people are not allowing that to happen. And as far as the claims that this woman has a biracial child, if that is indeed the case, if ever there was an instance where Child Protective Services needs to be summoned, it would be this one. Remember the case of Dante Hart and his siblings? You had those two white supremacist lesbians who decided that they were going to take those kids and murder them, which is exactly what they did, but not before they tortured them and starved them and everything else first, and then abused those kids and forced them to pose with the police. That's what these anti-Black racists do when they get their hands on Black children. So if it is indeed the case that this woman has a biracial child that she's got in her clutches, given all of this anti-Black hate that she spews nonstop, talking about don't adopt African kids, talking about no race mixing and all the rest of it, this is a woman who cannot be allowed to actually have her hands on a child if that child is biracial at all, because this is the level of abuse that that child is going to be exposed to. But again, the same way that YouTube didn't want to do anything until they felt they had no choice, so the authorities are the exact same way. They also make it a point to look the other way whenever Black children are being harmed or threatened. But the point of this morning's briefing is a lot of Black folks have been celebrating as if this woman's demonetization on YouTube also means that she's basically gone from the internet, and she's not. She's not even gone from YouTube. She's also got her other various sites on other social media platforms. All that's happened at this point is YouTube's basically making it where she's going to have to pull a Kyle Rittenhouse or a George Zimmerman or a Daniel Penny and go ahead and use whatever white supremacist infrastructure there is to have those people send her their money. That's the grift that these anti-Black racists run. That's the reason why after Charlie Kirk got murked, you had this tsunami of clowns and clods who called themselves trying to inherit his audience. Because they all knew that Charlie Kirk was being bankrolled by billionaires, and they were all lined up to audition to be the next one who was supposed to get all of that dark white money. That's what they were wanting to see. Having double elbow knockouts, sitting there criticizing each other, having all of these fights, having all of these public arguments with each other as they all competed to show who was the most unhinged right-winger of them all. That's the reason they were doing it, to audition, to be the one who's supposed to get that next dark money hit, and to play the part of a white supremacist big shot and get themselves a nice cash in the process. And as I've explained to you with people like Richard Spencer, he was being bankrolled by a mega millionaire publisher, William Regnery. This is how white supremacy incentivizes people to do its bidding. This is how it keeps the perpetual machine of anti-Black racism running, by showing that they will pay people to do it. That's why this creep wasn't bothered about losing her job. These anti-Black racists realize there's an entire cottage industry that deals in anti-Black racism. It's big business. You can get very rich doing so, millions and millions of dollars. And of course, you're going to get put on Fox News and other places where they'll be telling everybody, oh, well, you're probably not really racist at all. And even if you are, well, it's all free speech, which means nobody should be allowed to criticize you. That's white privilege's definition of free speech. They're free to say whatever they want, and nobody else is free to say anything at all. After this, we can go ahead and return this creep to the racist obscurity from which she slithered. The point of this morning's briefing, though, is to make sure you understand there's a difference between being demonetized and being deplatformed. One is not the same as the other. Racists like this Gaddis woman, they're not operating in a vacuum. They're operating out in the open. And that's because they understand that there's these websites run by people who are just as racist as they are. Individuals at these websites who make sure that the algorithms favor the white supremacist and the bigots and the anti-Black racist, and make sure that as for the Black media, there's going to be a shadow ban instead. So while it is good to see her whining and complaining that YouTube demonetized her, we don't know whether this is going to be permanent or not. And even if it is, it doesn't matter, because they're allowing her channel to stay up and the content is every bit as hateful and racist as it's ever been, because YouTube likes it that way. They're the real problem here. Because if they didn't want her posting all of this stuff, she wouldn't be. She's doing their dirty work. She's the one going ahead and taking the slings and arrows on their behalf, because they're the ones who want this out there. Her YouTube channel being demonetized is far from an L. As I told you, you'll know when the enemy actually has been beaten, not by whether their YouTube or any other social media account has been demonetized, but rather by whether or not they are silent. When the fools who give them their little bit of change have finally evaporated and gone away, when they find themselves returned to the obscurity from which they temporarily slithered out of, that's when they're going to be quiet. Not because they chose to be, but because the scaffolding and the apparatus that white power put in place to signal boost these chumps will have moved on to some other tool. And inevitably what will happen is the same racists like this woman who claim that woke is dead and that white guilt is gone and they can go ahead and do whatever they want. There's no more white guilt. There's no more Black people who are able to push them around. When these guys get crushed once and for all, you better believe they'll be right back online whining and complaining, and this time saying that it's all Black people's fault. Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Charles Hairston, Stay Positive, Alice Ransom, Norma Anthony, and Onan X. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yep. So she got what was coming to her. And hopefully that shit remains. And like we've been saying, they hate Black people, but they love Black dick and they love Black pussy.
Oh, yeah. See, now, glad you brought that up. Now, if you hate a motherfucker so much, right, why you want to go have sex with them? Okay. Now, over the years, people have told me dominance, degradation, as far as the slave was concerned. You know what I mean? And there's no Black power in white pussy.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And vice versa. These crackers go, well, I don't want to say that term. These individuals will come up to me telling me, well, I got a Black girlfriend, I got a Black wife, and stating that they feel that I'm quote unquote a Black racist. First place, how can I be a Black racist when I control no banks, no stock markets, no police departments, no food distribution or production, no
Right.
major businesses, no major corporations. So I am in no position to implement any type of racism.
Right.
You see, and
It's
then,
it's
uh,
straight rejection.
yeah,
These be
yeah,
ones that talk about they ain't got no racist bone in their body, and they ain't racist. They don't see color and all this, but their actions, like Neely Fuller said, thought, speech, and action say otherwise.
oh, absolutely. Now let's look at old Charlie Kirk. That Scotty beamed up. You know what I'm saying?
Pew pew.
Yeah, you see what I mean? And so old Charlie Kirk, he stated how he honestly felt.
Mhm.
I have no problem with that. But if I was to have debated him, I would have made him look very small and very ignorant, because my first question would have been to him was, how are you going to tell me about Black history? And I was grown when he was a twitch in his daddy's pants.
Right. I'm older than him, or older than him.
Exactly.
And all he did was
Precisely.
debate college students. He didn't debate nobody noteworthy.
Exactly. You see what I mean? And then, of course, we all know what happened to him.
He didn't debate
And
no. He didn't debate nobody like a Dr. Claude Anderson, a Dr.
right.
Sheed,
Or Dr. Marimba Ani,
Renee,
or yeah,
or he didn't debate anybody worth even mentioning. Like all he did was debate college students, and he
yeah,
stood up
exactly.
talking about he wasn't racist and
Right,
lied that he was racist. He had Black people on his staff or whatever. He had tethers on his staff who were just
right,
as anti-Black as him. So
right.
y'all with that bullshit, and he talk about if you're on a plane and you want to make sure it's not a DEI hire that's flying the plane, and
Another Ann Coulter.
if it's a Black pilot, then you should be worried when Black pilots have the lowest rate of accidents or crashes out of any goddamn
Right,
race pilots.
exactly. And then, like old racist ass Ann Coulter, who
And then he
ordered
said we committed, we only 13% of the population, but we committed 50% of the murders. That's a
okay,
damn
it don't add up.
all
See,
that shit was a lie. And
yeah,
people keep sticking up for that fool. I just don't understand. Especially if you're non-white. I really don't understand how you can stick up for that fool.
yeah, exactly. And then what it is as you know, brother Che, when you look at the idiot box, when you see this garbage coming out of Hollywood, this here sets the mindset for the general attitude of the American public. They, like Snoop Dogg said, y'all will sit up here and worship some coon ass scratching Uncle Tim Scott Negro. You
Mm-hmm.
the boss. What's the matter, boss? We sick. And
That's why we
then,
fucking up, Shabaki. It doesn't pay to be a shield no more. It's
yeah,
that
exactly.
conservative,
Exactly.
you know, the hard way. The Antoine Daniels and the Officer Tatum's. They
Hmm.
fought the hard way. Them crackers don't give a damn about you. Nick Fuentes already said it. Jason Whitlock. They don't need.
Yeah, yeah. And then like how they talk all this garbage about this dude Metcalf that got on a live for attacking Carmelo Anthony, who in
Yeah,
my opinion defended himself.
fuck
Okay.
Metcalf.
Yeah, because Metcalf is like 6'3", probably tipping the scale every bit of about 210, 205. But Carmelo Anthony, he was only like 5'7" and
Mm-hmm.
only like weighing less than 160 pounds. You
The
see?
trial is going to begin next year, Shabaka. So we'll definitely keep y'all updated on that trial.
Oh
That's
yeah, oh yeah. And I
cool.
hope the case gets thrown out of court. I
Hope it
hope
does.
that he's acquitted, and let the fireworks go. And so for those of you out there that hear us out there, get with us. We'll be happy to debate you. You know what I mean? And then they talking that crap that the Carmelo Anthony family bought a mansion, with the GoFundMe page and all this old kind of
Cash money. They already have money. See, they think that we're all broke.
Right.
They already
You're
had.
saying
They already had a house. They already had a car. They already had everything.
exactly.
Went down. So it's just
Yeah.
it's when they say that stupid shit.
Oh yeah, and it is stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? And then they piss on our heads, tell us it's rain, and think that we're supposed to be so damn forgiving. That we're
Yeah.
supposed to sit
Yeah.
there and scratch our ass when it don't itch, grin when nothing is funny.
Right.
They say that Hollywood jigaboo bullshit, you see, is what they figure that we supposed to do. You say, and then when we try to establish businesses and all that, they come up here with all kind of ways and narratives and hurdles for us to cross, you know, so we don't get in power. They don't want us having no economical power. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we got to
Now,
move
who's
on to
this?
the next topic, Shabaki.
Okay.
That's your girl, Ilhan. Now
That's
she's claiming
Ilhan.
that she's black all of a sudden.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Uncle
Phil
Phil.
gonna give us an update on and African immigrants are attacking Somalis.
Tim Walz as mentally possibly challenged. I'm not going to use the word he used. Now, back in the day when Trump.
Yeah, so it's going down.
Think on us,
Right now.
but never for us. ADNC does.
No fluff, no filters, just the truth daily.
From Wall Street to 125th, we're watching our news.
Download the African Diaspora News Channel app today to stay connected to the culture.
No, you can stay to the culture with Frontline Black
All
News
right,
and
ladies
Shabaka's
and
Black
gentlemen, boys and
Experience in hand.
girls, thank you for joining us on this evening. Well, I want to hit that button, but let me hit this one. All right. Thank you. Tonight we're gonna talk about your girl, Ilhan Omar, one of y'all favorite congresswomen out there in Congress from the great state of Minnesota, with a I don't want to use the word Trump used, but Trump would describe Tim Walz as mentally possibly challenged. I'm going to use the word he used. Now, back in the day when Trump said what he said about Tim Walz, you have to understand we all said it to each other, right? That, like when I was growing up, they call it the R word now, but back then we all would say that to each other. It would be a diss and all that. I've been called that many times. No, I do not have no mental health issues or no cognitive issues or nothing like that. It was just a diss. That's just what it is. So when you hear Trump saying stuff like that, you got to understand the time period Trump, became a man in and all that sort of thing. So he didn't grow up with the emotional intelligence era and all this other stuff, right? So just not defending it. I'm just telling you what the era is. And then we're gonna talk about African immigrants. They are not liking all this Somali stuff because they not liking people mentioning them because they're like, we ain't got nothing to do with no Somalis. Leave us out of it. So we got a video we want y'all to hear from an African immigrant. And yeah, she not liking that. I know, but the African immigrants, I'm gonna give them some props. I have been hearing, I'm gonna say West Africans, I've been hearing a lot more of them speaking. One sister was Congolese, so that's East African. But definitely they've been speaking
Congolese
up about
is
Mama's
Central
gifted
Africa,
hands. They
Uncle
spoke
Phil,
about
as
that.
it used to be
And
called.
now they're speaking about the
Zaire.
Somalis. So I give credit where credit is due. I'm not a person that don't give credit where credit is due. I acknowledge it
East
and
Africa,
all kind of
Uncle
things.
Phil.
I'm not like that. I'm not even on that. You know me. My position is tough love. That's my position. It's nothing. I want everybody to be good, right? But that is my position. Let me get on the screen here. Make sure that y'all hear. Y'all hear me? Okay, y'all hear early. Y'all hear good. All right. So make sure you download the African Diaspora News Channel app, Google Play and Apple App Store. Join us there. We're going through our upgrade.
No, Uncle Phil.
And it was giving
not
me
on our channel.
some more info about it. They say, hey, Saturday we be done.
All you got to do is reciprocate, man. We won't have a problem.
And then we're going to be taking care of this. So hey, we are a work in progress with the African Diaspora News Channel app. I can't wait till that's finished. So we definitely could, so y'all can see it and have all the features that y'all are looking for. We got a lot of good ideas coming to the app and all of that. So most definitely. Also, if you would like me to come speak at your university, your HBCU, right?
No, I don't need you to speak nowhere
panels,
for us, bro.
Whatever.
We speak
Hey,
for
we
ourselves.
are available. I'm available. My calendar is open, definitely, from now to 2026. Just want to put that out there because some people have said, why you ain't at the HBCUs? Hey, man, invite me. I seen somebody say, why did you go to Hampton, university or whatever? Hampton University, holler at me. I'll come holler at y'all. We definitely talk.
Well, Uncle Phil, we tried to call you,
tour.
brother, and you never got back with us.
At me. I can't put myself there. But outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, so let me go ahead on and get started because I know your time is precious and I know you don't want to hear me talking too much. Before I do get started, for people that are interested, and shout out to all the people that went on the Ethiopia trip back in April. Shout out to all of y'all. I know y'all had a good time. I had a good time, definitely. We did a poll about 2026, and I know y'all was talking about Kenya. I know y'all was talking about South Africa again.
It's a Zanny,
I know that y'all
Phil.
like going there. From what I'm seeing, y'all like South Africa and y'all like Kenya. I'm noticing that come up a lot, okay? And y'all did like Ethiopia. That's for sure. Y'all like that too. So yeah, let me know what y'all interested in, and we go ahead on and present that. But I want my people that repeat customers, that want to go back and have a good time, or some new people. And look, when we go on these things, we're going to have a good time, to relax. We're not going there to fight with nobody. We're going to relax, have a good time, chill, buy things, whatever. Just get a break from America, right? Just get a break. And then we'll get on the plane and come on back home to the United States, and then we can get back in the fight after that, okay? You're not going nowhere to find yourself. You already know who you are. You can't go to some foreign area and find yourself. You know who you are. You know your ancestors. It's not about that. It's about just getting a break. Everybody need a break. Everybody need a vacation.
You can't Uncle Phil.
There's a time underneath the sun for everything. It's a time to work, and it's a time to rest, okay? It's a time to fight, too. And it's a time to be at peace. So understand, it's a time you got to take a break, and that's okay. Don't feel guilty about taking a break. Everybody need a break. You need a mental health break. America's hard on your mental health, and when you just hard something on your mental health, it's hard on your physical health, and you need to see more than just America anyway. Listen, it made me more well-rounded as a even commentator to go other countries and see different things. So when I talk, I say I seen that. So you can't tell me this because I've been there. You understand what I'm saying? So definitely when we offer that, all we need is a good 30 of y'all, or maybe more, that want to come, and let's go with it. All right. So let's find out your girl, Ilhan Omar. Let's go ahead and start with her. Your girl, Ilhan Omar, has been Somali. Now, let me tell you about Ilhan Omar. My opinion of Ilhan Omar when she first got in. When she was elected, I was like, oh, them folks are mad about her. I said, and I'm on the guise of, well, if the folks is mad at her, I want to find out who she is. So they were real mad about her picture, her congressional picture. Oh, they was hot. They was hot about that. I said, okay, all right. I definitely want to see who she is, right? And then she got in there. She started, jaw-jacking about the folks and all that. Okay. But then one time I started noticing she got with the squad at the time and all that, but she wasn't talking like, even though she was with Cori Bush and all of them, right? And Ayanna Pressley, but nobody was talking like between them three women. I didn't hear like no united front like with black people. I just didn't really hear that from them. I was like, and every time I heard her speak out loud, she talking about Somalia. I'm like, well, okay, I know that's where you're from, but you're not in the government of Somalia. You're in the government here. And so I understand who your constituents are. I get it. But as a congresswoman, you need to look out for, definitely everybody, but for sure the Black Americans who created the opportunity for you to even be sitting in that seat. You understand what I'm saying? So once I realized this woman is not for Black America, she's actually just for her community and Somalis. And technically, let me be technical. once again, I'm not mad at her for that, but at the same time, she's actually doing it right, because when you're a congressional member, all you really have to do is focus on your district. You don't have to do that all lives matter crap. So if she is focusing only on Somalis, and that's the people that's voting for her in that district, and if she's serving the needs of Somalis, she's actually doing it right. But in the greater scheme of things, she's being divisive. You know what I'm saying? I just wish our Black American people would say, you know what? Black Americans in this district got me elected, and that's all I'm talking about. Blackity black, 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 and serving Black people. No, our politicians want to be all lives matter and everybody else except Black America. But let's get to Ilhan Omar. You know, Trump is cracking on her. You know that. Trump is on her head. Let's hear what she has to say, y'all. Hold on. Let's pull up Ilhan Omar.
He's always been a racist, a bigot, a xenophobic, and Islamophobic. We know that he called African nations in his first administration. We know that when he came down that escalator, he said he was going to stop Muslim immigration into this country. And so it is not surprising that he is going after Black immigrants in this country. And it's certainly not surprising that he's choosing a Black immigrant community that is also Muslim. But what I would like to say is that most of us are citizens. On our passport, it says we are nationals of this country. We love that Minnesota has welcomed us. Many of us have not been settled in Minnesota. We chose it as a home because the Minnesota people and the state is beautiful and very welcoming. And we are going to be here regardless of what the president has to say. Escalator, he said he wanted to stop Muslim immigration into this country. And so it is not surprising that he is going after Black immigrants in this country. And it's certainly not surprising that he's choosing a Black immigrant community that is also Muslim. But what I would like to see after Black immigrants in this country, and it's certainly not surprising that he's choosing a Black immigrant community that is also Muslim. But what I would like after Black immigrants in this country, and it's certainly not surprising that he's choosing a Black immigrant community that is also Muslim. But what I would like...
Ilhan. When did you become Black? Ilhan, when did you become Black? Because you said Black immigrants, then you said a Black immigrant community. So you're talking about Somalis. When did y'all become Black? Last time I checked, you do not identify as Black. You identify as Somali. What that representative from Somalia was talking about, how you got in there and took a spot from a Black American? That's your own people said that? And she's there to represent Somalis? So that's not Black, ma'am. We identify as Black. Everybody else in the diaspora do not identify as Black. We're the only group who would say they're Black, even in the continent of Africa, for the most part, would be South Africans. Maybe those in Namibia, too. I think Namibians, too. But outside of Namibia, and outside of, I guarantee South Africa for sure. But in America, we are Black. That is, of course, our race and our particular ethnicity wrapped into one. Y'all came to this country and say, I'm not Black, I'm Somali. That's what y'all said. And that's fine because y'all do identify as Somali. I don't take an issue with that. But see, this what you're not going to do, Ilhan, what you're not going to do when Trump and them is on y'all head, don't be sitting up here trying to virtue signal us and say, yeah, coming out like immigrant, a Black immigrant community. We know exactly what you're doing. Say Somali. Don't say Black. You don't do nothing for Black folk. Not a freaking thing. If you wanted to, you could do a lot for Black people. You could see injustices happening with Black people, and you could show up and speak up. Jasmine Crockett go say everything for everybody else outside her district. So that means you can go do the same thing. See, if you were smart, you would do that. See, that's what I'm talking about. Y'all not smart. If you were smart, you'd be like, you know what? Let me be cool. Let me get cool with all the Black Americans in all the major cities. Let me get with all of them. That way, you know, if we need something, they're gonna see that we already partnered up, and I got a backup. You didn't do that. You could have came to the Black people in Chicago. You could have came to the Black people in Dallas, Houston, Atlanta. You could have hit all the major spots, New York, all the major spots you could have hit, and just getting cool and just even fighting for what's right, and let Black people know you down. And say, yeah, I'm Somali, but hey, we all part of the diaspora. So no, we one people. I'm here to fight for not only for y'all too. Forget that. No, see, that's what y'all been doing for a long time. Y'all sit here and get in trouble with white supremacy, and then you want to sit up here. Yeah, you know, look what they're doing to us Black people. You remember when Muhammad Noor? You remember the Somali cop that shot the Justine Ruzick, the white woman up there? And I don't think he should have been arrested personally.
They gave his ass
because
15 years.
She popped up on him. He shot her one time. He didn't shoot her multiple times. He said he was startled and scared, and he shot her. Based on the one shot, I believe Muhammad Noor should not have went to jail.
Yeah, they gave him 15
But they
years.
put Muhammad Noor behind in jail when these other white cops get to shoot Black folks 17 times in the back. And during that time period, they were talking about Black Lives Matter. Look at what they do, Black people. Like, every time you get in trouble with white supremacy, you're Black. See, and that's why Black Americans have been coming to your rescue, because we already peeped the game with you. You're Black when you're in trouble. When you're good, you're Somali. And that's not right. That is being a user and abuser. You trying to use Black people to say, oh my God, this is other Black people like us. We got to go defend these sisters and brothers. But when we need you to come defend us, oh man, ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm Somali. I mean, that's y'all. And y'all, and not just, I'm talking about all of them have done it. Latinos, Asians, all these other groups. That's what they'll do. Who Black people, you know, we get it, man. Martin Luther King was right. Malcolm X was right. Oh man, you know, look how racist white people are. And then when the white people get off your head, now you're cool white people again because they left you alone because we got the white people off your back. No, ma'am. Stand on Somali business. No, it's not no Black immigrant anything. Now, I do want to address what she said, because we're about education here, right? We're about education and the right information. Because, you know, Trump is making a lot of threats about getting people out and all of that. And so I want to play something, what a Somali guy is going to say, okay? And let's talk about what Trump can do and what he can't do legally, okay? About naturalized citizens. So let me play this one clip real quick, y'all. Real quick. And now brace yourself. Some of y'all may be upset by this, but there's a reason I'm going to play this. Let me play it. Hold on. Here we go.
I hate that I will never experience the happiness that Somali haters experienced when they actually thought the TPS program affected more than 9 Somalis. Like, they really thought that was it. All the Somalis are just going to disappear. Poof. All of a sudden, no Somalis. Cedar Riverside is Mexican neighborhood now, or maybe not even a Mexican neighborhood. But yeah, it would likely just become a Mexican neighborhood. Yeah, and then, of course, Somalis have to be buzzkills by informing them of how many people that shit actually affects. You should just let them be happy, you know? Hey, how about this? You pretend to deport us, and we pretend to be deported. Deal? Once again, for those who don't know, Somalis came to America in one big lump sum. Now, we came all at once in the late 90s, early 2000s. By the 2010s, 90% of us were citizens, and by the 2020s, 99% of us were citizens. The immigration process has nothing to do with us anymore. Right? It's done. It's ball game. Yeah, you might have had something back in 2005, but it's 20 years too late. I promise you, the Trump administration tried to look at ways to deport us and found out they genuinely had nothing. Like, it's decades too late. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to collect welfare and impregnate a white woman.
Oh boy, he really making the folks mad. Talking about he gonna collect his welfare and impregnate a white woman. You know they ain't liking that. But let's talk about what he's talking about with the deportation and citizenship based on facts. So back in 1991, during the time of the Somali Civil War, they start coming in larger numbers underneath President George H.W. Bush. And they were given TPS status at that time period, and they came in as refugees. Now, learning the system, that is the fastest way to gain naturalized citizenship if you come as refugees. This is why all the Latinos you saw Trump kind of come during the time of Biden, and even when they try to come during Trump, all of them will come here and say, oh, I'm claiming asylum because refugees. Why are they trying to do that based on U.S. immigration law? If they go the traditional route, it takes them maybe even a decade to get a citizenship. If you go through refugee status, that's the fastest way to obtain a naturalized citizenship. So what the Somalis end up doing is coming during that Civil War. They all, like he said, they came in big packs. Okay, they flew them all to Minnesota. They have NGOs that was there advocating for them to come to Minnesota. And this one particular NGO was getting about $2,300 per Somali that was coming there. Okay. So they advocate for them to come to Minnesota in that location. And then when they got here, they had refugees.
And for those that don't know, NGOs are non-governmental organizations.
Okay. All right. Noted.
Status. Now, within 1 year of them having official refugee status by the United States government, they get a green card in 1 year. Okay. So once they get their green card in 1 year, right, they're resident now with the green card, they can work and all of that. By year 6, they're eligible to become a United States citizen. And what a lot of them did was became naturalized citizens by year 6. And so what he's talking about is accurate. Is a lot of them are naturalized citizens. Of course, they had children here who are born here, so their citizenship by birth. This is why Trump was talking about ending birthright citizenship because of things like that going on, right? Well, now we know the 14th Amendment was meant for us and our ancestors to become citizens of this country. It wasn't meant for everybody to just come flood the zone, have your anchor baby, and now you have every right and privilege to the United States. Because, this birth tourism was a real thing. The first time I seen that was a news report out of LA. And they had these Chinese doctors that in luxury hotels, full hospital. And they were flying these Chinese women in pregnant, and they would keep them there, and they had that baby and drop that anchor baby here. And that's what anchored them to stay here in this country, that baby, because that baby will be a U.S. citizen, because the country is not going to be like, well, the baby going to stay with you going back. They're usually not going to do that to a mother. So that's what a lot of that is. Now, what could the president do with them? Those who are natural citizens, right? Naturalized citizens. What could he actually do? The president cannot, by executive order or anything, say, you know what? Nope. You're not citizens no more, get out. He can't legally do it. The only one that can revoke a naturalized citizen is a federal court judge. The DOJ would have to file cases on the naturalized citizen and take it to the courts and say, hey, this person falsified information when they signed up. This person hid their criminal record, which is they weren't eligible. This person committed certain crimes in the United States, and this would no longer make them eligible. DOJ would have to go fight that in court and get that person deported. Every person that's a citizen, whether naturalized or born here, you have to get due process. That's our laws. Now, people don't like the law. Hey, you're welcome to change it. But I just want to make sure to give you the accurate laws when they're talking about whether you can't deport me or whatever. Right now, if some of them on TPS, Trump can get them on out of here. Oh yes, he can. But a lot of them over there, they got their naturalized citizenship. So in other words, we stuck with them. So here's the deal. You may be a naturalized citizen, but they on your head. And one thing we know is Black America. They great at mass incarceration. They are the experts in mass incarceration. So you can say, I'm not going nowhere. Okay, fine. Well, they got some nice federal prisons for you. They got some nice state prisons for you. Look, even your boy Tim Walls on y'all head. Because you know what's going on in Minnesota right now? They auditing all them Somali businesses right now. The state is auditing them, looking for irregularities and things that was not right. They all being audited. Why? Because how massive the scamming has been going with their particular community. So you got the Democrats over there like, hey, man, you bringing too much heat on us over here. Come on, bro. You're doing too much. Now, I definitely want to lead up to what this one sister said, and because she's not too pleased about what they've been doing with the scheming and the scamming. Okay, now let me go ahead and play what this sister has to say from who's an African immigrant who in this country. But let's go ahead and play what she said.
After you went to all this country and nobody could take you in, the United States took you in, and all you can do is to try to tear their country apart. All you do is to steal from them. All you do is to put your religion on them. Meanwhile, not taking into consideration that there are other African refugees here. You muddy the water for every other refugees. You come over here as a refugee, but you fail to realize that it's not a right, it's a privilege. Yes, when somebody opened their doors to you and say, come and live in my house, that the same way they open the door, they also have the right to kick you out. It's not a right, it's a privilege. You are not African American. You were refugees. You were refugees. Even your children born here can be deported because the citizenship law was not passed for you. It was passed for the African American and their ancestors and their children. So you and I, having it is a privilege. It's not a right. But well, you forgot all of that. You came into the country. You live on free food, free home, free education. Meanwhile, the Black American who fought for it suffered. They suffered. They hardly get the opportunity that you get. But in return, what do? You turn around and shout, Allahu Akbar. You shout you want to bring Somalia to America. If you love Somalia that much, why don't you ask for voluntary repatriation? The UN can repatriate you to Somalia, any part of Somalia you want, and go fight and make Somalia a better place. But like I said, we immigrants will not be silent. We will speak against you. And for those from the Middle East, other Middle Eastern refugees will stand up. But I will say this, you Somalis have become an embarrassment for us Africans living in the US. You Somalis have embarrassed us Africans living in the US. You have embarrassed every other refugees from Africa that is living here on temporary status. Do you know that countries went through war and they granted them temporary status and they've been living here? Do you understand? When was the last time you saw Guinean trying to bring Guinea culture to America? When was the last time you saw Liberians, Sierra Leone, and Ivorians trying to bring their country culture over here to impose it on American? We don't. Only you, Somali, do. Only you believe that you must overthrow the government of America and turn America into Somalia and turn America into Islam. And for you, I pray you get deported, you and your brother. I pray that both of you get deported, and I pray you two be the first. And I appreciate the Trump administration for suspending the temporary protection status for all Somalis. And I'm glad that they did not say all. I'm glad that President Trump did not say everyone on temporary protection status. I'm glad that they selected you guys out. And it is time for the rest of us that are here from Africa on temporary protection status to distance ourselves. from the Somali community for their behavior. They're not going to drag us into this. We are not here for that. We are here on protection and wanting to live a better life and help our family back home. So if you Somalis think that you're going to be the one that will cause harm to the rest of us African living here as immigrants, we will take the Somali community to court. Trust us, we will.
Now, I saw what some of y'all was saying in the chat while that was going, talking about that's a lady from another video. I remember covering that video. That I don't think that's the same lady. And if it is the same lady, I seriously doubt it. But if it is the same lady, well, she didn't have a change of heart, I guess, after she got a spanking. If that's the same lady, I don't think it is. Because I usually recognize people pretty much. But here's the thing. Yes, people say the block is hot for the Somalis. But once again, let me go back to what I was saying earlier. Okay, maybe it's not easy to deport you, but certain crimes, you can get deported for. Okay. Hold on. Let me look in. Let me make sure I quoted just right. Just give me a second. Let me see what crimes. So say can a naturalize. Give me a second. Just give me a second.
You're supposed to have
all
those notes.
Make sure you give the right information.
Yeah, Uncle Phil, you're supposed to have all those notes in front of you, homie.
Okay, so crimes that say that trigger denaturalization only when connected to fraud. Crimes committed before naturalization that were hidden. So if they got naturalized, but they hid gang activity, drug trafficking, human trafficking, domestic abuse, fraud schemes, terrorism involvement, or war crimes in their home country, and say if the person lied in their citizenship paperwork by saying no criminal history, the lie itself is grounds for revocation. They say major fraud directly used to obtain the green card of citizenship, like marriage fraud, fake asylum stories, identity fraud, lying about affiliation with extremist groups, lying about past arrests or convictions. They say the government must show the lie was material, meaning citizenship would not have been granted if they told the truth. Now they say crimes after naturalization do not lead to deportation. So they say if they rob a bank or whatever, they can't really be deported for that. They say because some immigrants, they say who are not yet citizens can be deported for a wide range of crimes, like aggravated felonies, domestic abuse, drug crimes, firearm offenses, fraud over $10,000, crimes of moral turpitude. But once they take the oath and become citizens, these deportation grounds no longer apply. So they really, like I said, it would have to go through the courts to get them to find, basically have to find some sort of fraud or criminal activity. But like I said, so, and look, let's call it what it is, because I know. In the African continent, them men beat African women. Oh, they beat them. Okay. South Africa be having big signs over there talking about end gender-based violence, because them dudes over there be whipping African women. African women better not open their mouth. So if anything, but you got to prove that, hey, if he beat his wife in Somalia, then that would actually get him out of here, basically. But how could you prove he beat his wife or whatever the case may be? You have to prove it in court. So that'll be the only way. And like, who gonna verify it? Who gonna verify it? Unless the wife is pissed off that day and like, yeah, he beat me in Mogadishu. He beat me like 7 times over there before we came here. And that's not gonna happen. Why are y'all talking about somebody's, like, stay focused, y'all. Like, it don't matter about somebody's lips and what they got going. The woman, like, oh, you gonna kiss the woman or something? That's the only time that would be, like, matter to you. Like, what are you looking at the woman? Like, I don't care what the woman talking about, her face or whatever. I'm talking about what the subject matter. Let's stick to this. You see, were y'all part of class clowns? Was that y'all? Like, let's stay focused on what it is. We talking about what's going on with the Somalis today. Because that's important. Now look, Somalis, look, let me holler at you, Somalis. Like I said, not all Somalis are bad people. They got great people who are Somali, okay? They not scamming, they just working, they going to school, they cool with Black Americans. They got a bunch of Black American friends. We're not talking about y'all. Y'all cool, okay? I'm cool with y'all. We talking about the ones that separating themselves, thinking they're better, the ones don't like America but won't leave. You know what I'm saying? Complaining about our Constitution but won't leave. We talking about those people that skimming Medicaid. I mean, you have to be a despicable person to take your child, okay, and get one of y'all doctors to say the child got autism so y'all can scam money. That's low. Using your child to scam. That's very low. Like that woman said, you had an opportunity to come over here that a lot of Africans did not have. There's Africans right now in Somalia that wish they could come over here, and you got to come over here. And when you and your opportunity to get out of Somalia, you gonna come over here and scam? There's a lot of Somalians right now who wouldn't come over here and do that. They would take the opportunity. They'll be thankful, happy, and everything. And they just wanted to live their life and be cool. But you got over here, you got comfortable, and instead of saying, man, you know, at least I ain't got to worry about bombs being dropped on me or some terrorism. And then another thing somebody is saying in the chat, and that's true. A lot of times they don't even want to unify with other Africans. They rather go unify with some Arabs, and the Arabs don't even like them. I don't want the slave master was an Arab. You know that, right? The Arab slave trade. Like, do y'all know history? I don't get why Africans be cool with them. Like, when they talk behind this slavery, they still doing it now. You got how many stories Kenyan women and all these different African women and went to these people, Saudi Arabia and Yemen, all these different places they went to, and they take the African women passport, they beating them, they essaying them, they doing all kind of things to them. Literally have those women in slavery over there in them Arab countries. The Arabs is the OG slave master of Africans. The white man saw what he was doing, like, man, okay, shoot. So you got them in slavery. Okay. And the white man say, well, shoot, man, I can make a bag off of that. Man, let me get this game. The white man got the game, say, oh, shoot, I'm conquering the world with this. Oh, man, say less. The white man was just better at it than the Arab. That's all. Well, the original slave master was those Arabs. And a lot of them Somalis would rather be cool with them Arabs than be cool with other Africans.
Well, that's what the Crusades are all about, Uncle Phil.
But when you know your history, you could talk like that. Reading is fundamental. If you listen, listen, a lot of people got access to Chat GPT and all that stuff. People be talking about, Chat GPT or Claude or Gemini or Grok or whatever else. You can learn a lot of history through that. If you go looking for the history, you want to learn something. Hey, when did the Arab slave trade happen with Africans? And start researching and learning, asking questions. So this happened here, that happened there. And okay, so when did the white people start coming in? It's like you could actually get educated. People always talking down on AI and all that stuff. Man, it's so much education I get through it on top of my regular stuff I do. That's why I don't like into all that fear about AI. Y'all know I'm. That's been the most revolutionary got hands is AI. Y'all know how I feel about it. They gonna take a job. They gonna do this. They gonna do that. Man, please, not worry about that. I'm a black man. I get nothing, and there was no enemy. Black was the last. And AI was getting this country because we were black. AI wasn't nowhere around it. Actually, AI is equalizing now. Y'all can get fired for nothing now, like the black man. So when the AI, quote unquote, take your job, folks, now you're gonna feel how the black man and woman felt when we lost our jobs, so y'all can get it. So I don't feel, man, don't get me started. That's a whole rant in itself. I look at AI as the great equalizer. When no AI lose all the jobs I lost had nothing to do with no AI. Y'all just scared that your whiteness not gonna work no more. AI gonna get rid of that. Why would they hire you when they got AI? That mediocre stuff don't work. Pay you for what? They know you were mediocre. They were just giving you a job. Well, okay, yeah. What is person? Okay, and that tells me you don't, Kai, it tells me you don't know much about AI, and it means you're not paying enough. All AI models aren't created equal, okay? If you ask the answer on a free version, it's not going to give you the answer if you pay. Even if you pay $20, or you can pay the $200 or $300, whatever you want. If you want certain answers, certain models going to give you better answers. So maybe pay for it, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Do some research, okay? Do research. The one person say lost more jobs behind, he said Latinos. Once again, AI didn't cause that. Okay, so that's why I ain't man, we have lost jobs for less. We've been lied on, lost our jobs. You know what I'm saying? We've how long in time we've been lied on? You've had even unfortunately immigrants from the diaspora have came in and say stuff to make us lose our job. That had to do with AI. So I don't want to hear all that about no AI or in the job. You say, what model do I advise? Paid models, paid, and do your research. I mean, you got YouTube University. So many people making great videos about the different models, like how to use them, whatever. You need to learn. Either you're going to be complaining about it, like, oh, it's doing me this, or you're going to learn. There's going to be a lot of Black people that's going to be making millions of dollars off of this stuff, while some of you going to be complaining about it. They're going to be getting a bag. And I'm trying to tell my audience, be those Black people who going to be getting a bag. Don't be those Black people complaining. Because complaining don't pay a bill. Making moves pay bills. Because listen, if I can just complain and get all my bills paid, I can complain from sun up to sundown. I'm going to pay every bill I got. And I'm telling you from personal experience, not a single bill I ever have been paid behind complaints. Getting my behind up in the morning and figuring things out and battling, that's what helped me. There's times I don't even have a luxury to be depressed, because the depression don't even pay a bill. Just want to tell y'all that all that emotional stuff, that don't get nothing done, bro. You pissed off all the time, bro. That's not all it's gonna do is make you sick. That's not gonna help you. Man, fight. You fight, and then when it's time to rest, you rest hard too. Rest and get back up and do it again. Yeah, you get tired, you get aggravated, people get on your last nerve. Trust me, they do. But that's life. Get up and fight. You lost your job, you'll get another one. I promise you that. You'll get another one. Ursa says Somalians haven't supported FBA. I've been around them. Okay, and we're not focused on what they got going on. We worry about our community and what we got going on for a change. So, hey, they have every right not to support us. They have every right. The only thing I'm saying is, don't be saying you blackity black. I'm black, y'all. Don't do that, because we're gonna remind you that, bro, you're not black. You don't support us. Don't call yourself black. And you know what? Before I wrap up, I'm so proud of y'all. I'm so proud of y'all. Let me tell you why I'm proud of y'all. I'm proud of y'all because y'all also not allowing the white folk to dump other groups in our crime numbers. See, at one point in time, they would have said, ooh, look all those black people stealing. Ooh, those black people did a big fraud. Black people doing all, they can't say black people no more. You know why? Because we say, we're black Americans. That's them. And they can't dump fraud on us. They can't dump Medicaid scams on us because they used to do that. Oh, he's black. She's black. Like, you're like, hold on. No. He said he's Somali. He's Nigerian. Don't dump him over here on us. They would dump all their crime on us, white folks. Now the white folks can't do it no more. And now they identifying who doing it. It's the Somali, the Nigerian. And only black America stopped them from doing that. Only you did that. Because I'm sorry, a black American should not be able to commit a crime and dump it on Somalis and say, oh, the Somalis did it. No. They'll say, he black American. He ain't got nothing to do with us. Don't put that on us. So that's good. That's good. We should be responsible for our own crimes and our own achievements. And that's that. That's that. But hey, at the end of the day, it's all tough love over here. Get your act together. That's the only thing I ask you. Act together, humble yourself a little. Even though you say, we ain't going nowhere. We citizens. All right, well, calm down because they can mass incarcerate you. But you'll find out the hard way with that too. All it takes is a stroke of a pen and they'll start mass incarcerating y'all. We know from personal experience about mass incarceration. We citizens, but they'll mass incarcerate you behind. They'll have a gang of Somalis in jail. You'll find that out the hard way. Watch. Keep on. Oh, it's more than one way to get you now. They ain't got to deport you to get you. They lock you up 40, 50 years. You'll see. That'll freak y'all out if y'all start getting jammed up like that. But anyway, thank y'all for joining us on the stream.
All right, thank you, Uncle Phil. Yeah, so y'all Somalis, y'all can't pull that biggity black stuff no more. It's not gonna help you. Especially when you were siding with the white supremacists. There was a whole YouTube content creator, Shabaka, by the name of Johnny Somali. And all he did was talk down on black Americans.
Oh, yeah,
he fucked around and found out in South Korea. And now he's doing like a 15-year bid in South Korea. Yeah.
Yeah, he fucked around and found out the hard way. And that's the part that's so crazy, man. This is the part that kills me, man, about people or anybody who's stupid. You already seen examples of the stupidity of where it got. You're going to duplicate that process. That's not intelligent.
Right.
Say that's not intelligent.
So, Ilhan, Omar, hold your own. Remember, you was Somali first. Don't come begging for FBAs to come help you. Have your Somalians help you before they get deported.
Yeah, well, Somalia is one of the poorest nations in the world, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, they need to go back to Somalia and fix it up so it's not a horrible place.
Yeah, they should, because they got resources there for real.
Yeah, they got resources, but they ain't got no damn power grid. The power grid's all jacked up out there.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, because I think you got like, what do they call that, man? You got 5 modern day civilization to be railroads, electricity, plumbing, and sanitized water.
Yeah, and so they need to go work on that.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of running for office in our country and then telling us, oh, I'm Somali first. I'm only going to do for Somalians. No, that's not what I elected to office to do, Ilhan Omar.
Yeah.
So stop calling for us when you get in trouble. And any other time I'm Somali first. I'm Nigerian first. I'm whatever first. Like, no. If you're not black first all the time, just don't come around. Period.
Exactly. That's a valid point. Although I respect Ilhan, you know what I'm saying? However, if she's out here fucking, she's out here fucking. But as you know, she was part of that, what was that, Rashida Tlaib, AOC.
Yeah, the squad.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Ayanna Presley and Ilhan Omar.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all part of the squad, you know, to deal with this dump bunny, you know, in his first regime, you see?
And the squad didn't do nothing to help Black Americans. Black Americans were still getting killed wholesale, and the squad didn't do nothing about it.
Yeah, which is disappointing, you know, which is disappointing. But what has happened is that down to, let's say, modern history. What is modern history, brother? Check about the last 500 years or the last 1,000 years?
Yeah, about the last 500 years.
Yeah, okay. So you look at all the turmoil that these Europeans had created and caused, you know, through their shit, not so much in Somalia, not so much in Africa, but around the world, period. Particularly in our parts of Asia, India, and you saw what India did for us with old Gandhi, you know what I mean?
Fuck Gandhi.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And now you got this damn Indian talking about he's Ugandan. I bet his ass changed his tune if Idi Amin was still the head of state over there. Yeah, because nobody fooled Big
And
Daddy.
Danni, and he said he was named after Kwame. He said he was named after Kwame Nkrumah.
Well, that's an insult to us as a people. Say, well, at least
to Africa. All right, so moving along, we got the Somalis claim that they are chosen and were promised Minnesota 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, they ain't holding no water.
So Lisa Cabert is gonna give us an update on that.
Yeah, I like to hear it. Because 3,000 years ago, that land that is Minnesota wasn't even called Minnesota.
Front yard looked like the road. Choosing to pick. And, you know, so what are y'all doing? Are you trying to lie on the Most High and lie about his word and what it says? Which is, we know, absolutely.
Now, what happened?
Shalom, family. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Well,
just taking a second to get started.
We all know people from Somalia are Cushites. Well, there are many of them that are saying they are chosen people, which is, we know, absolutely not true. There is no scripture that says Cushites are chosen people. And they reference, you know, different scriptures, and the scriptures they reference don't say anything about them being chosen people. And, you know, so what are y'all doing? Are you trying to lie on the Most High and lie about his word and what it says? He doesn't name any Cushite.
Crew's in the building. B1 salute.
What up, Tay?
We got Shabaka up here, crew. Y'all keep it respectable tonight. Yeah, we are we're going over we just finished with Ilhan Omar. And now we on
finna get deported, right?
Yep. And now we're on to the Somalis claim that they were chosen and were promised Minnesota 3,000 years ago.
Hey, do you see this? Do you see my background?
Yeah.
Hey, salute, Shabaka.
Hey, what's up, man?
But like, you see this spaced out? Like, man, they got to get deported. They finna get sent to the ether.
Yep. So Lisa was giving us an update on that when you came on.
I be using Lisa's hair oil, even though my hair don't grow.
Oh, it don't.
No, but I use it on my beard. My beard does grow.
Oh, okay.
But it don't grow like a Somali beard. Oh man.
Says as chosen, nor does he name anything chosen. And and you choosing to pick Minnesota, talking about that was given to you, promised to you 3,000 years ago. First of all, I read that Bible. There ain't nothing in that Bible that says some land over here was promised to you light bulb head
And Lisa,
Somalians
Hebrew is
3,000 years
she's
ago.
not going.
The only land you
She's like,
attached
y'all
to
lying.
is that Dust Bowl over there that y'all haven't done nothing with for thousands of years, called Somalia. It has no paved roads, no outdoor lights, no nothing. All y'all
That's
do is
Pan-African
exist
talk.
on that land. You sure don't fix it up. Cushites must not have been given the gift of carpentry, because y'all haven't done nothing with that place for thousands of years. Your front yard looked like the dirt road. Your backyard looked like the dirt road. I mean, you have done nothing. You have
Well,
literally
that's what the
lived on that
Pan-Africans
land,
say.
done
That's what the
nothing with it.
Pan-Africans say.
That
And
is
they
a
ain't built
disgrace.
nothing.
Might have been no matter.
You should have been far along with that
But
land.
the American Indians built
And
everything.
it looks awful over there. It looks awful.
Terrible.
So no, he gave you a place called Somalia, and you are Somalians, and it is very painfully obvious y'all have done nothing with that land except for exist on it from one year after the next. But other than
It's
that,
like Pan-African.
as far as making that place look livable, you haven't done that. You have
They ain't
miserably
built no
failed.
toilets. Don't use no toilets.
But I can understand why anybody want to get out of that hellhole. Every time I see pictures of that place, it looks like pure hell.
That's
It
water
looks
on
like
their
pure hell
heads.
over there. For real. When you see the houses, they have no windows, or they live in those
That's them
refugee
Pan-Africans.
tents.
Lisa's telling that shit.
I mean, what is?
What is that?
I guess you are running from that place, but if it is
No
that
light
bad,
bulbs, no
y'all
nothing.
don't have nobody but yourselves to blame for that place looking like the dump that it
All
looks like.
bogus.
But
Bogus
no,
as hell.
Cushites are not judged the Most High's
Pan-Africans. Say
chosen
it,
people.
Lisa.
And
Pan-Africans.
number two, just looking at your foreheads, I don't think he chose you for anything. He
There we go.
definitely got a sense of humor. he definitely
Well, at least with all due respect, honey,
definitely got a sense of humor, that's for sure.
Look at them troglodytes. What they funny
It's
looking
amazing,
at.
Do they
y'all.
have light bulbs?
Everybody wants to be chosen. You notice that? Everybody wants to be chosen. But one thing they do, every Gentile on this earth treat the chosen like crap. That's one thing y'all do have in common. You're not chosen, but you all gladly join together to treat us like garbage. You most certainly do. So thank you, dark-skinned brother.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let me see. They have been told a fat lie if they really believe that, man, no wonder all nations will be crying while saying our fathers have inherited horrible lies. Yeah, they sure have. Yeah, they gonna be, dark-skinned brother, they gonna be running around holding them big foreheads and screaming out and crying, we have inherited lies. Yeah, that's what they're gonna be doing. And thank you again, dark-skinned brother. Get them, Lisa, my warrior sister. Thank you so much for your support for my channel.
So
All right,
All
y'all.
that
Let me go
Pan-African
ahead
nonsense
and
is over
share
with.
my screen
All that Pan-African nonsense is over with.
so we
It's
can
been
get
debunked.
started.
Lisa debunked it. All her people debunked it. All Pan-African has been debunked.
So what they're pretty much saying
Anybody
is,
is still a Pan-African
you
is a
know,
liar.
they actually trying to tell us, this is in Genesis, that they were promised this land over here. So the Most High is allowing Donald Trump to kick you off of your promised land and send you back to Somalia. So you are getting kicked off of your promised land and you're Somalian and you're getting sent back to Somalia. I mean, make it make sense. Make it make sense, okay?
These Pan-Africans.
Make it make sense.
They're not
You
Africans.
are Somalian and you're getting
Americans
sent
are
back
Africans.
to Somalia.
I guess.
Now, it's amazing how that's not your promised land, but your promised land is
Make
Minnesota.
it make sense. Make it make sense, a Pan-African.
Now, and I know damn well Minnesota is not in the Bible.
They all get
I know
deported.
damn well that's not in the Bible. I know that ain't in the Bible. Boy, y'all, these people are a trip.
Go
Please
home.
give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Okay, so does the Bible say that Donald Trump gonna run you out of this land? Is that in the scripture too? Is that in
Let
there
my
too?
people go.
Thank you, y'all.
Damn, Shabaka ain't got nothing to say about that.
Americans, right? They're like,
Well, I got a whole lot to say about it,
hateful on
brother.
TikTok.
We're
Let me
in
remind you
Egypt.
of all the African
And we
Americans.
not get
There was a
kicked out of here.
time where police analyzing a lot of African Americans, but
Not at
when
all.
it comes to the state of Minnesota, the Somali people that you guys spewing so much hate on. Let me tell you about what happened during George Floyd. When George Floyd happens, we understood that when you come for one Black man, you're coming for all of us. And we stood by them. We raised our voices. There's no way anybody who were among those protesters
Floyd,
can say
what
that
about
Somali people were
y'all
not
just-
among them.
Y'all
We
just
were
shot
among them.
8,000
We
people
raised
in
voices.
Somalia.
We
Stop
chanted
talking to us.
Black Lives Matter with our chests open
Somali
wide.
lives
So
don't
for
matter.
y'all to
What are
just
you
come
talking
at
about?
us like that when we support it, that's insane. That's
Y'all
insane.
didn't support shit.
Oh
Jesse,
my
what's
God.
wrong with these people?
Stop it.
Minnesota, land of 10,000
Jesse,
lakes,
what's wrong with these
welcomes
people?
you.
You come with the river. You are welcome.
Yes,
we thank you, Chief. We seek a place to live in peace. Then you shall find peace with us.
The land is beautiful.
It will be
What
your
is
home
wrong
too.
with these people? They're lying. 3,000
Clearly.
years ago. Nigga, we been here 100,000 years. Who the
Mankind ain't been alive in 100,000 years.
Stop talking that Pan-African bullshit. We've been here 100,000 years. We are the copper colored people
Motherfucker,
up
I'm not in
here.
the goddamn mood for your
Stop
stupid
talking
ass
crazy.
shit, okay, bitch?
Look around.
I'm not in the
Sky
fucking
is
mood,
wide,
bitch.
waters are sweet, and the land rolls like the back of a Diddy.
Fuck up, crew. Don't say nothing to me, trick.
Shabaka, crew, chill. Keep it
Man, tell
respectable.
that stupid motherfucker. Tell you what, man. Good night, y'all. Fuck it, man. You come down on me, but you don't say nothing to that stupid ass motherfucker. I'm out, man. Fuck you, crew. Fuck you in your ass, you fucking faggot.
Oh my God. God damn it, crew.
Why you gonna blame me? You check both of us. Well, we've been here 100,000 years.
Yeah, they don't want to hear that though, crew.
Well, then that's their problem. You check me and you check Shabaka.
Yeah,
Camel.
You check
This is
both
Minnesota.
of us,
3,000
and
years.
then we both still listen. Well, except Shabaka didn't listen, and he just jumped off the string.
Hopefully he'll
I'm
come
listening.
back. Probably just need to calm down.
Shabaka spazzed out.
All our visitors from Germany, Sweden, and everywhere. Look at this. Fresh snow, blue skies, and the warmest hearts in Minnesota.
So good to be.
This is what America is about.
Listen to this. Not the YG shit. Children in my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. Raise the flags for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, and I know I'm free. Forget the man who died, who gave that life to me, and I promise stand up next to you when I can burst you today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
I can indeed confirm Minnesota was promised to Somalis 3,000 years ago. My Maya.
Why y'all keep playing with this comment? This is about the at least, man, over 20, less than 50. Why y'all Somalis? Like y'all gotta be bots, G, because Somalis, like specifically some, you know, this the land of milk and honey. This land was promised to people, but I know what y'all doing though. This, I think what this is like, it's a slight, it's a joke, it's a slight, it's a joke towards us who know that we didn't come on boats. That's what they're trying to do. So they're using there's a movement. You hear me?
Indigenous.
But they saying Somali.
I lived in Minnesota for
I bet you won't
years.
put this on the White House page. I bet you won't put this on the White House page.
Trump said they don't look like
Tell
Indians
Donald
to
Trump
me.
this.
Trump said
Matter
that
of
shit.
fact,
They don't look like Indians to me.
I'm gonna tag the White House in this right
Did he
here
say
at the
that,
bottom.
Jesse?
Right there. Right there.
They don't look like Indians to me.
Cause y'all keep playing. Yep, that's what he said.
They don't look like Indians to me, right?
Yep.
Talking about these $5.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look like Indians to me. So, like, I don't know what Shabaka was talking about. I'm not trying to kick Shabaka off the, it's your shit. I'm not trying to kick Shabaka off the shit or nothing. Shabaka can be on here. You get me? Like, I'm not really. You get me? I'm just talking to you, Jesse.
Yeah.
I'm not really. Like, man, look, I'll jump down if Shabaka want to come up here. You get me? Like, I'll jump down. I'll jump down.
I don't know.
If you want to have Shabaka up here for the Frontline Black News. But, man, no, but Shabaka be lying with all these Pan-Africans be lying, and we called them out about it. And all of them being caught lying. And all of them are lying, just like Shabaka. They're all lying. And we can point them out. Their lies. We can point their lies out. Lie by lie. Am I lying, Jesse?
No, because they keep saying that we wasn't already here.
So, no, I'm talking about even Professor Smith. All these Pan-Africans are lying.
Mm-hmm. To fit the narrative, yeah.
They're all lying, and we can point their lies out.
Yep.
So, but now if Shabaka wants to get back on here, I'll jump off. I can't stand lies.
Yeah.
But if Shabaka want to get back up here and lie, he can lie up here. But man, Jesse, I'd be mad because, goddamn it, you allowing a liar up here.
I mean, I don't think he's a liar.
Shabaka's a liar.
But he
and I'll say that. And I'll say that to you, Jesse. And I'll fuck with you, Jesse. But Shabaka's a liar.
What's he lying about?
Pan-Africanism.
Oh, well, we know that. Pan-Africanism is a scam.
That's what makes him a liar.
He still subscribes to that shit.
So, but nah, you can ask Shabaka up on here. You can throw me off if you want to. But I'm saying, if you bring Shabaka back up on here, he's a liar. So then now you got a liar on your channel. Because Shabaka's a liar. And I stand on it.
Because he refuses to get with the time.
Because he's a Pan-Africanist. He's a liar. That's what I stand on. That's what I stand on. Shabaka's a liar. He's a Pan-Africanist and he's a liar, and he can't stand on Pan-Africanism. Just like Professor Small. All of them are fucking liars.
Yeah, definitely Professor Small.
And they can't stand on it. They can't prove no proof. We can prove everything. Jesse, me and you can prove everything. GBS, Afro Elite, Black Alpha, we can prove everything. These Pan-Africans cannot prove shit. And they're liars. They're old ass niggas that's liars. We should never been raised by them. That's why we are fucked up, because they raised us.
Yeah, you got a point there. All right, let me get back to the video.
This shit way too much, G. Mr. President, I know you got a lot of shit going on. Don't take this serious, but they've been saying this shit a lot. They playing too much, huh? I think it's funny, so don't take it serious. But why they playing like this is the question. I'm just gonna put the White House down here. That's all.
So y'all got Muslim chicks twerking? And then y'all say y'all know code. What is that? Y'all got Muslim chicks twerking. Oh, and Ilhan Omar is gonna get deported.
Mm-hmm.
Trump ain't.
Yo, Minnesota was promised to us Somalis 3,000 years ago. And if you disagree, you're an anti-Christian bigot and you need help immediately. Also, if you read Genesis 12:3, it says that those who bless Somalis will be blessed, and those who try to harm them will bring harm upon themselves.
It does not say that.
I didn't say that. Genesis 12:3.
You making shit up.
Just saying.
Minnesota was promised to us Somalis 2,000 years ago. No.
Just to prove these liars.
Straight
Like,
up
pull
lying.
up Genesis 12:3. Just to prove these liars. There are so much fucking liars, dog. That's why they getting deported everywhere. Like, you put it up, Genesis 12:3. It does not say that. You said it does not say that. It does not say that.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't say that.
Genesis 12:3, damn it says I'm gonna sell you a bag. God damn it, it doesn't say that Somali bullshit.
It says, hold on. I will
Listen and
bless
learn.
those. Hold on. I will bless you who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse, and all the people on earth will be blessed through you. I don't see nothing
Oh,
about
that
no
means we
goddamn.
finna get the Somalis out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like some FBA shit, right?
Yep.
Whoever bless you will bless you, and whoever curse you will curse you. Well, these Somalis done cursed the fuck out of us, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yep.
No, so this nigga that's on stage with his fucking goofy ass, bro, we rebuke him.
Now this cracker gonna say something.
The only thing that was promised to you Somalis 2,000 years ago is that light bulb shaped noggin you guys burnt light bulb.
Now we see that all these truths are finally coming out about what is actually the F going on in Minnesota. Well, the Somali community is under fire. All the fingers are finally pointing back at the Somali community who has defrauded and stolen from the state of Minnesota under Governor Tim Walz. But, you know, if you know anything about any of my videos and any of my content creation, you'll know that I target Tim Walz and now the fraud that's happened under Governor Tim Walz and the Somali community. They have defrauded billions of dollars. This comment came from a Somali in Minnesota, and he says to me, "You ugly creature, we are taking over Minnesota was promised to us." And that's not the first time I've seen this type of responses. The Somalis think they're entitled to the area that was given to them in Minnesota, and they claim they're taking over.
Treason.
That's very nice.
How are you
Personally,
Somali?
man, for my Somalian brothers and sisters,
That's
my
treason,
victim,
right?
I'm African American. Feel me?
Yep.
And I see all the hate coming y'all's way by this racist president in office and all his racist supporters. And I want to let y'all know that we stand with y'all. I stand with y'all. Feel me?
Yes.
Because y'all
You
are some of the
stand with the
funniest
Somalis?
motherfuckers I know. And
Get your
Somalia
ass
is really
deported
hard.
too.
This nigga
Trumpet on you. And we see
Right.
your face. Stupid.
Right. What a dummy.
We see
I
your
be getting
face.
after
You
it
on
like I fall
pause.
with it. Y'all opening
Hey, you on
businesses.
pause. God damn it.
Y'all are
Supporting
smart and y'all
Somalis.
are a tight community.
Hey,
Feel me? Like,
you're
I
in
respect
America.
it. You
Are
feel
you
me? So
stupid?
all this stuff going on, bro, I always got y'all's back. You feel me? I'm always with Somalis. Not Somalians. If I said that earlier, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm always stand with y'all, bro, because y'all funny. You feel me? Y'all are good people. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't messing nothing up in the U.S. You feel me? Without y'all, the U.S. wouldn't be the same. So it's time for us to question our government.
We made it
Somalians
possible
are
for
amazing,
y'all to be in
wallah.
the
When
U.S.
they say in
Stop
America,
talking stupid.
after Trump said what Trump said,
No fuck.
Somalians were making videos online saying that Minnesota was promised to them 3,000 years ago.
No, I don't think Somalia is blessed by God, by Allah. I think Allah is angry with Somalia and those
Yes, Allah. God is mad at y'all fucking
claim to be
goofy ass.
Somalis
Hey, Jesse.
and those who many
I
them,
think God is
many of
mad
them who
at these
live here in
fucking
America.
Somalians because they're fucking traitors.
Allah is angry with them.
Yep.
You get me?
And to go fix that damn.
They
So I
ain't
don't
fix their
think,
country. God is mad at
you
Somalians.
know,
Allah is
who
mad at Somalians
claim that
because they fucking
those
tell
who
us.
bless the Somali people will
Yes,
be
God is
blessed,
mad at you. God is
and
mad at you.
those
Fuck you
who
talking about.
harm them bring
What you think, Jesse?
harm upon them.
I think you're right about that.
Anyway,
God is mad at these motherfuckers because they over here acting
again, I have to
against
say
God's
to
law.
my Somali friends,
We act
please
for God's law.
respect our president, Donald Trump.
Y'all don't respect shit.
And listen to him what he says.
Liar. Lies.
Do the right things. Thank you.
Fucking liar.
God bless America.
Mm-hmm.
Say they lying, right? You hear me?
Yep.
Like I look at you, like you see me on. I'm on camera, right?
Y'all
I'm
see how they
FBI,
trying to use
right?
scripture to say this
man,
land belongs to
these
them and it was
motherfuckers is
promised to them
lying.
3,000 years ago?
You get me?
Ain't nothing over here
These
was
motherfuckers
promised to
are
you
lying.
Let the video finish.
Somalians 3,000 years ago. Y'all need to get out of here with that crap. You know, it's amazing. Everybody wants to
Lying.
claim to be chosen. Everybody wants to claim to be chosen. But
I'll
you
let
notice
Lisa get it.
nobody
get
ever
me?
claimed to want to be the Gentiles. You notice that?
Hmm.
You notice that? I remember when I first came into the truth, there were Europeans claiming all of Europe was where the chosen people were.
Y'all
All the
got to
countries
go.
that they named were European. Okay. And we know about the people sitting over there in, over there in Israel. And I even heard one day I was online and I was watching a video out there in the Middle East, and one of those Ishmaelites was talking about Ishmael was given the promise. Ishmael was chosen. I was like, it's amazing. Everybody is claiming to be
Y'all got to
chosen
go.
on the earth. How come none of
Y'all
y'all
got to
claim
go.
to be the Gentiles?
Right.
When we know the majority of the earth is Gentile. How come none of y'all changed? I was growing up, y'all put Gentile on us. I remember sitting in church.
Lisa's
We're the
delineating.
Gentiles.
She's
We're the
doing the same
we're the
shit we was
Gentiles,
trying to.
but everything in the Bible sound like us.
Right.
But we were told, but they put Gentile on us.
That never made
But the real Gentiles don't want to claim Gentile. Isn't that something? But everybody wants to claim chosen. Look at these Christians sitting around waiting to be raptured away like there's some chosen people, like they're special.
They're gonna get raptured though. They're
So
gonna get raptured. They're gonna rapture their
special,
ass.
they're going to be ripped away so they don't have to be judged for something. Everybody wants to be chosen. And Most High certainly did not say he was going to replace us. That's nowhere in scripture. And as for those folks you got sitting over in Israel, you can't choose yourself. He chooses you.
Hey Jay,
You can't choose yourself.
I'm finna be gone.
Right.
But thank
You
you for
can't point
bringing me on.
yourself. Say somebody promised you land 3,000 years
Say,
ago.
I appreciate you bringing me on.
Somali.
But,
I mean,
got
it
to go.
doesn't work that way.
I'm finna go to sleep.
But see, judgment is here for you.
But thank you.
That's why you're now being deported
You
out
get
of
me? I
here.
really thank
And look at all the publicity
You
going
get me?
out about you. Negative. You're being called scammers and criminals and
I'm still
liars
listening
and
to you, though,
cheaters
Jay. I
and
just ain't gonna be
thieves.
on it.
Look at what's going out about you worldwide. No, the judgment is upon you.
Okay.
It is real. And that's what's going out about your people worldwide. It's not going out worldwide that you were given promised land and you were chosen. No. All the stuff going out about you is negative. It's judgment. It's judgment. And no, Cushites are not chosen. Even when you go in the biblical text, what it writes about you in the Bible, nothing in there spells chosen when it comes down to the Cushite people. Nothing in there spells chosen. Nothing. Nothing. So, y'all, I just had to bring that to you because more and more of those videos about them being promised land over here, it is just hilarious, for real. It is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is hilarious.
Okay. Dark Skin Brother, thank you for the super chat. Thank you again for the super chat. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Delmonte Greenbean. We go down a bit.
She just reading super chats.
Hmm.
In it there. Yeah, that shit is ridiculous. Them they try to claim that they are the chosen people. Everybody, like you said, everybody want to be chosen, except the actual Israelites. This is crazy. All right, so moving along, we got Latina says Pretendian FBAs are not out there doing the work that she is. Well, these people is crazy as hell.
Ever since Black Americans have delineated after the 2024 election, a lot of people have taken a lot of issue with delineation. First, like, what? What's going on with all these people tripping? Because everybody was saying how, if they within the diaspora, they were saying, I'm not Black, I'm Dominican, I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian, I'm not Black, I'm Somali, things like that. Then you had people that's, within the different Hispanic groups. We'll say, hey, that's Black and brown, let's join together. And like, oh, no. We worry about us and all of that. And so now since Black America delineated, everybody have something to say. Case in point, this one Latina has taken issues with Black Americans because it's something that Black Americans, let's go ahead and check that out.
Pretendian FBAs are big mad in my comment section today, but you want to know what's funny? These people prove themselves every single time. Did anybody see any Pretendian FBAs doing anything or even speaking on Indigenous Peoples Day yesterday? Yeah, since they're the original people of this land and whatnot. I didn't think so. But while y'all are over there salivating over your grifting fraud leader, I was out here doing real work and protesting and organizing people against the border czar Tom Homan and the Trump administration. I guess that some of y'all probably either voted for him or just allowed shit to happen. Anyway, like I've always said, you don't actually give about community or doing anything for the people or fighting against white supremacy. So,
bitch, we've been doing something for the people since day one. Bitch, you wouldn't even been allowed in this country if it wasn't for FBA. You stupid bitch. This bitch is retarded. Well, let me let her continue with her fuckery.
Until you're ready to do the work, miss me with that. Okay, bye.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get through that. About Indigenous Peoples Day, that's not nothing that we really focus on in Black America. So I don't know why you expect a bunch of Black Americans to come out for Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm just being honest with you. But you mentioned about protesting about the border czar, Tom Homan. You mentioned about protesting him. And you're saying about some Black Americans who have voted for the Trump administration because they wanted to see mass deportations. In the end, your whole message, when you read between the lines, is that you want Black Americans to come out and protest against ICE and Tom Homan. It had nothing to do with Indigenous Peoples Day. Okay. Here's the thing. Why? And we just asking this question all over again. I'm asking it to you, ma'am. You're out there protesting. Okay. You're doing a solid for your community. I don't take an issue with it. But when it comes to us as Black Americans, maybe you don't know the history. Okay. So I want to give you just a short history lesson. There was a man by the name of Reverend Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jesse Jackson, he was with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was there when Dr. King lost his life and got shot. Later, Reverend Jackson went along and created the Rainbow Push Coalition. Now, ma'am, the Rainbow Push Coalition and what it wanted to do was fight for civil rights for minorities. Now, who would be considered minorities, right? Minorities would be Black Americans, Latinos, Asians, Arabs, other people from the diaspora, and anybody who was basically non-white. He wanted minorities to join together underneath the Rainbow Push Coalition and to stand against racism, white supremacy. This is what Reverend Jackson wanted. Reverend Jackson and the Rainbow Push Coalition, when they were doing things against Mexicans, in particular at the border, they were standing up there protesting and defending Mexican immigrants at the border for the things that the Border Patrol was doing to them at the time. Reverend Jackson wanted that. He wanted black, brown, and everybody to be together. But ma'am, in your particular community, your community rejected that premise. Okay? They rejected it. For years, our community kept saying black and brown, black and brown, black and brown. If you mention black, you're going to say brown. Always. It was on autopilot. Minister Farrakhan used to say black and brown. You have Reverend Jackson. Every person you could think of would say black and brown. Okay, ma'am, listen to me. Because a lot of times you don't have the education to understand why certain things are happening. It doesn't mean that Black America woke up one day and say, you know what, we delineating. No. It comes from somewhere. Okay. Even all the way up with Black Lives Matter, they was mentioning black and brown, right? And it's supposed to be Black Lives Matter, but they were still saying black and brown. All the way up to even the 2024 election, they were still saying black and brown. Now, you had some pushback in the black community about black and brown, and not because it was anything bigoted or prejudiced. It was because we had noticed that when it comes to standing up to white supremacy, the black can be on the forefront while the brown don't be on the forefront, but just be in a mix. Maybe they'll do some things or whatever. But the black was getting all getting beat up. The black was going to jail. The black was getting all the negative world press and propaganda. It was the black. And we kept noticing with time the same pattern. And then when y'all get free of some of the issues of white supremacy, your community goes back to basically holding hands with white supremacy. So you can't fight white supremacy and hold a hand at the same time. That's not the way it works. And for years, Black Americans never understood how people in your community, man, want to hold hands with white supremacy, and yet they have been very racist towards your community. Very racist. It's still racist to this day. Clearly, you can see that. But the issue is a cultural issue that you have. See, people in your community, a lot of them value whiteness. You look at in Mexico, because you're Mexican, because I went to look at your page. You're Mexican.
I don't get what you're saying, Crow. You're saying it's incorrect. What is he incorrect about?
In Mexico, the people who are lighter skinned, whiter looking Mexicans are at the top. And extremely dark, indigenous Mexicans, right, of that land, people like the Oaxacans, and I definitely don't talk about the black Mexicans, they're at the bottom. If somebody's indigenous in Mexico, y'all call them Indio. And Indio, when y'all say that, it's discriminatory. Years ago, there was this woman who's an indigenous woman out of Mexico. She was on the magazine cover, and people just marveling about her skin and her hair and all of that. And a lot of people within your community call her names.
Well,
do you remember the actor who played Namor on the Black?
Phil is completely wrong. Right, Phil is completely wrong. Jesse, can you hear me? Shay, can you hear me? Phil is completely wrong. God.
Where, Crow? Where? You gotta elaborate. Where is he wrong? What is he wrong about?
All right, I'm hearing it. Okay, I'm trying to get. Phil is completely wrong right now, and
About what, crew?
Man, the Pan-African nonsense.
He didn't even say nothing about Pan-Africanism. He's talking about, he started off talking about Mr. Jesse Jackson.
Pan-African.
And then he went on to talk about how they practice anti-Black hatred in Mexico. So I don't understand what that's wrong about.
No, I'm saying the Pan-African is way was wrong.
Okay, that's true. But he wasn't even talking about Pan-Africanism.
He surely was. That's why I got pissed off, Jesse.
No, he wasn't talking about Pan-Africanism, crew. He was debunking what that broad was saying on that video.
Okay. All right, let it run. Man, like I just got. You give me. Let it play. Let it play.
Black Panther movie, they had people, ma'am, in your community calling him names because he was too dark. So y'all have an issue in Latin America about whiteness. So then you bring that issue up here, and then your community gets over here with the white folk, and then you want to join hands, but you realize in the end these people don't like you. So then, hey, we got these good-hearted Black Americans over here that would defend people as minority. They see, marginalized communities, right? And yet you're stuck between the rock and the hard place. You want Black people to fight against white supremacy, but you want to hold their hand and because y'all have a appreciation for whiteness supremacy in Latin America, but definitely for sure we're talking about Mexico because you're Mexican, ma'am. So with delineation, so you can understand, it's all about we've done enough for everybody. We're not protesting anymore.
There we go.
If we're going to protest, we're going to protest for Black America and Black America only. Because we have tried for decades to join, definitely for sure outside the civil rights movement, since the late 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, the early 2000s, 2010s, and even up to the 2020s,
has helped us.
Several decades to join with the brown.
None of these Africans helped us.
To join with the Asians, to join with all these other supposed to be marginalized communities. And Black America in this dispensation of time have understood the message. So you can't call and try to think of talking down on Black people. You talking about Pretendian. I don't even get involved with that conversation. There were some Black people that was here already. Christopher Columbus, even in the Caribbean, talked about the dark Black people. I mean, they talked about them. Listen, we were all over the world.
Proven.
Okay, I mean,
we've always
Black
been
folks
here.
traveled the globe
We are
way before Columbus. Columbus got the map from the Moors. So the Moors had the maps to travel all over the world. Don't you mean? Wouldn't that be safe to say Black folks is all over the place? Don't even talk about North Sentinel Island. Those are folks blacker than me on North Sentinel Island. So we are all over the planet. Okay, so there are Black folks already here, all the way down what you consider North America, Central America, and South America. There are Black folks already in the Caribbean. Okay, like we have them in the continent of Africa. There are Black folks in what you say Europe. They say the first European, what they call him Cheddar Man. He was not a white person. Okay, Black folks in the area, all Asia. We are all over the planet. So if some people's lineage is tied to the people of this land, it's tied to it. Not everybody's tied to it, but some people are. And a lot of Black people kicked out of these Native American tribes.
DNA test for this.
But you're not educated enough, ma'am, to even get into that discussion.
Hey, Jay, I'm finna listen to you. I'm finna jump
You fast
down.
forward to what you're dealing with
I'm finna
ICE,
go to sleep.
Tom Homan, Trump. Ma'am, there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
In the Latino community, and even some
I'm gonna get off
in the Mexican community
I'll be
that voted for mass deportation.
Okay, cool.
Some of them did. Some of them say, I'm a citizen and I don't want them here. I've heard your own people say this in interviews. So to tell us about you're doing the work for your community. You're supposed to be doing the work. You don't get a hand clap from me because you out there doing something to defend your community, go ahead and do it. You have, hope it works out for you. But no, Black Americans, we got to worry about Black American issues, and we have plenty of issues. See, we have been taking our issues for years. Now we're circling the wagons and making sure we get our issues taken care of and get things done. Okay, so that's really what it is. Just to be real with you, be 100 with you. That's what it is. So you talking about calling names and y'all not out here and y'all probably voted for Trump. It's Black people's American right. Black people fought for voting rights. Black people fought for civil rights. And if they want to vote for Trump, whether that's a good decision or not, that's their choice. If they want to vote for Kamala, if they wanted to sit it out, that's their choice. As Americans, we have earned the right to vote for whoever we want to vote for.
Right.
A good choice, a bad choice. We have spilled blood in this nation to vote. We went through the poll tax. We went through the Jim Crow. We fought. We died to have all these freedoms. So we vote for whatever we want to. And if a Black American say, yes, I support Trump on mass deportation, it's their right, because let's call it what it is. During the Biden administration, he was doing mass importation of people into this country. I can't even say immigration, because immigration is going through certain rules and laws. No, he just imported people here. So you had mass importation, and then now Trump is trying to do mass deportation. So that the pendulum just swung back the other way. Okay. So it's because really, when I hear people like you talk like this, man, I can really tell you just don't have the education and the history of America to understand why Black America is moving a certain way. See, them days of looking at Black people as a group to come defend you, those days are done. Delineation is here. And let's call it what it is. When we got in trouble, y'all didn't come up as a collective. LULAC didn't join with Martin Luther King, and Felix Tiarena has said a long time ago, one of the top men in LULAC, one of the OGs of LULAC, say he did not want to join with Black America. He said our problems was our problems. That's what he said. He said Black America problem. He don't want nothing to do with us like that. LULAC is the one that fought for the white classification. So, ma'am, fight your battles. Like I say, I hope it works out for you. But you talking about Black Americans, and if y'all in her chat or whatever saying things to her, leave her alone. Why y'all even arguing with that woman? Leave her alone. She got way more issues in her community to be dealing with. See, my thing is, we gotta stop wasting our time. I'm not arguing with nobody in the comment section of no video, no nothing. My time is so precious, and I have a whole lot of things to do. I have a lot to do, and arguing with her, if I'm not even getting paid for it, now I'll argue with her. I'm getting paid for it, but if I'm not getting paid for it, like in other words, it's not worth my time, then I'm gonna focus on things that's going to be a maximization of my time. So sometimes you gotta just educate people. It's not even about roasting, because some people just don't know what they're talking about.
That's right, Uncle Phil.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and
so that brother ignorant as hell, which shows that there is no black and brown nothing. They can hold their own taco and their own burrito. We got our own issues to worry about. So in other news, we got the update on the National Guard shooter, the Afghani refugee who came in under Biden, old sleepy dementia Joe Biden, and was trained by the CIA. And decided that he was going to ambush and shoot two National Guardsmen. One died, the other one was in critical condition. So Mad Blacc TV, the most toxic and most dangerous black man on the internet, otherwise known as Chris Crazy House, is going to give us an update on that.
the most toxic black male on the internet, and I am Black Up in Your Face again with some more pro-black commentary. So by now, I'm sure you've all heard the story of the two National Guard members who got shot in DC. And sadly that, one of them died, the female of the duo, and the other is in critical condition. But what I wanted to talk about today was the shooter himself. And his name, hopefully I pronounce it okay. I've heard it repeated a few times while researching this story, so I'm going to do my best to get his name right. But his name is Ramanullah Lochinwall, and he is an Afghan national, so he's from Afghanistan. But the interesting thing about him is, the media has been trying to push the whole idea that, he was this lone wolf. He was, living in isolation, and he had a lot of mental issues, and he'd been kind of going crazy. But what has popped up about him is not only is he from Afghanistan, but he's part of a group of Afghanis that served to work with the United States government. In fact, he was part of a CIA-backed group called the Zero Unit. So he was basically an Afghan national. So he was in Afghanistan as a child, and he was a child soldier who was already, how do I want to say this? I can't really say he was working for one of these warlords in Afghanistan. He might have even been abused by said warlords, but he was a child soldier there, and he was used by the CIA as well as the U.S. military to help them fight against, the war on terror, fighting the Taliban in Afghanistan. Now, some international groups have called the Zero Unit a death squad because they were known for, when they're quote unquote supposedly killing terrorists, they're basically just going out there and killing other Afghani people, including other children. So it would basically be like if the CIA or the United States military came to the hood and said that they're going to work with the Crips and kill Bloods, basically. Which, to be totally honest, there's a lot of conspiracy theories around that, saying that that's exactly what's going on when it comes to these gang shootings. A lot of people feel that when they hear these stories of young black people getting shot, that's also CIA backed. But in my opinion, we'll never hear the truth about that. But that I do think that that's going on. But let's stick to this story right here about Mr. Lochinwall. So he was part of this unit, and he was allowed to enter this country and come over here by the Biden administration. Like, they started off the paperwork and, signing, the agreements to let them over here because they felt like, hell, if they stay in Afghanistan, they're going to be targets, basically, because they worked with these warlords to kill other Afghanis. So they basically worked to kill their own people with the United States. So, of course, the United States feels like they owe them a favor by letting them come over here, after this quote unquote Afghan war is over, which it's not really, but it's been going on forever and it's still going on now. But they want to let these people over here and, give them citizenship. So the Biden administration started off the paperwork for them to come over here. However, it was the Trump administration that signed off on it and said, yes, these people can come here. So, Trump and his people are saying like, well, these people or him, Lochinwall, should never have been here. He's someone that is a criminal and he shouldn't have been here, right? This is what, they're trying to use it to feed into their whole MAGA immigration policy. But it was you, Mr. Tangerine, that signed off on him coming over here. So the Biden administration may have started it, but you allowed it to happen. You didn't say, hey, they need to go back, right? So, it's, if you want to blame an administration, you can blame both of them. And once again, Lochinwall got over here, and yeah, he basically shot two National Guard people when he whatever was going on with him. Like I said, they're playing the whole he went crazy, that he was in isolation and then he just couldn't take it no more, right? Which I don't believe that either. He might have some sort of PTSD. He might have thought that, he might have been on a mission or something like that. I don't know, right? But the fact that this story has come up about his past, being a child soldier and working for warlords in Afghanistan and also being part of a CIA-backed group, that sheds a whole new light on what has happened here. And at the surface level, a lot of people are saying that basically a problem that the United States created somewhere else has basically come back here to hurt American citizens, which is what a lot of people felt would happen on 9/11. The fact that you're over there, because a lot of people forget that the United States at one point supported the Taliban, right? The United States at one point supported people like Saddam Hussein, and the United States is known for supporting dictators and terrorist groups when it benefits them. When the Taliban was fighting against Russia, then it was okay for the United States to give them weapons and training and teach them how to fight, right? When it was convenient for the United States, when we were at war with Iraq, it was convenient for the United States to let people from Persia or Iran to come here and learn how to fly planes. Like one of my art buddies, one of my best friends in the world, his dad is actually from Persia. Like he didn't know this for years. Like he just never knew who his dad was, but it turned out his dad was trained on a military base in Florida, learning how to fly jets so they could fight against Iraq. And then his dad got his mom pregnant and then just left. But that's where his dad is from. And he recently found out during the pandemic and got a chance to meet his Persian side of the family. Like his brother found him online and they've kind of reconnected. But that's just giving you a microcosm of what goes on with the United States. They train a lot of these people. So a lot of people that they call quote unquote terrorists, or a lot of people that they call the enemies of freedom around the world, they're usually trained by the United States in some shape, form, or fashion, whether it's CIA or just some sort of military training, or they let them come here and get military training. There was a lot of rumors that the people that crashed those planes on 9/11, that they got military training here, right? We also know about the whole situation with the Bay of Pigs. Those Cubans were trained here in the United States. So it's like the United States has a history of doing things when it's convenient. They'll ally themselves with certain people when it's convenient, but when this stuff blows back on them, then they want to scream foul or scream that, well, these people are terrorists, but you're the one that financed them. You're the one that, gave them the knowledge of how to create bombs or how to use certain types of guns, or how to use certain types of terrorist tactics in order to achieve their goals. You just didn't think it was going to be used on you. You thought they were just going to use it on the Russians or use it on another Middle Eastern faction, right? So, it's scary when you think about it, because if you as a random American citizen may fall victim to one of these CIA trained, American trained killers that our government has propped up, right? And it might just be a random situation like this where you get shot by one of these CIA trained killers, or you could be involved in a terror attack. You're just going to work one day, going in your office building, and then all of a sudden you see a plane flying towards your building. You know what I'm saying? So these are the type of things that I studied this a lot when I was younger. I don't really do it as much anymore, but seeing this has brought back a lot of that knowledge about how our government is kind of responsible for a lot of the pain that we go through over these last couple of years. And don't be surprised if you ever find out that it's the CIA or the FBI or some government organization training these young gang members in your neighborhood. Like I truly believe that when there is violence in Chicago or violence in Memphis, it's some of the same government organizations out there are causing that violence. If they're not doing it themselves in disguise, they're training these young people. Because I mean, just the fact that there are military grade weapons in the hood, where are these weapons coming from? Young black kids don't have access to that. We can't just go to a gun store and buy that. So like, where are these weapons coming from? You see what I'm saying? I mean, we know that Americans' involvement with, the whole Iran Contra is what brought drugs into the black community. So why not? Why couldn't that be also the reason why we have so many high-tech weapons in the black community? You got young people talking about switches and AKs and everything else. Where's that coming from? We don't manufacture that. So it's always interesting when people always want to point the finger and blame young black people, but you don't see the hidden hand that is in that. You don't see the hidden hand that is supplying that type of madness and is fomenting that type of madness to go on within their community. And if they'll do this over in Afghanistan, if they'll do this over in South America somewhere, then I can truly believe they'll do it here in the United States, especially against black people, because to a lot of them, they feel like black people are the enemies of their version of the United States. So you folks can let me know how you feel about it in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this story. Anyway, Mad Blacc, and I will be back on my foot on a devil's back.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with everything that Mad Blacc TV said. Like, these months, they've been trained by the CIA, they've been trained by the United States military, and they carry out these acts. As far as the gang-related shootings, I believe that too. CIA, government, FBI, all have their hands in all of that. Because how else are these military-style weapons getting into our communities and into these gang members' hands? So yeah, we've been talking about that for a number of years. So yeah, I'm not surprised. So moving along, we got new information on Black Girl destroyed by the fans. So there was a black cosplayer that was killed about a week ago, or she killed herself rather. And these white supremacist trolls online had a lot to do with it. So Mad Blacc TV is going to give us an update on that. Professor Black Truth already gave us a take on it. I played that last week, so now we're going to hear from Mad Blacc TV on that.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Blacc, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. The brother who told you to beware of these white bigots in pop culture, but you didn't listen, and now they've gotten you hating yourself to the point where you do harm to yourself. And I am black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So a very sad story that I've seen a lot of black commentators doing videos on, and it's the story of a young girl, 19 years old. Her name was Ashley Paxton, black girl who loved doing cosplay and who liked to, be involved in a lot of conventions and geek and pop culture. And she wound up taking her own life because of all of the harassment and of all the racism and bigotry that she suffered at the hands of a lot of these bigots within the pop culture, geek culture, or nerd culture. So when I saw this story, it was very sad to see that. And once again, I've seen other people do commentaries on it, and I want to kind of give my perspective as someone who was involved in this type of culture, as someone who's an artist, who has worked in animation, who's worked in social games, who as someone who just enjoys doing artwork, whether it be my own characters or even doing fan art of popular characters that exist either in movies or comic books. And I've probably done it all. I've been to a lot of these conventions, whether you talk about the ones over on the West Coast or even like smaller ones that are geared more towards a Black audience. I've been to them all, basically. And I create a lot of content that is sold at these types of conventions. So I think I have a pretty good handle on this community overall. And I can tell you, based on my own experience, yes, there is a lot of bigotry within these so-called nerd or geek circles in these spaces. There's a lot of bigotry going on there, a lot of white supremacy. And it's to the point where it's seeped in and it infects the entire, basically the entire white side of these spaces, because for a lot of them, a lot of them feel like excuse me, a lot of them feel like society sort of rejects them, or a lot of them feel like outsiders. So for them, when they get into comic books or video games or sci-fi or these movies or cosplay, it's an escape for them. So they feel like, if they're marginalized or they're outsiders, then they can find a community outside of that. And that's how they take it. It's very serious to them, right? So if they see a Black person in these spaces, that sort of messes up the fantasy for them. For the ones I'm talking about, for the bigoted, racist ones, it messes with them, right? They don't like the fact that, if a Black person is there, or if a Black person is dressing up like a classically white character, right? Which this girl Ashley did a lot of, or like she dresses up like an anime character, which are usually like either white or Japanese characters. They have a problem with that. They almost feel like the Black person is intruding on their fandom if this, the Black person is just being there, right? And they want they want Black people to kind of either stay in their place, stay in their certain spaces, or just not be there at all. And when you have something like this going on, I think it's prudent for a lot of Black people within these spaces to be aware that this type of mentality exists. Like, don't be naive to it. Don't be to the point where you think, well, yeah, these white people like anime and comic books, and I like anime and comic books, and when I get into this culture, it's going to be all to the good, and these white people are going to accept me because a lot of Black kids, they feel like there's a lot of Black people, a lot of young Black people who don't accept them for who they are, so they feel kind of marginalized too. So that's what attracts them to this type of culture. They feel like they can get some sort of attention from other these white people when they get in there, and they'll be have camaraderie and friendship with them because they all like the same thing. And that can happen, but you also have to be prepared for some of these white people feeling like you're intruding on their space. A lot of them, they build these spaces so they can be away from Black people. Like, they like the fact that within anime there's hardly any Black characters at all. Like, that's what they get off on, the fact that these characters mostly look white. I know they're supposed to be Japanese, but the characters mostly look white, and they don't have to deal with any Black people, because you see how ridiculous they act when Black people are in content just within the United States. If there's a Black comic book character or a Black person or a Black superhero or something like that in a movie, you see how they react to that here. So they have a hissy fit when they see that here. So of course, if they see a Black person dressing up like their favorite anime character who's supposed to be Japanese or white, they're really going to have a meltdown. And as Black people who enter these spaces, you need to be aware of that. And I really do think you need to do some soul searching and think, like, what what truly attracts me to this type of content? Like, what do you like? Why are you there? You know what I mean? Like actually think about that. And if the answer is, well, I like this content because I like it, because I enjoy it, then I think that's a good spot to be in. Like if you're in it just because you enjoy the content, I think that's a good spot to be in. And this is something where I felt like that's where I am with it. Because to be totally honest, when I was into a lot of this stuff, when I first started getting into like anime and comic books, it wasn't a popular thing to begin with. So there was no reward to it. It was all, you were doing it for the love of it. There was no attention for doing cosplay back in the early 90s. It was very rare that you even had conventions where you can go and do that, right? If you were into, anime back in my day, it was not popular at all. Most people didn't even know what that was. They thought it's just cartoons or whatever. And, why are you still watching cartoons as a teenager? So if you're into it for the love of it, that's a good spot to be in. If you're in it for some sort of camaraderie or white acceptance, I got to tell you and burst your bubble and let you know that you're not going to get that. That's not the place to be in. That's not the mentality to have. You gotta, if you love doing this, do it because you love it. Don't be doing it because you think you're going to have some white friends. Because if you do that, that's going to mess with your mind, because you're going to find the rejection is going to come to you over and over again. The harassment is going to come to you over and over again. The bigotry is going to come your way over and over again. You see what I'm saying? So for someone like myself, who, I used to post a lot of my cartoons back in the late 90s and early 2000s, I dealt with a lot of, nonsense and bigotry from these assholes on social media or on places like Newgrounds or whatever, because these white boys, they get real bold when they're behind the computer. But I was raised pro-Black. I also was just raised in a tougher time. So for me, people talking trash online meant nothing to me. Like, that's like, you can't harass me or make me feel bad based on something you said online. If you can't say it to my face, there's nothing scary about that. And if you're going to enter into this flame war with me, just know I'm a dragon and I will drop bombs on you. Okay. If you're going to play the dozens and talk mess, be prepared for me to retaliate, and for me to retaliate with overwhelming force. I have no problem scorching you on a message board. In fact, I've been kicked off of certain message boards because of that, because I have that mentality. Like, if you remember that, I don't know if it still exists, that MMA boxing message board, Share Dog, I got kicked off of that. I got kicked off of, what was the other one? Crooks and Liars, which is supposed to be, quote unquote, a liberal message board. I got kicked off of that. So it's nothing for me to retaliate and flame you and set you on fire with some good old fashioned mama jokes or some good old fashioned talking about your race if you decide to talk mess to me. Okay, I have no problem doing that whatsoever. So if you can handle that, go ahead and make my day. All right. But I know for a lot of young Black kids, they're real sensitive, and they think they're going to have some sort of friendship. I didn't care about the friendship when I was going on these message boards, reading up about anime or finding manga that I couldn't find anywhere else. I just wanted to read the content. So for me, I wasn't trying to be buddy with anybody. When I created my animations, yeah, I was showcasing it to people, but people being negative just to get attention for themselves because it makes them feel good to troll people, that doesn't bother me. But I know for a lot of young Black people who get into these spaces, they're real sensitive about that because they think you're their buddy. I know you're not my friend. I have real friends anyway, so it doesn't bother me what some mysterious person with a fake profile says about me online to begin with. But for a lot of these Black kids, they can't handle it, and for a lot of them are very delusional about racism and bigotry anyway, to the point where I made this comment on Professor Black Truth's message board where he talked about this particular story, and I said that I used to stand up against these bigots in these nerd spaces a lot more back in the day, but I stopped because I started getting more pushback from Black nerds. And I talked about this with some of my other, very pro-Black artists out there, where we all say that a lot of these so-called Black nerd spaces are just as bad, if not worse, than the spaces with the white bigots. Because, a lot of these Black nerds, they want to be seen as the safe Negro. And, if someone like me shows up talking pro-Black, or if someone like me shows up and recognizes some of these white races or racism within the industry, right? Then that they feel like that ruins it for them. They feel like these Negroes in these spaces, these Black nerd spaces, feel like, you're causing trouble. You're making it so I can't be friends with these white people if you bring up these white people's racism, because I'll just sit here and ignore it and allow it to keep going on, and let them play in my face and call me the N-word and everything. But if you pro-Black, angry Black man show up and start getting into arguments with them, that can hurt me. So these Black nerds will turn on me. So I got to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm cool on the Black geek spaces. I'm cool on the Black nerd sections. And even when it comes to going to Black conventions, I kind of pick and choose which ones I go to. If they're cool with me being pro-Black and they don't mind me being pro-Black, then that's fine. If they have a problem with that, or they think I'm too Black or whatever, then I just don't deal with them, or I'll excuse myself. You don't have to ban me from your message board. I'll excuse myself, and that'll be that. So to a lot of these Black cosplayers or Black people who are into anime or whatever, a lot of them have an obsession that they want to be buddy with the white people who are in these spaces, and then when they find out that doesn't work, it hurts them to their core. So you gotta be wary of that. I can't say that was what the problem was with Ashley Paxton, because I don't think anyone should be harassed or bullied. Okay, I'm not saying that that's a good thing, but I'm saying that you also can't be so wrapped up in it to where you think this is where you're unaware that this goes on in these spaces. You know what I mean? You need to be aware of the world that you live in and realize that, yes, white supremacy and bigotry will follow you even into these spaces where you think it's all about, fantasy and being whimsical and wish fulfillment. Yes, it can follow you there too, because the same mindsets that either work or create some of these things are still filled with the same white supremacist hatred for you. Okay, so you need to realize that and understand that. So you folks can let me know how you feel about this story in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this. So let me be clear before I leave and just say this. I don't think there's anything wrong with a Black person who's into cosplay, or a Black person if you're into anime, or if you're into comic books, or you're into movies or sci-fi or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. Just realize what you're there for. Do it because you love it. Do it because you love to create it. Do it because you love to read it. Don't do it because you want a white buddy down the line to like it with you. You can't do it for that reason. So just keep that in mind when you want to get into these spaces. Anyway, Mad Black, and I will be back on my foot on the devil's back.
Excellent advice, Mad Black TV. Yeah, I actually had a time where I tried to get up in these spaces, and I realized immediately that shit was not for me, and that these racist ass white supremacists was infesting these spaces. So I had a time where I was into MAGA and anime, art, and all of that. It was like back in high school. I learned real quick that white supremacists is all over that. Many days, I got into many fights at these little tournaments and shit. These motherfuckers thought they was slick, that they could talk all any old kind of way. And like you said, the black nerds are the worst. Them mugs, they try to defend these motherfuckers. And it's like somebody like me or Mad Black TV come in and we pro-black as fuck. They, oh, you ruining it for us and all that type of shit. So I have some experience with that madness. All right, so moving along, we got 50 Cent on Never Before Seen Diddy footage. Shows you his character and Diddy responds to 50 Cent Netflix. From feds and sends message not approved. So our brother, Big Ant, the spokesman, is gonna give us an update on that. The Good Money in America clip, and then Big Ant, the spokesman, gonna give us an update on that.
Never before seen footage of Sean Diddy Combs in the days leading up to his arrest in New York last September.
You want to put the stuff in my fanny pack, King?
The exclusive video obtained by Netflix shows Combs debating with his lawyers about strategy.
Listen to me. I'm going to get off the phone right now, and I am going to let you professionals look at the situation and come back to me with a solution. No matter what, no matter what nobody said. Let's just here and there, y'all are not working together the right way. We're losing.
The footage is part of a new, highly anticipated docuseries by director Alex Stapleton and rapper and executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, titled Sean Combs: The Reckoning. Was there anything that surprised you when you were watching?
I think it was surprising that he actually filmed it.
It was very interesting to watch a man who's known for his brand presence. You know, he has a really amazing knack for marketing and all of that, and how he was sort of taking that into account in how he was coming off to the public.
The exclusive video also shows Combs in Harlem greeting fans.
Off my back, bro. Lord, you win. I'm gonna win. Lord, you win. We win it. I'll accept it. I need some hand sanitizer. Hold on. I got it. I've been out in the streets amongst the people. Yeah, I gotta take a bath. Like the amount of people that actually I'm coming in contact with, like that's what I have to do. You know what I'm saying? Oh. It's like 150 hugs.
You're a public person as well, and there was one instance in Harlem, and his reaction when those people
went away.
Got in his
car and said, I feel like I need to wash, like I'm dirt. That was it show you his character.
Was that the reason for including it?
Yeah, I mean, and what's the odds that you would do that in front of the camera? Like that's one of the moments where he forgot he was on tape.
How do you respond to people who say that it's more about the disdain that you have for Sean Combs than it is for giving the victims a platform?
What they consider a pre-existing beef, right, for 20 years, right, is me being uncomfortable with him suggesting that he takes me shopping, or I looked at it like it was like a tester, like maybe you'll come play with me type of thing, right? And it's not personal.
I think it's important to also let people know that the show is not completely the perspectives of people that did not like Sean. We weren't trying to just get the highlights, the salacious details, you know, that the real goal was to storytell. And not everyone needed to have an allegation to be a part of this project.
The 4-part series also features 2 jurors from Combs' trial who are speaking for the first time about how they reached their mixed verdict, finding Combs guilty of 2 prostitution offenses, but clear of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, both sharing their thoughts on the relationship between Combs and singer Cassie. Juror 75 describing them as 2 people in love, and Juror 160 saying in part, domestic violence wasn't one of the charges. Cassie, is she a victim in all this?
I believe Cassie's a victim in all this because she came in she's like 18, like 19 years old in the very beginning. After a while, over time, you condition for it.
The goal of what the film is trying to do is to let the audience kind of come in to ask questions like, were their decisions colored by certain things, and who got the benefit of the doubt, in that courtroom?
Do you think that hip hop culture was on trial as much as Sean Combs was?
Not all. Look, if I didn't say anything, you would interpret it as hip hop is fine with his behaviors. There's no one else being vocal. So you would look at it and just say, because that mind your business, or let me not say nothing about nothing, or those things, it would allow the entire culture to register as if they're for that behavior.
If Sean Combs watches this, what do you think he's going to feel?
Like, wow, this is amazing. I think he's going to say this is the best documentary I've seen in a long time. Because you'll see people saying that. I mean, he may feel a different way about pieces and bits of it, but he knows the truth. I think he'll see the truth in it.
Wow, that was some finish right there. Thank you, Robin, for that. Sean Combs, The Writing, will be streaming worldwide on Netflix tomorrow.
Footage of Sean Diddy Combs in the days leading up to his arrest in New York last September. A new highly anticipated docuseries by director Alex Stapleton and rapper and executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
I think it was surprising that he actually filmed it.
It was very interesting to watch a man who's known for his brand presence. He has a really amazing knack for marketing and all of that, and how he was sort of taking that into account in how he was coming off to the public.
The exclusive video also shows Combs in Harlem greeting fans as well. And there was one instance in Harlem, and his reaction when those people
went away.
Got in the
car and said, I feel like I need to wash, like I'm dirt. That was, it should show you his character.
Was that the reason for including it?
Yeah. I mean, what's the odds that you would do that in front of the camera? Like that's one of the moments where he forgot he was on tape.
How do you respond to people who say that it's more about the disdain that you have for Sean Combs than it is for giving the victims a platform?
What they consider a pre-existing beef, right, for 20 years, right, is me being uncomfortable with him suggesting that he takes me shopping. I looked at it like it was like a tester. Like, maybe you'll come play with me type of thing, right? And it's not personal.
I think it's important to also let people know that the show is not completely the perspectives of people that did not like Sean. We weren't trying to just get the highlights, the salacious details, that the real goal was to storytell. And not everyone needed to have an allegation to be a part of this project.
The 4-part series also features 2 jurors from Combs' trial who are speaking for the first time about how they reached their mixed verdict, finding Combs guilty of 2 prostitution offenses, but clear of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, both sharing their thoughts on the relationship between Combs and singer Cassie. Juror 75 describing them as 2 people in love, and Juror 160 saying in part, domestic violence wasn't one of the charges. Cassie, is she a victim in all this?
I believe Cassie's a victim in all this because she came in as she's like 18, like 19 years old in the very beginning. After a while, over time, you condition for it.
The goal of what the film is trying to do is to let the audience kind of come in to ask questions like, were their decisions colored by certain things, and who got the benefit of the doubt, in that courtroom?
Do you think that hip hop culture was on trial as much as Sean Combs was?
Not all. Look, if I didn't say anything, you would interpret it as hip hop is fine with his behaviors. There's no one else being vocal. So you would look at it and just say, because that mind your business, or let me not say nothing about nothing, or those things, it would allow the entire culture to register as if they're for that behavior.
If Sean Combs watches this, what do you think he's going to feel?
Like, wow, this is amazing. I think he's going to say this is the best documentary I've seen in a long time. Because you'll see people saying that. I mean, he may feel a different way about pieces and bits of it, but he knows the truth. I think he'll see the truth in it.
Wow, that was some finish right there. Thank you, Robin, for that. Sean Combs, The Writing, will be streaming worldwide on Netflix tomorrow.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, may be back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and I had a link in the description where you can watch that clip in the beginning in full and on ABC as 50 Cent made an appearance this morning to announce his new documentary on Netflix about Diddy. In his final days before he was arrested by the feds, he was recording, documenting it all, and I had to cut a few of the clips out because it's actual footage from the documentary, and that's going to be copywritten by Netflix. But if you watch that in full, you can see the little previews of it as it is dropping tomorrow. Now, 50 Cent had been announcing this. It had been already in the works, but they came and made it official now. But Diddy has sent word out, and his team has put out word, even though he in the feds right now, of his stance and his relationship with people at Netflix, saying that he had a Netflix or he was already in discussion with this, and how they are doing this right now is illegal. I don't know the law, but they are saying it's incorrect to be done like this, and the legal issues will be handled, as Lauren LaRosa from Breakfast Club got exclusive word from them, and other people have been putting out word as well that they have been contacted and told this side of the story. Exclusive statement from Diddy's rep on 50 Cent's new documentary on Netflix. Here's what they allege. We have confirmed that Netflix used footage that was never authorized for release, including private moments, pre-indictment material from an unfinished project, and conversations involving legal strategy that were not intended for public viewing. The footage was created for an entirely different purpose under an arrangement that was never completed, and no rights were ever transferred to Netflix. A payment dispute between outside parties does not create permission for Netflix to use unlicensed private material. None of this footage came from Mr. Combs or his team, and its inclusion raises serious questions about how it was obtained and why Netflix chose to use it. In response to the new Diddy documentary on Netflix, Diddy's team is also alleging that Netflix is only heightening the core issue by giving creative control of this production to Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Diddy's team continues with their allegations. 50 Cent is a longtime public adversary who has mocked Mr. Combs for decades, posted fabricated accusations, and publicly celebrated his legal challenges. Even Mr. Jackson has admitted he was shocked Sean ever filmed some of these moments, which underscores that the footage is being exploited for entertainment rather than presented with fairness or context. Beyond the legal concerns, Mr. Combs views Netflix's decision as a personal breach of trust. He has long respected Ted Sarandos, admired the legacy of Clarence Abbott, and maintained a positive personal relationship with the company's leadership. For Netflix to hand his story to someone who has publicly attacked him for decades feels to Mr. Combs like an unnecessary and deeply personal affront. He expected fairness at minimum from people he considered colleagues. Keep in mind, I was also told that Diddy had been working on his own doc with Netflix prior to his release, but back out once he couldn't have creative control. Diddy also alleges that Netflix's recent pattern of prioritizing sensational content over accuracy, as seen in their decision to rely on discredit fabricated journals in a separate documentary. The use of unauthorized footage here reflects reckless disregard, not journalism. Diddy's publicist says their legal team is formally notifying Netflix and says that they expect the company to address these issues immediately. And looking at this, how it played out, Diddy and his team already knew that this day would be coming when they would be promoting and doing a release of this documentary. It didn't just get sprung on them. So Diddy already gave them the words that he wanted them to put out there and say, hey, I have a relationship with the people over there at Netflix. I was already in works with them and in conversation with doing some type of doc with my footage, but they don't have licenses for this. They didn't get my permission, and I don't approve of what they are releasing right here, because this didn't just spring on them today. They knew it was coming. 50 had already been promoting it, but they had in their mind, once this dropped, Diddy, what you want want us to get out. Hey, I already had something on the table for it. 50 Cent has been coming at me throughout this time. That's his legal side saying that of it. And the intentions here are not good at all. Y'all are just looking for a moment. And they even got clips in there that don't make Diddy look good. Just in the phrase of how he's saying it and delivering it when he was shaking everybody's hands on the streets. Oh, I need to take a bath now, man. I done been around 150 people and things. Yeah, you got to be sanitary. You want to be clean. But when you say that on camera, then they say also legal strategy that he's using. I have to say this. I don't agree with the documentary from somebody else in hip hop and 50 Cent. And I also don't agree with 50 Cent. It would be painted on like that's what hip hop do, and that would be a representation like hip hop is okay with that. Not at all, bro. We can't say that. That's just why I'm staying with it. 50's incorrect in that matter, because in the other things in the world, they put the negative stereotype on us regardless, no matter what nobody do or say. It's always been that way because it's been that way against black people as a whole. That's been the stigma to just put us as these negative people. But we've seen throughout the years when all these pastors get caught messing with these little boys, do we put that on these other culture or they race? Do we put it on all of them? Does that represent all of them? When Weinstein, Epstein, all these dudes in Hollywood, these execs, the one that got up on Terry Crews, what we hear about these casting couches, do we run that in there? Oh, the whole Hollywood is that way. Do they stop their business? Do they stop their culture and their business? Nah, it don't. So whatever Diddy got going on, that's not a representation of hip hop or black people at all. That's individual. So I can't agree with 50 on that. I wouldn't do this. This is 50. He's the king petty. He gonna go down to the low of the low. You know what it is. He's made it very clear. But with this situation right here, I don't want to ever say what Diddy was doing with Cassius Cool, beating on her, dragging her down the hallway. Come on, bro. I know y'all like to play like somebody is okay in something, and I'm not. Now, I'm not saying that that's cool, but we know that the way that them charges was laid out, the way that they did it, that's why they say it right there. One of the jurors was like, well, that ain't trafficking, bro. At the end of the day, yes, Diddy caught her when she was young. He most definitely manipulated her, played on her. You know what I'm saying? No doubt about that. But it got to that point, she could feel like, hey, he holding me hostage. None of that stuff is cool. I'm not saying that at all. But we can't act like this is what it ain't when people do have decisions and he's paying these people to have sex with her. That's by choice, not by force. She's also doing it as well, getting high as well, too, getting on that blow, getting on that dope, and they all get freaking and geeking and sneaking on each other. Now, 50, definitely a marketing genius because he finna capitalize off of all this. We'll see how it play out. He say that, man, I think he said somebody's kids a moment or something personal right now, bro, at this point in time for somebody. We don't do stuff like this, dog. Like, we gonna go take it down to that level. It got to be personal. Me, I'm the type of person, and everybody moves. If I have an issue with somebody, bro, I don't even want to be caught up giving you too much attention at all. I'm not even going to focus my time like that. I don't care how much money I can make off of it, what I can do with it. I'm not focusing that much energy into going at you. Well, I'm finna go be doing documentaries on you. You got this going on, that going on, that going on. I'm focused on you every post, even if it is marketing. But tell me what y'all think, man. I got to disagree with 50 Cent on some of them points. The things that he was saying on that video, but when it comes to the beefing, being petty, going for the feet, that's what he gonna do. But those talking about videos, all that.
Stay on your damn pivot. Yeah, 50 is super petty for this shit. And then to sit up there and lie and say, oh, well, nobody else in the industry would have spoke out against this. That's a damn lie. So I agree with Big Ant and his observation of the situation. So yeah, the docuseries is now on Netflix. So if you have Netflix, you can watch it. I'm sure there's other ways you can watch it too, but if you have Netflix, you can definitely watch it. All right. don't have Netflix. So I haven't watched it, but when I get a chance, I will probably check it out with Lady Che. Lady Che will probably go in deeper on this, on the RBA. So we'll see. So moving along, kind of pressed for time now. We got our sister Danni C from Chicago Flips Red. Question Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson on Old Sambo removing Black residents from their homes. Shout out to Chicago Flips Red, Sister Danni, Sister Prosperity, Sister Jessica Jackson, and Sister Zoe.
In Chicago, a lot of people are losing their property. And Barack Obama wants to put his presidential library over people out of their homes. But prior to even that, when I spoke to Sister Jessica Jackson, when I met her at the Ohio Black Expo, and shout out to Brother Butch and Sister Sherry, the sister was talking about that issue constantly about they trying to get Black people out of their homes in Chicago. And, you know, the mayor, Brandon Johnson, you know, he has been definitely all for the Democrats, but not for Black people. And we know there's a lot of Black people in Chicago. And Chicago is a great city, great Black people in Chicago. I really need to get back over there, which I will be getting back to Chicago next year in 2026. Oh, that's for sure, because I want to do an event there. But Sister Danni C went up there to get on Brandon Johnson. And I tell Black people all the time that the blueprint that Danni C and Sister Jessica Jackson and Carter Trust and all the different ones that was going up there to City Hall and getting on them, that model should be replicated in all these major cities that what these sisters are doing. And they very consistent at what they doing. So let's go ahead on and play with what the sisters saying, and let's go ahead on and follow this up, because Brandon Johnson, he know he wrong.
There you go. You got a Black woman right there, Black man. You got a Black woman right there, Black man with a Black wife and 3 Black kids and LGBT. You got 2 Black ladies over there, Black man, who just told you, you got a Black man right here who just told you their properties are being taken. Black people properties are being taken by your guy, Obama. That's displacing senior citizens and Black people, Black man. Where's the I want you to stand up with us and do a press conference with us. When you gonna do it, Black man, Brandon Johnson, since you're fighting white supremacy? All these Black people said they reached out to you. That's a Black man right there who want to get his kid, Black man, since you so family oriented. Where can we get a press conference with you and these Black aldermen? Can we get y'all to stand up with us? Because you're not really about that life, Black man. See, it ain't about that. See, you a communist, you foreigners, and you a foreigner. And see, you communists and socialists think that we're going to allow you to come in Chicago, where the true citizens born and raised here, and we're going to let a foreigner from Elgin come in and destroy our city? You thought that, right? It was fun. It was fun and games in the beginning. You thought that was going to happen, Black man, but you got Black women that's going to make sure that it don't. And the white man that's so racist, we got the white man that's racist, the ones helping us. So all this racial and division talk, Black man, do something that's really destroying our community. Stand with us with the crime, Black man, with the violence going on in our community, Black man, all the abandoned buildings, the money that y'all stole that never made it to our communities, Black man. Stand with us with that, Black man. This is what you can do. Get rid of those illegals that you spent all that money on, and put those resources in our community. That's one of the budgets that you can do in that budget. Instead of taxing the rich, Black men, but you are the rich. So you think that pension that you think you're going to get when you get out of office, that $1 million pension, millionaire Brandon Johnson, you think you're going to get that? No, you're going to go to jail, my boy. Black man, you're going to jail. President Trump, DOJ, we're calling on you. Black women, the beautiful black women that you talked about, we're calling on you to get this black man up out of office and lock this black man up. You think you just gonna ride in the sunset with that $1 million of pension off the backs of our plight? You think that's what's gonna happen? Black man, you and your black wife and black kids that's gonna run up in the sunset and go live good while we are right here in our community struck.
There was a video done on our AfroWire AI channel by Layla. Shout out to Layla, one of our AI reporters, about Jasmine Crockett basically speaking for blue and not black. And that's what the same thing with Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. He's on that. He's all about blue and not black. Chicago has a lot of black people. Brandon Johnson, he was a teacher in the public school. Brandon Johnson know the issues in the black community. He had students that would tell him the issues. He lives in a black community. And yet when he got that job, because the only reason people voted for him was say, hey man, he in the community. We know him. And then when he get up there, when I did the interviews with the brothers about a year or so ago in Chicago, they said that the moment he got that position, he flipped. He stopped being the person they knew. And if you're not going to staying on business, then yeah, he needs to go. He needs to be a one-term mayor like Mayor Eric Adams. Because clearly he's not doing for black folks in Chicago. It ain't no way I'm the mayor of Chicago and I'm going to sit up here and have people just railing on me all the time about what I'm not doing. And it's constantly going viral and all is on the news and all of that. And because I'm not doing nothing, because the first thing they start talking about toward Brandon Johnson is prioritizing all these illegal immigrants over the residents of Chicago and not doing nothing for black folk. They literally had to fight with Brandon Johnson not to take their community center and put the migrants over there, and which doesn't make any sense. Brandon Johnson and the Democrats, which Democrats run Chicago, they've been running Chicago, they do not prioritize black people. And that's why y'all in Chicago got to all get registered to vote and get some people that's going to stand on business. It don't matter about no political party. It matters about the agenda and what they're supposed to do for black folk, right? I understand Chicago is very segregated. I get it. I understand there's white people and Asians and Hispanics and all that. I understand a mayor needs to do for everybody, and that's true. But in the midst of doing for everybody, don't forget black folk. You got aldermen up there who are black and won't stand on business for black people. That don't make any sense. What's the point of having representation if you're not even doing nothing for the black people? You got a bunch of representation, right, and yet you get nothing done. You might want to have the white folks and everybody else up there then, if that's the case. But it's going to be on us to hold them accountable. It's going to be on y'all in Chicago. If your alderman is a piece of crap, get him or her out and put a brother and sister in that place that's going to do something for black folk. Once again, it's not about political party. If you're a Democrat to stand on business, if you're a Republican to stand on business, you're an independent party, don't matter. If you stand on business of black folk, they should get the vote, right, and the dollars to support their campaign. Brandon Johnson is going to go along with whatever the Democrats want to do. He is going to follow the DNC to the letter because he wants a higher position. Maybe Brandon Johnson wants to run for so he can scale up in the Democrat Party. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The Brandon Johnson not worried about y'all. He has proved that. He get up here and talk about Trump's a racist and all this other stuff. Trump is not even really your issue, buddy. Your issue is black people. Right. And trying to gentrify black people out of their homes. Y'all taking black people homes on some BS with taxes. Y'all doing all kind of dirty things to black people in Chicago. And I'm glad that the sisters are going up there raising hell every chance they get. Somebody got to fight for black people in Chicago. Right. Brandon Johnson, how do you go home at night and look at your wife in the face and your kids? I don't see how you do it. What do you tell them? You know, your wife, trust me, your wife and kids see the videos, bro. No different than my wife and kids see my videos. So they definitely seeing yours. You will go home and explain why you're not gonna do nothing. I know my wife, she would tell me like, babe, what's going on? Why do women keep going up there fussing at you? What you not doing? She'll be getting on to me like, well, you need to do something for them. Is it because like you're on tired of them women keep saying something to you? You know, man, it sounds legitimate. And like, is that true what they saying? My wife be all investigating, asking questions and all of that. Cause you like, you ain't gonna be out here embarrassing me if you're not doing what's right. I mean, his wife's not embarrassed about some of this. I don't know. I don't know his wife, and I'm not talking down on her. I'm just saying my wife would be on me. That's for sure. But yeah, y'all keep putting that fire to Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson, you're wrong, brother. You're wrong. You should not be taking no black people's house or finessing them out their home. That's what we're supposed to have black representation for, to make sure that don't happen to us, right? But Brandon Johnson, like I said, he got to go. And I think the election for them is in 2027 for the mayor of Chicago. I think he's gonna run for.
Yep. Uncle Phil was correct, and so was Danny C. Shout out to Danny C. Shout out to Chicago Flips Red. Stay on. Let's go, Brandon Johnson's helmet. Me and Lady Che do the same here in Denver when it comes to the white boy, Mike Johnston, who has prioritized illegal immigrants over actual citizens, especially the black ones. So every Monday for the past 10 plus years, I've been giving the city council that work, and I have ran for office 3 times now. First city council at large, where I got almost 15,000 votes with no money. And second time was mayor of Denver in 2023. And the third time was for House District 8, which was the district I lived in at the time, for State House of Representatives. So the name of this game is fight where you at, black family. Wherever you're at in this country, fight where you're at. Wherever you're at in this world, fight where you at. We're here in the United States of America, and I'm here in the state of Colorado, so I'm doing the work that I can do here in the state of Colorado to advocate and help our black people, just our foundational black American people, citizens, constituents, to get what it is we need. So wherever you're at, fight for that. Shout out to the Chicago Flips Red. They are the template for what we should be doing in every major city in this country. Showing up, especially in these blue cities and these blue states, where these Democrats think it's okay to prioritize everybody but us, including illegal immigrants. And every Monday we got to hear from these damn illegal immigrants that shouldn't even have the right to even speak at these damn public hearings, because 1, they're not citizens, 2, they're not constituents, 3, they're not contributing nothing. They just want to get free goodies, handouts, and giveaways. So no, we're not doing it no more, and we're gonna keep showing up at City Council every Monday, giving them that B1 work. So moving along, we're down to the last few topics of the evening, or of the morning now, Grand Rising to you, and that is the unhoused neighbor news, the illegal migrant news, and the local Denver news, and Aurora news. So, in the legal migrant news, the ICE sweeps continue, and now New Orleans, the Big Easy, is having ICE crackdown begin. So their local media out there is going to give us an update on the New Orleans immigrant crackdown begins, plus federal action across the United States under the Trump administration. Get these monsters the hell up out of here, mass deportations. That's what you ran on. Time to follow through on it.
Immigration are launching in more U.S. cities. Hi, everyone. Department of Homeland Security has started operations in New Orleans and Minnesota. In New Orleans, officials launched Operation Catahoula Crunch on Wednesday, who were previously released from jail. In Minnesota, ICE's operation in Minneapolis and St. Paul will focus primarily on undocumented Somali immigrants. According to Ivan Rodriguez, kicks off our coverage.
As anticipated, the Department of Homeland Security launched a federal law enforcement surge in New Orleans, Louisiana, state dog of Louisiana.
We're talking about child pedophiles who are on our list of targets, burglars, gang members, rapists. Those individuals we are highly targeting, and we will continue whether it be 5,000 arrests or beyond.
The Trump administration's latest immigration crackdown was prompted by the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. New Orleans Mayor-elect Helena Moreno says fear has swept across the city.
What they're seeing is what appears to be racial profiling of brown people, and then going after these individuals and treating them like they are these significantly violent offenders.
Activists say there's worry in the community. And as a new ICE operation unfolds in Minnesota, targeting undocumented Somali immigrants, according to a federal official, President Trump ramped up attacks against the investigation into allegations of pandemic relief fraud in the state up to $2 billion.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin defended the administration's targeting of Somali immigrants, citing data showing fraud.
There's widespread fraud, particularly marriage fraud when it comes to immigration. We're looking at criminality here.
I'm Ivan Rodriguez reporting.
These new operations follow immigration crackdowns in other Democratic-led cities like LA, Chicago, Memphis, and Charlotte, North Carolina. People in New Orleans are pushing back. They held a protest this week against federal agents in the city.
We don't support ICE coming in, coming to our campuses, coming to our community, coming to our cities, and saying, and taking our neighbors, our friends, our classmates off the street.
Organizers say there are more protests planned in the coming days. Some businesses are also taking a stand outside Toast, a restaurant in the Big Easy. There's a handwritten note that says, quote, ask about ICE whistles, keep your community safe. Whistles have been used in other cities where raids have been held to sound a warning for people who want to avoid ICE officials. Another restaurant, Taqueria Guerrero, has kept its doors closed for the past few days. Workers there say that's being done in order to keep its community protected. In addition to the federal immigration agents, Louisiana's governor says he also expects National Guard members to arrive in the state before Christmas. Troops are expected to deploy across Louisiana and in New Orleans. They'll help tackle crime. Mike McDaniel breaks down what we know.
After a phone call with the president Monday morning, Governor Jeff Landry said National Guard troops will soon deploy across Louisiana.
He said, don't worry, Jeff, we'll have them there in 2 weeks.
We still don't know how many troops are coming, but back in September, Governor Landry asked the federal government for up to 1,000 Louisiana Guardsmen, calling it a matter of public safety. In New Orleans, he says troops will be here through Mardi Gras.
It's going to be a specific amount of guardsmen that will be able to deploy in New Orleans and other cities under which violent crime is causing citizens not to feel safe in their communities.
New Orleans Mayor-elect Helena Moreno, set to take office next month, says the city is already turning a corner on violent crime. The Metropolitan Crime Commission reports homicides, shootings, carjackings, and armed robberies have all dropped dramatically over the past 5 years.
If we're really working on the same goal of going after the very most violent offenders in the city of New Orleans, the National Guard does not help us toward that.
With troops already deployed in Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Memphis, Chicago, and Portland, Senator Bill Cassidy says it's a federal commitment to safety.
And what we have seen in some cities is that when the National Guard were out there, crime fell. And if you're in a neighborhood which has had a high crime rate, you're going to welcome uniforms no matter the color of that uniform.
I think it sends the wrong message, period.
Congressman Troy Carter says if the federal government wants to send resources, they should be financial to help hire local officers and buy new equipment.
A city where people are walking with long rifles and militarized and unaware of the municipal laws, untrained in the area of de-escalation. That's certainly not what the city of New Orleans, and I dare say any city, needs.
Governor Landry says simply having troops in place can deter criminals and give people a sense of safety.
When you talk to people that come to visit the quarter, to enjoy the quarter in the downtown area, they appreciate the secure presence.
A presence that'll soon be present. Mike McDaniel, WWL, Louisiana.
In Minnesota, fear is sweeping through immigrant communities as ICE's operation is now underway. The Trump administration says they're targeting people here illegally, not based on race or ethnicity. But many Somalis feel differently given the president's recent comments in a cabinet meeting where he directly criticized Somalia and its people.
Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country.
I think there's a lot of fear right now and a lot of confusion because it has been said multiple times that a lot of us are United States citizens. So the elders in our community are confused and they're scared for their children, and they just want some type of hope and understanding of the situation.
Minnesota is home to the country's largest Somali population. The Council on American Islamic Relations estimates that the vast majority of the 80,000 Somali immigrants in the state are either citizens or have a pathway to citizenship. It puts the number of undocumented residents somewhere in the hundreds. Jennifer Hoff is in Minneapolis with more reaction from city leaders and community members.
In Minneapolis, off West Lake, is what was the first Somali mall ever in a city, home to the country's now largest community.
So I was about 5, 6.
Including Zakaria Abukar, escaping civil war there, settling here in 1995.
It wasn't just the S-hole. We were the pearl of Africa once upon a time. And when we don't have that historical context, ignorance on fire.
The now tech entrepreneur joining Mayor Jacob Fry, alerting other Somali residents after senior law Twin Cities this week. Fry calling it a targeted attack and that as many as 100 agents will be deployed.
To our Somali community, we love you and we stand with you.
President Trump has since accused Somalians of ripping off Minnesota. Dozens of people have been convicted in what's now the largest pandemic-related scheme ever and are mostly of East African descent. Republican Senator Jordan Rasmussen defending any enforcement efforts.
The focus is on those who are breaking the law, whether it is people who are defrauding our human services programs or people who are coming and staying in this country illegally.
Some 80,000 Somalians now reside here. Data shows about half are foreign-born.
Many of us have gone through the legal channels.
Abukar hoping to keep bringing people together so his community isn't torn apart.
We need to open up our minds. We need to open up our homes. We need to open up our churches, our mosques to each other.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison said it's possible the state has the legal authority to challenge ICE specifically targeting an immigrant group. Mayor Fry, by the way, and the Minneapolis police chief reiterated at that press conference that they will not be collaborating with federal authorities.
The Trump administration is now pausing immigration applications for people from 19 countries, including Somalia. That's according to a new policy memo from U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. The countries were already facing travel restrictions under a presidential proclamation back in June. On the list, Afghanistan, Iran, Venezuela, and Cuba. The memo also puts a hold on all asylum applications, regardless of nationality. The administration's move comes just days after a National Guard member was killed and another critically wounded in a shooting in D.C. The suspect is an Afghan national who was in the U.S. with asylum status. Coming up, a Texas man is facing deportation after voluntarily going to an asylum interview. Now his family is fighting for his release. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back. We're getting new details on Customs and Border Protection's recent operation in Charlotte, North Carolina. The Department of Homeland Security says the operation, known as Charlotte's Web, led to the arrest of more than 425 people since November 15th. We don't know if any of them were released or their charges. The department says the operation is still ongoing and they'll continue to target dangerous criminals. Our station in Charlotte reports it hasn't heard or seen any federal activity like what was seen at the beginning. That's when videos like this were popping up on social media, showing boards detaining people outside of grocery stores, even chasing people in parking lots. The family of a Houston man is fighting for his release after they say he walked into his asylum interview and never walked out. ICE detained him on the even though he's married to a U.S. citizen and has no criminal history. Marcelino Benito shares his story.
It's been nearly a month since David Torres' world came crashing down in a matter of minutes.
How did you react to that call?
I was pretty shocked too.
Jorge, his husband of 8 years, showed up for a scheduled asylum interview at this USCIS office November 4th.
Right after he's sworn in, right alongside his attorney, ICE knocks on the door and comes in and arrests him. They're both stunned, shocked. It's definitely a trap.
Jorge's attorney, Patrick Pettibon, told us the arrest makes zero sense.
He was employed?
Yes.
No criminal history?
Correct.
Doing the right thing?
Yes.
Going by the book?
Exactly.
Despite all that, Jorge ended up here inside ICE's Montgomery Processing Center, locked up for 11 days. He was suddenly transferred 50 miles further to the Polk Adult Detention Facility in Livingston. Altogether, 28 days in custody and counting.
And it's just heartless to me.
Their life now on hold. It's already been quite the journey.
This is his credible fear interview.
David tells us Jorge fled Honduras to the U.S. in 2016, fearing he'd be killed because he's gay. Jorge could have obtained legal status through their marriage, but would have had to return to Honduras for only a few weeks.
He's so afraid to go back. He just wanted to do this asylum route.
The asylum interview last month was supposed to be the beginning of the end of his husband's immigration struggle.
Then we were just blindsided.
Their attorney now believes the interview was a way for ICE to bait his client.
Individuals are being detained at these interviews at a much higher rate than we've observed in the past.
Unprecedented tactics, Pettibon tells us, to boost ICE arrest numbers. Across the country, we've seen similar arrests when migrants show up for their routine appointments. Now, Jorge could stay locked up for months while this plays out.
Is deportation a real threat now at this point? I mean, is it on the table as this moves forward?
Yes, it is certainly a risk. Anytime someone is in immigration court proceedings, that is a possibility.
David wants the world to know Jorge is not the worst of the worst the Trump administration vowed to deport. He's a husband, and David just wants him home.
Are you hopeful that your husband will walk back through that door?
I'm hopeful. Yeah, I have to be.
Jorge's next hearing is this Thursday, December 4th in the Conroe Immigration Court. Now, judges there deny asylum more than 80% of the time. That is far higher than the 58% denial rate nationwide. We also dug into ICE activity in Houston. This is ICE data provided to the Deportation Data Project and analyzed by KHOU, and it shows more than 8,000 arrests so far this year. That's already 2,000 more than all of last year, with 5 months of data still not released. Now, ICE confirmed to us Jorge first crossed illegally into the U.S. in 2016. In a statement, they told us in part, Jorge Amado Hernandez was identified as a target and criminal history is not required for enforcement.
That was Marcelino Benito reporting. That does it for us today. We'll continue to track developments of the latest Department of Homeland operations in Minnesota and New Orleans. For now.
Yeah, so Trump ain't playing. Tom Homan is not playing. These mugs is getting the hell up out of here. Like I said, they got to boost the numbers, so more crackdowns, expect more crackdowns. And you damn cities like Denver that want to keep harvesting fugitives and criminals, aiding and abetting in this madness, y'all need to be held accountable for the shit as well. That's all I have to say about that, like that. I don't have to go back to your homeland. Everybody got to go back to their homeland. That's what it is. So moving along, we got an unhoused neighbor news. So the sweeps is continuing. They're still doing sweeps. And now the latest thing is a lot of people are sleeping in RVs. And they're getting swept in the RVs. So, where is it? RV homelessness is exploding in America. And then I'm gonna go basically state by state and show y'all what's happening, and come to Denver and show y'all what's happening here.
Meanwhile, we are getting reaction to President Trump's new executive order to tackle homelessness. He says he wants to make it easier for cities and states to stop people from sleeping on the street.
Our once great cities are
behind the bright lights of every big city. A hidden city on wheels is growing. RVs, vans, and cars packed with everything a family owns, moving from street to street before the next tow truck arrives. In 2025, millions of Americans live like this, not by choice, but because housing has turned into a luxury they can't afford. America has reached unprecedented levels in 2025, with experts calling it a national breaking point. Nationwide counts reveal over 1.3 million people experiencing homelessness on any given night, representing a 32% increase compared to pre-pandemic figures. The alarming aspect of 2025 is the speed of escalation, with some states reporting year-over-year increases between 10% and 41%. Completely overwhelming shelters, charitable organizations, and municipal budgets across the country. The primary driver behind this surge is the expanding gap between wages and housing costs. Today's average renter must earn $9.86 per hour to afford a modest one-bedroom apartment, yet millions of workers earn between $12 and $19 hourly, creating an unsolvable financial equation. Cities including Phoenix, Denver, Portland, and Tampa experience some of the fastest growth rates, with unsheltered populations doubling within just 3 years. In 2025, over 56% of homeless Americans are unsheltered, living in tents, cars, abandoned buildings, or RVs. This represents a significant increase from under 40% a decade ago. Counties report emergency shelters consistently operating at over 95% capacity, forcing thousands to sleep outdoors in freezing temperatures or extreme heat. For the first time, homelessness is being recognized as a systemic national disaster rather than isolated local issues. The 2025 rent crisis serves as one of the most direct engines driving homelessness, pushing millions of Americans from their homes because they cannot match the rapid escalation of monthly housing costs. Nationally, rent has surged by an average of 38% since 2020, but major metropolitan areas like Miami, Austin, San Diego, and Seattle have seen increases ranging from 52% to 68%, making housing fundamentally unaffordable for working families. Evictions have skyrocketed in response to these increases. Court records document over 1.2 million eviction filings in the past 12 months, the highest number ever recorded in United States history. Counties in Florida, Texas, and Georgia report eviction rates up by 45%, often affecting families who never missed payments until recent rent hikes exceeded their income capacity. Even middle-class families face displacement. A typical two-bedroom apartment now costs over $2,240 income to avoid being period, leaving millions unable to maintain housing. Corporate ownership compounds the crisis. Large investment companies now control 25% of all single-family rental homes, up from 16% 5 years ago. Their aggressive pricing models have contributed significantly to rent spikes across dozens of markets, with rent consuming 50 to 70 an exception. One of the clear indicators of the 2025 housing collapse is the explosive rise in Americans living in vehicles. Current estimates show between 3.1 and 3.8 million people now residing in cars, vans, trucks, or RVs, a number that has nearly tripled since 2018. This population includes full-time workers, families with children, seniors on fixed incomes, college students, and thousands of former homeowners who lost properties during job cuts or medical emergencies. Vehicle habitation was once considered a fringe survival strategy. Today, it represents the fastest growing form of homelessness across the United States. Cities throughout Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, Colorado, Texas, Florida, and New York report dramatic increases in RVs and vans parked on residential streets, industrial zones, or schools, big box or park lots. However, 2025 has also witnessed aggressive enforcement crackdowns. Municipal sweeps increased by as much as 300%. Thousands of vehicles towed. These often become permanent losses because owners cannot afford $350 to $900 towing fees, plus $75 to $200 daily storage costs. Losing the vehicle means losing the only shelter remaining. Many vehicle dwellers work full-time, but earn insufficient wages to secure stable housing. Others choose RVs because shelter systems are overcrowded, unsafe, or prohibit pets, partners, or personal belongings. America now has a massive hidden homeless population attempting to maintain normal lives. Affordable housing construction has slowed to alarming levels, worsening an already brutal housing shortage across America. In 2025, the United States produced 45% fewer affordable housing units than in 2019, despite dramatically rising demand. Nationwide, the country faces a deficit of 7.3 million affordable units, leaving low-income families with nowhere to turn when rents increase or evictions occur. The primary cause is soaring construction costs. Building materials have increased 22 to 34%, while skilled labor shortages have driven wages up another 15 to 25%, pushing project budgets far beyond what states or developers can sustain financially. Consequently, many affordable housing projects remain stalled, abandoned entirely, or significantly scaled back from original plans. Waiting lists reveal the true severity of this crisis. More than 3.6 million Americans currently sit on affordable housing wait lists, facing delays measured in years rather than months. Cities including Los Angeles, Denver, Boston, and Nashville report average wait times of 3 to 8 years, with some lists closed entirely because backlogs have become completely unmanageable. This shortage forces families into motels, cars, RVs, or informal shared housing arrangements that lack safety and stability. For seniors living on fixed incomes, the absence of affordable units proves catastrophic.
Yep, to that point, I was unhoused, and I was told it was going to be another 1 or 2 years before I got housed. This was back in 2019. So, shout out to Marianne, my godmother. She advocated for me, and that 1 to 2 years became 1 or 2 months. So it helps to have somebody that advocate for you if you are unhoused. It makes the process go a lot smoother. Whereas if you're just by yourself and you don't have nobody advocating on your behalf, it can make the process a lot longer. So yeah, that's my experience with it. It's fucked off. It really is. So if you are housed, cherish, appreciate the housing that you do have, because nothing like being out on the streets. That shit is horrible. I don't wish that on my worst enemy. All right, I'm gonna let the video continue. So yeah, a growing population is definitely the seniors. The seniors, the baby boomers, they are a growing population of people that are becoming unhoused neighbors, as I call them. Some people call them, what is it called? Not just homeless, but somebody said it too. Something about residentially displaced. So yeah, it's a real epidemic. So let's see what they're going to talk about next.
Without significant new construction, homelessness will inevitably continue rising. not because people are irresponsible, but because the housing system simply lacks adequate capacity for everyone. Seniors have become the fastest growing homeless population in America. Individuals over 60 years old now comprise nearly 28% of all homeless adults in 2025, a dramatic increase from just 16% a decade earlier. Rising rents, mounting medical bills, disabilities, and fixed incomes create a perfect storm, pushing older adults into streets, RVs, or shelters completely unable to meet their specialized needs. Many seniors depend entirely on Social Security, providing an average monthly payment of $1,907. This falls far below the cost of a typical one-bedroom apartment, averaging $1,600 nationally and exceeding $2,800 in high-cost states. This gap forces millions of elderly Americans to make impossible choices between rent, food, and essential medications. Age-related medical conditions compound this crisis significantly. Over 45% of homeless seniors have chronic illnesses, and 22% require mobility assistance. Yet shelters typically lack accessible beds, bathrooms, or medical support necessary for elderly populations. Another growing concern involves seniors living in RVs and older vehicles that are unsafe, poorly insulated, or mechanically failing. Many of these vehicles break down beyond repair, leaving elderly individuals stranded outdoors without alternatives. With senior homelessness projected to double by 2030, cities are scrambling to respond, but resources remain stretched impossibly thin. This quiet emergency is becoming one of the darkest humanitarian failures in modern United States history, affecting our most vulnerable elderly citizens. Mental health and addiction have become core drivers of the 2025 homelessness crisis, not because people are choosing the streets, but because the United States simply lacks adequate treatment capacity. States currently face 30 to 50% shortages in psychiatric beds, detoxification centers, and long-term recovery programs. Waiting lists for public treatment range from 3 weeks to 4 months, leaving unstable individuals with nowhere to access help. Over 47% of chronically homeless adults have untreated mental illnesses, including bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, severe depression, or PTSD. Meanwhile, opioid-related homelessness continues climbing, with synthetic opioids now involved in 74% of overdose deaths nationally. Police departments report responding to more mental health-related calls than burglaries or assaults. Yet officers have no placements available, so individuals are often released back onto streets within hours of initial contact. Shelters face the heaviest burden of this pressure, struggling to manage medical crises, psychotic episodes, and addiction withdrawal without trained staff or resources. Many facilities operate at 120% capacity, forcing them to turn desperate people away nightly. This system failure creates a destructive cycle where untreated individuals lose jobs, homes, relationships, medications, and stability, then fall into homelessness where their conditions worsen dramatically. America's mental health infrastructure is collapsing under the weight of modern homelessness, transforming a treatable problem into a long-term public emergency. Family homelessness in 2025 has reached levels unseen in modern American history. More than 190,000 children experienced homelessness this year, the highest number ever recorded in the United States. Most come from households where at least one adult works full-time but cannot afford rent following sudden price spikes that outpaced income growth. Family homelessness has increased by 28% nationwide, and in states like Florida, Nevada, New Mexico, and Washington, sleep in cars, motels, shelters, or cramped RVs lacking heat, plumbing, and basic safety features necessary for raising children. A major cause is the disappearance of lower-cost rentals. Units that previously rented for $800 to $1,000, unable to maintain housing despite working multiple jobs simultaneously. Support students arriving hungry, unbathed, and exhausted after nights sleeping in vehicles. Some districts saw homeless student numbers double. Influx of large families, infants, or pregnant women. Many parents are separated from their children during intake due to capacity or policy limits, creating trauma lasting years. For the first time, America is witnessing widespread working family homelessness, where people do everything right to represent one of the largest segments of the homeless population. Millions of Americans hold full-time jobs, some even 2 or 3, yet still live in cars, tents, motels, or RVs.
Yep, that's very true. So that shatters that bullshit narrative that, oh, they just lazy, they don't want to work, they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that. No, most people that are unhoused are working. I know when I was unhoused, I worked. I worked several jobs. I was a mover. I did skilled labor. I did a lot of jobs. I was a sign holder, a sign flipper. I stayed in motels. I slept on the bus. I slept at bus stops. I slept at bus depots. I slept in the shelter. I did all of that. So, and I still was employed. So it's just ridiculous when they say, oh, they just don't want to work. They're just lazy. They're just a bunch of drug addicts and all this. I wasn't no drug addict. All I did was smoke weed and cigarettes and drink occasionally. I wasn't on no fentanyl, no blues, no none of that. No crack, no meth, no none of that. So it just shatters that bullshit ass narrative that these NIMBYs in a lot of these cities like to run with and on occasion come to city council with. And then when people rise against that bullshit and tell them, hey, look, we need to get rid of these laws such as the urban camping ban and these sit-lie bans, which makes it illegal for you to cover yourself with a tent, a tarp, a sleeping bag, anything besides your own clothing is deemed illegal here in the city and county of Denver. They say, oh, we can do better. And your initiative that you ran, the Right to Rest Act, that's not gonna get us anywhere. We can do better. So we're gonna hold y'all to it. You said that we can do better. It's been 6 years and we're not doing better, we're doing worse. And it's not just Denver, it's every major city in this country where these things are going on. The bureaucracy in these states and in these cities keeps allowing this shit to continue. They got the money to house all these people that are sleeping in their RVs, sleeping on the streets, but instead they'd rather pay the police bigger budgets. They didn't defund the police, even though they lied and said they were going to do it. They didn't defund the police. They gave them more money. And now they got these bullshit ass ambassadors that run around harassing our unhoused neighbors, and they get paid to do so. After we were told, oh, that's not what they're not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a paid position, but yet they still continue to pay these people, and they continue to pay these police departments to enforce these ridiculous laws.
Because their wages cannot keep pace with housing costs that continue rising faster than income. In 2025, more than 53% of unsheltered homeless adults reported having a job or stable income source. And hospitality, industries essential to the economy but notorious for providing low wages insufficient for housing. A full-time worker earning the federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour brings in roughly $1,160 monthly before taxes. Even someone earning $15 hourly makes only about $2,400 per month, while national rent for a modest apartment often exceeds $1,900, creating an impossible financial.
Right. And to that point, a lot of these places, they want you to make 2-3 times the rent. They want you to have first and last month's rent and security deposit. So if you're only getting paid $7.25, which is the national minimum wage, there's no way in hell you're gonna be able to afford that off of that. And even if you're making 15, even upwards of $20-$25 an hour, you're still not gonna be able to afford a modest 1 or 2 bedroom apartment. So it's just a cycle, revolving cycle that they continue to perpetuate year after year, year after year. And then when the citizens say, hey, look, we got an initiative here. Oh, we got a bill here. Oh, no, we can't do that. That's going to hurt us. We're not going to get reelected. And all of that bullshit. So they cause problems just to act like they got a solution to the problem, but the problem never gets solved. It just becomes a revolving door. And now you got whole generations of people that are unhoused. You got people that have never been housed. It's just a really fucked up situation. So if you are housed, please cherish your housing, because it's definitely a privilege at this point. Even though we say housing is a human right, these politicians and this bureaucracy, they don't think so. Their actions say otherwise. You want the video to continue.
Equation. This mismatch makes homelessness an inevitable outcome rather than a choice. Many working homeless choose RVs or vans to maintain hygiene and safety while continuing employment. However, rising fuel costs, parking restrictions, and police sweeps make vehicle living increasingly unstable and dangerous. The working homeless are often invisible in society. They shower at gyms, dress professionally, and report to work every day while sleeping in vehicles or tents at night. For millions of Americans, homelessness isn't laziness. It's an economy where full-time work no longer guarantees shelter. One of the most controversial aspects of the 2025 homelessness crisis is the surge in police sweeps targeting RVs, vans, and cars used as homes. Cities including Los Angeles, Phoenix, Seattle, Denver, Miami, and New York have increased vehicle habitation enforcement by 200 to 300% this year, dramatically escalating confrontations with homeless populations. In many sweeps, entire streets lined with RVs are cleared within hours. Vehicles are ticketed for expired registration, parking violations, or improper habitation, then towed and impounded. Towing fees range from $350 to nearly $1,000, with daily storage charges between $75 and $200, making it financially impossible for most people to reclaim their only homes. Tens of thousands of RVs, vans, and cars have already been destroyed or auctioned off. Losing the vehicle means losing shelter, belongings, medication, and important documents, effectively resetting people to absolute homelessness with no pathway back. Cities defend these sweeps as safety measures, citing fires, drug use, and sanitation issues. However, critics argue the policies criminalize poverty and create deeper desperation rather than solving underlying problems. In 2025, nearly 40% of all unsheltered homeless individuals lived in vehicles at some point during the year. These crackdowns are pushing many from semi-stable vehicle living into full street homelessness, a dramatic and often irreversible decline in quality of life and safety. Tent encampments, urban neighborhoods, business districts, wooded areas, and highway shoulders across the United States. This growth is driven by overcrowded shelters, rising evictions, and vehicle crackdowns that leave thousands with nowhere else to seek shelter. In 2025, major metropolitan areas saw encampment populations grow by 35 to 60%. Communities in suburban Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, Washington, and Tennessee report large encampments forming near retail centers, parks, rivers. Encampments are especially dangerous. States like California and Oregon recorded over 220 tent-related roadside fires in the last year. Encampment also rising people attempt crossing vision. safety and environmental challenges requiring significant resources. For residents, they create fear and tension. But for homeless individuals, these camps are often the only place where they can live without constant eviction. Some cities attempt to manage camps, offering restrooms, trash pickup, and security, but capacity is severely limited compared to demand. Tent cities are now unable to contain the scale of this crisis. Food insecurity is escalating demand levels that they have never seen before. Many large food banks have experienced 30 to 70% increase for assistance too. Some smaller organizations have doubled or tripled their caseloads.
Y'all see me, I record every time I go to the food banks in my area, and them places are packed. Like my latest food visit was the Metro Caring, and that place was packed. Mainly full of illegals, but still packed nonetheless. So yeah, it's getting really crucial out here. Price of food has gone up. I just went to the store earlier. I spent $140 on groceries. Luckily, I got my stamps this month, because there's no way in hell I would have been able to pay for that myself. But it's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous how. And I didn't even get that much food. I got maybe enough food to get me through the week. And it was $140. So this shit is ridiculous. So people are really having to make life or death choices in order to get food. It's really bad. And then if you couple that being unhoused, it just makes matters even worse. Because then you gotta pay for your shelter, where you're gonna stay, if you're living in a vehicle, which at one time I was living in a vehicle when I first became homeless. I was living in my car. Back then, it was a lot easier to live in your car or live in your vehicle. Now, I can just imagine what it's like, especially with this 3-day toll. You got to keep moving every 3 days, otherwise they'll tow your shit. And then you got to pay for the storage, you got to pay for the impound. People don't have that kind of money to pay for all of that stuff. Otherwise, they wouldn't be unhoused. So they just keep you on a perpetual cycle of homelessness. And then, like I said, if you're able to get housed, then you got to deal with inspections. You got to deal with pest control. You got to deal with all kinds of shit. Not because of something you did, because of people around you, what they did. So, yeah, it's really fucked up. I'm going to let the video continue.
Training resources and volunteer networks. In 2025, an estimated 52 million Americans struggle with food insecurity, the highest number since tracking began. Inflation plays a major role in this crisis. Grocery prices have risen 19 working families. Food banks are running out of supplies weekly. Some locations have had to limit families to one visit per month or reduce the quantity of food distributed due to shortages. Especially volunteer-run food also impacts homeless individuals living in tents, cars, and RVs who lack refrigeration or cooking facilities. Many rely heavily on shelf-stable items, which are often the first to run out during shortages. It isn't just a housing crisis. It's an economic crisis affecting every layer of survival. Food banks, once a temporary safety net, are becoming a permanent life support system for millions of Americans struggling to survive, creating a new surge of homelessness among working adults. Tech companies cut more than 220,000 jobs, logistics shed over 90,000, retail 150,000, and manufacturing downsized by another 60,000 positions. When jobs disappear, housing stability quickly follows. Most laid-off workers lack emergency savings. 57% of Americans cannot afford a $1,000 unexpected expense. When income suddenly stops, rent is often the first bill they cannot cover. Within 60 to 90 days, many face eviction proceedings. Cities like Dallas, Seattle, Atlanta, and Chicago report that as many as 1 in 3 newly homeless individuals cite job loss as the primary cause of their homelessness. Compounding the issue, unemployment benefits in many states are insufficient, paying between $280 and $450 per week, below the cost of rent in most markets. Some laid-off workers transition into RVs, vans, or couch surfing arrangements, but others quickly fall into tents or shelters. This trend highlights how close many Americans are to homelessness in today's economy. In a fragile economy where layoffs happen overnight, millions live only one lost paycheck away from losing everything. The safety net has proven insufficient to catch people before they fall homeless, creating a pipeline of employment to the streets. Despite billions in funding, government responses to homelessness often fail due to mismanagement, bureaucracy, and inefficiency. In 2025 alone, federal and state governments allocated over $11.6 billion to homelessness programs, yet homelessness still reached record highs across the nation. A major problem is administrative overhead. Some cities spend 30 to 50% of their homeless budgets on administration, consulting, outreach teams, and nonprofit contractors rather than housing solutions. Several cities have been criticized for building temporary shelters at exorbitant costs. One West Coast city spent $104,000 per tent, while another spent over $500,000 per tiny home unit. These solutions house a small fraction in need. Meanwhile, long-term housing programs remain severely underfunded. Federal vouchers serve only 1 in 4 eligible families, leaving millions without assistance. Many programs force homeless individuals to navigate complex paperwork, strict eligibility rules, or long waiting periods. Those without identification, medical records, or transportation often cannot access help at all. The system is fragmented, inconsistent, often out of touch with level reality. Instead of reducing homelessness, results remain minimal, leaving homeless populations growing while billions in funding produces disappointing outcomes. Fundamental reform is needed to create effective solutions. As homelessness rises, safety concerns are increasing in both sheltered and unsheltered communities. While individuals are not violent, the environment of extreme poverty often creates conditions. These have reported 20 to 40% increases in incidents involving encampments, including houses, and at the same time, individuals in danger. Studies show they are 3 to 5 times more likely to be victims of violent crime compared to the general population. Public health concerns are also growing. Outbreaks of hepatitis A, trench fever, lice, tuberculosis, and gastrointestinal illnesses have been reported in multiple cities due to lack of sanitation and medical care. Encampment fires, often caused by law enforcement, public health departments, and hospitals, are overwhelmed. Many communities cannot keep up with the intertwined challenges of addiction, untreated mental illness, and street-level survival. These escalating safety and health risks reveal a deeper crisis. Homelessness has moved beyond housing into a full-scale humanitarian emergency. The situation to respond to the crisis. Without comprehensive interventions, these public health and safety concerns will continue escalating dramatically. The homelessness crisis of 2025 has sparked searching for cheaper housing, warmer weather, or states with more flexible laws regarding vehicle habitation and homelessness. States like Nevada, Arizona, Texas, and Florida report increases of 20 to 35% in out-of-state homeless arrivals during the past year. Meanwhile, expensive states like California, Washington, Illinois, and New York are seeing thousands leave because living conditions and enforcement policies have become unsustainable. Many migrants rely on RVs, vans, or older cars for shelter during travel. Others hitch rides, use buses, or follow social media groups that share information on free parking, lenient cities, or low-cost motels. Some travel hoping to find work market. Others travel to aggressive sweeps or extreme weather conditions. Many quickly discover that cheaper states have limited capacity and affordable rentals are scarce everywhere. This interstate shuffle exposes a national reality. There is no state where the poor can outrun rising housing costs. The crisis is nationwide, and migration only redistributes the problem rather than solving it. This movement also strains receiving communities unprepared for sudden population increase. Looking ahead, analysts warn that 2026 could be even more destabilizing than 2025. Many cities are already drafting new ordinances that would restrict overnight parking, tighten RV laws. Some states are considering laws allowing cities to tow or impound RVs after 72 hours of non-movement, while others propose designated zones with mandatory fees that struggling families cannot afford. Economically, rising consumer debt, now over $17.8 trillion, and continued layoffs may push tens of thousands more into homelessness. If rent trends continue, experts predict an additional 180,000 to 260,000 people could become homeless in 2026. With shelters already over capacity and affordable housing construction stalled, America could see a widening divide between housed and unhoused populations like never before. Many warn that without systemic reform, 2026 may be the year vehicle homelessness becomes impossible to hide or ignore. The crisis will likely force difficult conversations about housing as a human right versus property rights, public space usage, and fundamental economic reform needed to address the root causes of homelessness. The coming year will test America's commitment to solving this humanitarian crisis. This isn't a storm that's coming. This is the storm we're already in. What is your biggest fear about where this is heading? Comment below and share what's happening in your city or town. And don't miss our next upload, where we uncover how new 2026 laws could criminalize living in your RV anywhere in America.
Meanwhile, we are getting
Homeless RV owners are getting their chance to take their frustrations to court.
They
Meanwhile, we are getting reaction to President Trump. He wants to make it easier for
I'm trying to pull that video up that they was just talking about. Here it is. So this is what they're talking about. So Denver already did this 72-hour RV moving ban. So you got to move your RV every 72 hours. Otherwise, they'll ticket and then ultimately impound your RV, your residence recreational vehicle. So it's getting real crucial. And like cities like Denver, it's getting cold. Like right now, it's 18 degrees outside, 18 above zero. So could you imagine it being 18 below zero? You have to move your RV, or move your person, or move whatever. It just, my heart goes out to the people that's out there right now, especially the citizens, especially the Black ones. We always suffer the most. So when they say, what is your biggest concern about 2026? More of our people being out on the streets, having to navigate this bullshit ass system just to get housed in a place like this. We gotta deal with rats, roaches, bed bugs, drug use, people knocking on your door at random times of the day and night, and inspections. Like I have an inspection coming up on the 11th. I gotta get myself prepared for it. They just did inspections right before Thanksgiving, but my apartment wasn't on the list, so I guess my apartment's on the list for the 11th. They put a note beside my door, so they put a note beside my door previously for the last inspection. It just makes it difficult. Once you're in house and you gotta maintain the house, and they don't make it easy at all.
Lawmakers are quietly preparing a massive crackdown on RV living. In 2026, 15 new laws will hit like a hammer. Bans, restrictions, towing authority, and harsh penalties the public knows nothing about. RVs will be pushed out of neighborhoods, out of cities, and in many cases, taken away entirely. This isn't a prediction. It's already happening, and 2026 will be the breaking point. Starting in 2026, cities across America are expanding laws that allow them to tow and destroy RVs deemed inoperable or unsafe, even with people living inside. California is leading this trend, and other states are following fast. The most dramatic change involves value thresholds. Under the new California model, any RV worth less than jump from the previous $500 limit. Why does this matter? Because over 70% of RVs used as shelter fall below that $4,000 mark due to age, wear, or mechanical issues. This means tens of thousands of people could suddenly lose their only home. Once an RV gets tagged as inoperable, owners typically have just 24 to 72 hours to fill more vehicle, and towing fees run $350 to $750, plus daily storage charges of $65 to $150. If you can't pay, the city legally destroys your RV. There's no compensation and no appeal process. Housing advocates warn this could trigger mass displacement, especially on the West Coast. States like Oregon, Washington, Colorado, and New York are already drafting similar legislation. Dozens of American cities are updating their laws to strictly enforce 72-hour parking limits on RVs, vans, and oversized vehicles. While these rules existed before, 2026 brings something different: aggressive enforcement, higher fines, and automatic towing after just 3 violations. Under these new ordinances, your RV cannot stay parked in the same public spot for more than 3 days, even if it's fully legal, insured, and running perfectly. Cities like Seattle, Portland, Denver, Los Angeles, and San Diego estimate these enforcement policies will remove 30% to 50% of all street-based RV residents. The laws also target rotation parking, where people move their RVs a block or two every few days to avoid citations. In 2026, most cities will require RVs to move at least 1 to 3 miles away to reset the 72-hour clock, making small moves illegal. Violations cost between $50 and $220 per ticket. After 2 violations within 30 days, many cities classify the RV as abandoned, triggering an automatic tow. Reclaiming a towed RV can cost $1,500 to $3,000, impossible for most people living in their vehicles. This doesn't just affect homeless residents. Traveling RV families parking near beaches, lakes, or urban attractions could also face tickets and towing. The nighttime RV parking ban is one of the most disruptive laws expanding across U.S. cities in 2026. Under this rule, sleeping inside an RV parked on public streets between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. becomes illegal. Originally started in coastal California cities, over 40 municipalities nationwide are now considering similar bans, citing public safety and sanitation concerns. What makes this law particularly harsh is that it criminalizes the act of sleeping, not just parking. Police use thermal imaging, condensation checks, privacy coverings, and window inspections to determine if someone is sleeping inside. First-time violations typically result in $75 to $300 fines, but repeated violations escalate to criminal citations and vehicle impoundment. For homeless RV residents, this means moving every single night, often several miles away, just to avoid detection. For travelers or recreational RV users, any overnight stop in urban areas becomes legally risky. Families parking near beaches, lakes, special events, or tourist destinations are especially vulnerable. Cities defending these bans claim that nighttime RV occupancy leads to increased waste dumping, generator noise, and safety complaints. Opponents argue the law simply pushes vulnerable people into hiding and increases displacement. As more cities adopt nighttime bans in 2026, sleeping in an RV on any public street could become nearly impossible. Many cities are creating safe parking zones for RV residents, but 2026 introduces a controversial twist: mandatory relocation. Under these new laws, RV dwellers must move into designated safe parking lots if they want to remain legally in the city. Street parking becomes completely illegal, even in areas where it was previously allowed. The major problem? Most safe parking lots are already full. Many cities offer only 50 to 150 spaces despite having thousands of vehicle dwellers who need them. San Diego, for example, has approximately 3,500 people living in vehicles, but only 167 safe parking spots available. That means over 90% have nowhere to go, yet they'll still face penalties for street parking. Inside these lots, RV residents must follow strict rules. No generators after certain hours, no on-site repairs, mandatory check-ins, required participation in case management or housing programs, and limits on length of stay, usually 30 to 90 days. Many cities also require background checks before entry, excluding people with certain citations or criminal records. Critics argue mandatory relocation isn't support, it's displacement disguised as assistance. If no space is available, the RV must leave the city or face fines and towing. For traveling RV owners, these laws create confusing zones where overnight parking suddenly becomes illegal. The proof of operability requirement is becoming standard as cities work to eliminate stationary RV dwellings. Under this law, any RV parked on public streets must demonstrate it can start, drive, and be legally operated. If not, the RV gets tagged as inoperable, giving owners just 24 to 72 hours to move it or face impoundment. What counts as inoperable? City estimates suggest 40% to 60% of RVs used as shelter cannot move under their own power, making this law especially devastating for homeless residents. Getting an RV street legal often costs $800 to $5,000 in repairs, money most people simply don't have. Once towed, reclaiming the vehicle can reach $1,500 to $4,000, essentially making it a permanent loss. Police and code enforcement officers conduct operability sweeps weekly or monthly, especially in high complaint neighborhoods. Even travelers can get caught if their RV has temporary mechanical issues or needs roadside repairs. This law also targets rigs parked too long in scenic areas, rest zones, or urban neighborhoods. The stated goal is reducing long-term vehicle habitation, but critics warn it will cause mass seizures of older, low-value RVs throughout 2026. Cities are strengthening sanitation laws targeting RVs in response to rising complaints about gray water spills, black tank leaks, and trash overflow. New ordinances impose heavy fines and immediate towing for improper waste handling, even for small accidental spills. Gray water violations typically start at $100 to $500, but repeated offenses can lead to impoundment. Black tank dumping outside designated stations can bring $1,000 to $2,500 fines plus criminal citations. Many cities now classify unauthorized dumping as an environmental hazard, giving them authority to seize the entire RV. Even leaving trash bags outside your RV can count as a sanitation violation. Some cities now require RV residents to show receipts proving they used proper dump stations at least once every 7 to 14 days. Others use drones and street cameras to monitor known dumping hotspots. The biggest challenge is lack of access. Many urban areas have zero nearby dump stations, and safe parking lots often offer limited hours or long waiting lines. This forces RV dwellers to travel long distances or risk citations, especially those with older rigs prone to leaking. Environmental data shows improper dumping by vehicle dwellers rose 30% from 2021 to 2024, driving cities to crack down harder in 2026. Unfortunately, this law disproportionately impacts low-income RV owners who cannot afford tank repairs or proper disposal fees. The residential zone oversized vehicle ban prohibits RVs from parking on streets within residential neighborhoods, day or night. While these laws already exist in some places, 2026 brings expanded enforcement and much larger restricted zones, effectively pushing RVs out of most suburban and urban communities. Cities like Los Angeles, Phoenix, Denver, and Austin have drawn red zones covering 60% to 90% of residential neighborhoods. More cities are expected to add similar restrictions throughout 2026. Warning signs aren't always clearly posted, making it extremely easy to violate these laws unintentionally. This ban impacts both homeless RV dwellers and traveling RV families. Even short-term stops, visiting friends, parking overnight before a road trip, or staying with family can result in $70 to $350 tickets. Repeat violations trigger automatic towing. Many cities define oversized vehicle as anything over 22 to 24 feet long, over 80 inches wide, over 7 to 8 feet tall, or any vehicle towing a trailer. In densely populated neighborhoods, police run enforcement sweeps weekly. The stated goal is preventing large vehicles from blocking driveways, sidewalks, and sightlines. But critics argue it's really about removing visible homelessness from residential areas. RV owners must now rely on industrial areas, commercial zones, safe parking lots, or paid campgrounds, which are increasingly full and expensive. More cities are creating vehicle habitation permits, a new requirement for anyone living in an RV within city limits. Without this permit, sleeping in your RV becomes illegal, even if you're parked in a legal spot. This policy is expanding rapidly in 2026, especially in California, Washington, Oregon, Colorado, and major East Coast metropolitan areas. To obtain a permit, RV dwellers must provide proof of identity, proof of vehicle ownership, current registration and insurance, proof of operability, background check clearance, agreement to follow city rules, and participation in rehousing programs in some cities. What makes this law devastating is the permit limits. Most cities only issue 50 to 200 permits, while they may have 2,000 to 8,000 people living in vehicles. In many places, over 95% of applicants are denied because available slots fill within hours. Violations include $100 to $500 fines, vehicle towing, and in some cities, criminal citations for illegal habitation in a vehicle. Some cities require permit holders to display a sticker or barcode on their windshield, so police can quickly identify legal versus illegal. Overnight may be illegal without a local permit. For homeless RV residents, this law acts as an effective gatekeeper that pushes most people onto the streets or out of the city entirely. One of the biggest surprises for RV owners in 2026 is the rise of private property residency bans, which forbid people from living full-time in an RV, even on their own land or a friend's property. These zoning laws are expanding rapidly in suburban and rural counties, especially in states like Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Utah, and Arizona. Local governments argue that RVs aren't permanent housing structures and often cite concerns about sanitation, fire risk, and neighborhood character. Under these new ordinances, you can park an RV on private property, but you cannot legally sleep in it long-term unless the property has an approved RV pad, proper hookups, adequate waste disposal systems, and correct zoning classification. Violations typically include $100 to $300 per day fines, forced eviction notices, code enforcement inspections, possible towing if the RV is abandoned or non-compliant, and threats of property liens if fines accumulate unpaid. The biggest shock? Many counties now require building permits to live temporarily in an RV during home construction and only allow it for 60 to 180 days maximum. After that period, you must leave. Nearly 1 in 5 rural counties are expected to adopt these bans by the end of 2026. This puts enormous pressure on low-income families who rely on RVs as transitional housing and eliminates affordable living options in areas previously considered safe havens. Thanks to major court changes, cities in 2026 now have legal power to clear RV encampments even when no shelter beds are available. This represents a historic shift. Previously, cities faced lawsuits for clearing homeless encampments without offering shelter alternatives. Now they can remove RV clusters, tow vehicles, and confiscate property with far fewer legal challenges. Encampment sweeps follow a
Wow, that is royally fucked up. And we, that organization I used to be with, Denver Homeless Out Loud, now House Keys Action Network, otherwise known as HANDS, we had multiple lawsuits in the city of Denver for this exact reason. And now the Trump administration, the Dump administration has just made it where them lawsuits are an impossibility now. So now they can just sweep you whenever they feel like it. Just if you're in an RV or something. That's just really fucked up. Like, we had a whole injunction on this type of shit here in Denver, and now it's just gonna be, man, talking about making the situation worse. Let the video continue.
predictable pattern. 24 to 72 hour posted warning, police and sanitation crews arrive together, all RVs must move immediately. Anything left behind gets treated as abandoned property, and towing begins by priority, inoperable rigs first. Cities like San Francisco, Portland, Los Angeles, Seattle, Phoenix, and Denver are already planning monthly or bi-weekly sweeps starting in 2026. Some areas expect over 1,000 RV removals per year. The biggest problem? When sweeps happen, displaced people have nowhere to go. Safe parking lots are full. Nearby streets have new restrictions. Industrial areas are cracking down. Many people simply move a few miles away until the next sweep comes, creating an endless cycle of displacement without actual solutions. Critics warn this law will cause the largest mass movement of RV-dwelling homeless people in U.S. history. Cities defend it as necessary for reducing fires, crime, and waste problems. Either way, anyone living long-term in an RV inside city limits will be directly affected by these sweeps. The No Return Zone law is a 2026 policy preventing RV dwellers from returning to an area after being ordered to leave. Once cited or warned, RVs cannot legally park in that same zone for 30, 60, or sometimes 90 days. Cities like Seattle, Los Angeles, and Portland already use this model, and dozens more plan to adopt it throughout the year. Cities draw restricted habitation zones around schools, parks, residential areas, and business districts. If you're caught living in an RV inside one of these zones, consequences escalate quickly. First offense brings a warning plus 30-day ban. Second offense means a fine plus 60-day ban. And third offense triggers towing plus a 90-day ban or criminal charges. These zones typically cover 50% to 70% of the entire city, meaning RV dwellers must constantly move to avoid violations. Police enforce bans through license plate scanners, surveillance cameras, and recorded hotspot maps shared across departments. Even travelers can get caught. Parking near a beach, stadium, or downtown venue for a few days may be illegal if the area falls within a habitation-restricted zone. This law forces constant movement, making it nearly impossible for homeless RV dwellers to achieve any stability. The more they move, the more likely they are to receive tickets, experience mechanical breakdowns, or lose access to essential services like jobs, schools, or medical appointments. One of the harshest laws expanding in 2026 is the shift from simple parking tickets to automatic tow eligibility after just a few violations. Many cities are rewriting municipal codes so that 2 unpaid tickets within 30 to 60 days trigger immediate impoundment, regardless of whether someone is living in the RV. Under older rules, towing usually required multiple violations, abandoned vehicle classification, or months of unpaid citations. Now cities like Denver, San Diego, Portland, and Phoenix will tow after as few as 2 to 3 unpaid tickets, especially for oversized vehicles. Individual ticket amounts range from $45 to $150, which many RV dwellers cannot afford. Once unpaid, they quickly snowball into a tow order. The danger is that RV residents often never receive the notices. Many move frequently and don't get mailed warnings. Others lose tickets that blow off windshields. Enforcement officers often mark tires digitally or use license plate scanners, issuing tickets residents never physically see. Reclaiming a towed RV is extremely expensive. Tow fees run $250 to $600, storage costs $60 to $150 per day, release fees add $100 to $200, and administrative fees tack on another $75 to $150. Most RV residents cannot pay $1,500 to $3,000 within just a few days, and the RV gets auctioned or destroyed. For people using their RV as home, this law effectively becomes a fast-track eviction system. Beginning in 2026, major states and cities are ramping up enforcement of expired tags, failed emissions tests, and lapses in insurance, all of which now qualify as immediate reasons to tow RVs on the spot. This isn't entirely new legislation, but the aggressive enforcement approach definitely is. RVs are being specifically targeted because older rigs often fail smog checks or have outdated registration due to high renewal costs. Cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, Denver, Seattle, Austin, and Phoenix have started specialized, oversized vehicle compliance teams that drive through known RV areas automatically scanning license plates. Tags expired by even 1 day can result in a ticket. Expired by over 6 months? Many cities now tow immediately without warning. Costs to renew registration can be staggering. California often charges $250 to $600 for older RVs. Emissions-related repairs run $300 to $2,000, and basic liability insurance costs $60 to $180 monthly. For low-income RV dwellers, these costs are simply impossible to manage. Housing advocates estimate that 55% to 70% of RVs used as housing have expired tags or failed emission standards. Once an RV is impounded for registration violations, owners typically have only 5 to 15 days to fix all issues and pay accumulated fees before the vehicle is legally scrapped. Even travelers risk this if they pass through strict emission cities with outdated tags. With oversized vehicles being blamed for traffic congestion, blocked driveways, and reduced visibility, dozens of cities are introducing new size-based parking bans in 2026. Under these laws, RVs exceeding certain dimensions cannot park on designated streets, sometimes covering entire districts. Typical restrictions include maximum length of 22 to 24 feet, maximum height of 7 to 8 feet, maximum width of 80 inches, no trailers in certain zones, and no Class A or Super C motorhomes in urban areas. Cities like San Francisco, Santa Monica, Seattle, Denver, Chicago, Miami, and Houston have already mapped large no parking zones covering 40% to 85% of their urban areas. Violations typically carry $100 to $500 fines, escalating to towing after repeat offenses. Even travelers will be caught off guard. Streets near beaches, stadiums, downtown districts, and residential zones routinely enforce these restrictions now. Some areas require special oversized parking permits, which often exclude RVs entirely or have extremely limited availability. Cities justify these laws by citing accident data showing large vehicles reduce visibility for pedestrians and cyclists. But the real impact is eliminating almost all street parking options for people using RVs as housing. RV size restrictions also affect families with fifth wheels, toy haulers, or longer Class C motorhomes. Owners of rigs over 25 to 30 feet will find it nearly impossible to legally park in many metropolitan areas by late 2026. After a significant spike in RV fires between 2021 and 2024, many caused by propane heaters, malfunctioning electrical systems, and generator overload, cities are passing strict fire hazard laws specifically targeting RV dwellings. In 2026, the rule is simple. Any identified fire risk equals immediate eviction or towing. Fire departments are now required to report RV incidents directly to city enforcement teams. If your RV is observed with extension cords running across sidewalks, these tags give owners just 12 to 48 hours to correct the issue, or the RV can be forcibly removed from the area. The numbers are alarming. National fire data shows a 27% increase in RV fires among vehicle dwellers from 2020 to 2024. Cities argue these laws protect neighborhoods from catastrophic fires that could spread to nearby homes and buildings. Critics argue that low-income RV owners simply cannot afford the necessary repairs, effectively forcing them into homelessness. This law also impacts vacationers and travelers. Leaving a generator running in a parking lot overnight, using portable heaters at outdoor events, or powering an RV improperly can all trigger citations. Cities now prioritize public safety concerns over housing considerations. The biggest nationwide shift coming in 2026 isn't a single city law. It's the new federal legal landscape created by recent Supreme Court rulings. Previously, cities were restricted from criminalizing homelessness unless adequate shelter beds were available. That constitutional barrier is now gone. Cities can fully enforce bans on sleeping in public spaces, including inside vehicles, without providing housing alternatives. This ruling gives cities permission to ban sleeping in vehicles at all times, remove RVs used as housing without offering shelter, criminalize camping in streets, parking lots, and industrial zones, confiscate personal property during encampment sweeps, and expand towing powers dramatically. Over 200 U.S. cities are expected to rewrite local ordinances by the end of 2026 to take full advantage of this ruling. Current projections suggest 10,000 to 20,000 RV dwellers will be displaced nationwide as enforcement rapidly increases. The ruling effectively means RV homelessness is no longer protected by necessity or humanitarian exceptions. Cities now treat it purely as a zoning, sanitation, and public safety issue, not a housing crisis requiring compassionate response. For RV travelers, this means stricter parking rules, heavier enforcement, and far fewer places to sleep overnight legally. For homeless RV dwellers, it signals the largest coordinated crackdown in decades, fundamentally changing how cities respond to vehicle-based living across the entire country. The scariest part is this: these laws aren't coming. They've already started. Which one of these new RV laws do you think will hit the hardest in 2026? Drop your thoughts below. And if you want to stay ahead of what's coming, check our next video, where we show exactly how RV homelessness exploded across America and which states are about to hit their breaking point.
Across America, tens of thousands aren't living the dream. They're trapped in RVs because rent exploded and homes vanished. Phoenix canals, Vegas parking lots, Seattle highways, RVs everywhere. Families, veterans, even retirees now call these vehicles home. And the numbers? They're skyrocketing. But here's what most people don't realize. Some states are hiding the scale of it. Others are cracking down hard. So which places are worst? And why is this spreading so fast? Let's count down from number 10, Arizona. If you've driven through Phoenix in the last 2 years, you've seen them. The canals that run through the metro area have become lined with RVs, creating makeshift neighborhoods that stretch for miles. These aren't tourists stopping for the weekend. These are residents who can no longer afford the very city they helped build. Phoenix's housing market collapsed under its own weight. Rents doubled between 2019 and 2024, while wages remained stagnant. Construction workers, healthcare aides, restaurant staff, the people who keep the city running, found themselves priced out of the neighborhoods they once called home, so they bought old motorhomes, Class Cs from the early 2000s, anything with 4 walls and an engine, and they parked along the canals because at least there, nobody bothered them, until the sweeps started. Meanwhile, the state's infrastructure was built for snowbirds, for the retirees who come down from Canada and Minnesota to escape winter. Those RV parks were designed for short stays for people with pensions and leisure time. They were never meant to house the working poor year-round. The 10-year RV rule makes it nearly impossible for families in older motorhomes to access the few affordable parks that exist. If your RV was made before 2015, most parks won't accept you, so people end up on the canals in the heat waiting for something to change. The state's response has been enforcement, move-along orders, 72-hour parking limits, towing threats that mean losing not just your vehicle, but your home, your belongings, and any chance of stability. The crisis here is real. It's growing, and it's only going to get worse as the housing market continues to tighten. But if you think the desert heat is unbearable, wait until you see what's happening in the city that never sleeps. Number 9, Nevada. Walk behind the casinos in Las Vegas, and you'll see the other side of the city that never sleeps. The RV parks that were supposed to be temporary stopping points have turned into permanent communities. People live there for years, not weeks. These are the dealers, the housekeepers, the cooks, and the security guards who keep the strip running 24 hours a day. They work full-time jobs, sometimes 2 or 3, and they still can't afford an apartment. Las Vegas has one of the fastest growing housing costs in the nation, but wages in the service industry haven't kept pace. A 1-bedroom apartment that cost $900 in 2019 now runs close to $1,800. Meanwhile, a spot in an RV park costs $400 to $600 a month, utilities included. For someone making $15 an hour, the math is simple. You take the RV spot and you make it work. The problem is that these parks were never designed for long-term living. They're packed tight, with RVs parked inches apart, sharing electrical hookups that weren't meant to handle the load. Fires break out, sewage systems back up, and when summer hits, when the temperature climbs past 110 degrees, the electrical grid can't handle everyone running their air conditioning at once. People have to choose between staying cool and keeping their lights on. The city has tried to address the problem with sweeps, pushing people out of public spaces and into these unregulated lots. But moving people doesn't solve homelessness. It just makes it less visible. This is a transient state. People come here looking for work, looking for a fresh start, and when things don't work out, they end up stuck. No family nearby, no support network, just an RV and a dwindling bank account. But if you think Vegas has it bad, wait until you see where entire parking lots have been turned into RV cities. Number 8, Colorado. Most folks think of this state as prosperous, outdoorsy, full of opportunities. But that prosperity has a price, and the people paying it are living in RVs scattered from the Front Range to the mountain towns. Denver's housing boom has been relentless. Tech companies moved in. Remote workers flooded the market. Investors bought up properties and converted them into short-term rentals. The result? Working families got squeezed out. Teachers, EMTs, retail workers, people who've lived here their whole lives, suddenly couldn't afford to stay. So they bought RVs. Not the shiny new Class A models you see in campground commercials, but the older, worn-down units they could afford. And they parked them wherever they could find space. In Denver, you'll find RVs tucked into industrial areas, parked along the South Platte River, clustered in the lots near the old rail yards. In the mountain resort towns like Breckenridge, Vail, and Aspen, the problem is even worse. These towns need workers. The ski resorts, the restaurants, the hotels all depend on a steady flow of seasonal and year-round labor. But there's nowhere for those workers to live. The response has been inconsistent. Some cities have tried safe parking programs. Others have doubled down on enforcement, issuing tickets and towing vehicles in an attempt to clear the streets. But enforcement doesn't solve the problem. It just pushes people further into the margins, into the rural counties that don't have the infrastructure to support them. The crisis here is also seasonal, in a way that other states aren't. In the summer, people can camp, they can move around, they can find places to park without attracting attention. But in the winter, when the temperatures drop and the snow piles up, options disappear. People get stuck, and that's when the health risks become life-threatening. Frozen water lines, carbon monoxide poisoning from portable heaters, hypothermia in vehicles that were never designed for sub-zero temperatures. And if you think a seasonal crisis is challenging, the next state on our list faces this problem 365 days a year. Number 7, Texas. Everything really is bigger here, including the RV homelessness crisis. Across Austin, Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio, the story is the same. Rapid growth, soaring rents, and a working class that can't keep up. No state income tax makes this an attractive destination for people fleeing high-cost states. But what they find when they get here isn't opportunity. It's a housing market that's just as brutal as the one they left behind. Austin has become the poster child for unaffordable growth. What was once a quirky, affordable city has turned into a tech hub where the median rent for a one-bedroom apartment is over $1,700 a month. For someone working in service, in retail, or even in lower-level administrative roles, that rent is impossible. So they buy RVs and they park them in the lots off Riverside Drive, along the edges of the city where the lights don't quite reach. Houston's crisis is different. It's sprawling, decentralized, and hard to track. RVs are scattered across the metro area, tucked into the industrial zones near the ship channel, parked behind strip malls, and clustered in the lots near the highways. Houston doesn't have zoning laws the way other cities do, which means there's less regulation, but also less support. People are left to fend for themselves. Dallas and Fort Worth have seen their RV populations grow as rents climb and evictions rise. The Mid-Cities area, the space between the two metros, has become a dumping ground for people pushed out of both. And in San Antonio, the problem is compounded by the military presence. Veterans transitioning out of service, families waiting for housing assistance, and people caught in the gap between active duty and civilian life end up in RVs because there's nowhere else to go. The sheer scale makes it feel overwhelming. The crisis is spread across a dozen metro areas, hundreds of counties, and a population that keeps growing. Still, as massive as this state is, the next one has more RVs concentrated in a single metro area than this entire state combined. Number 6, Florida. This is the state people move to for retirement, for sunshine, for a lower cost of living. But that promise has evaporated. Tampa, Orlando, and Miami have become some of the least affordable cities in the country, and the people who can't keep up are living in RVs scattered across the peninsula. The housing market has been on a tear since 2020. Investors flooded in, buying up properties and driving prices through the roof. Rents have doubled, property insurance has skyrocketed, and for the people who were already living paycheck to paycheck, it became impossible to stay. So they bought RVs, old motorhomes from the 80s and 90s, and they moved into them full-time. The state's RV parks are full. The affordable ones have waiting lists that stretch for months, and the ones that do have space are charging rates that defeat the purpose. In the Tampa area, you'll find RVs parked in church lots, in the industrial zones near the port, and along the back roads in Pasco and Hernando counties. In Orlando, they're tucked into the tourist corridors, hidden behind the attractions that bring millions of visitors every year. In Miami, they're scattered across the outskirts, in places like Homestead and Florida City, where the tourists never venture. There's also a growing population of retirees who thought they were set for life, but found out their pensions and Social Security weren't enough. These are people in their 60s and 70s, living in RVs because their rent went from $800 to $1,600, and their income didn't budge. They're not choosing adventure. They're surviving. The tragedy here is that this is a state that markets itself as a place to live your best life. But for hundreds of thousands of people, living in an RV here isn't a dream. It's a last resort. And if you think retirees on fixed incomes have it hard, wait until you see the next state where entire working families are living in motorhomes. Number 5, Oregon. This is a case study in what happens when a city tries to solve homelessness through enforcement instead of services. Portland has become the face of the West Coast housing crisis, and RVs are everywhere. They line the streets in North Portland, cluster in the industrial areas near the Columbia River, and fill the parking lots in East Portland where nobody asks questions. The homeless population exploded over the last 5 years, and as sweeps intensified, people moved from tents into RVs. Why? Because an RV is harder to tow, it's harder to displace, and it offers at least some protection from the rain, the cold, and the constant threat of losing everything. The housing market has priced out the working class entirely. A studio apartment that cost $1,000 in 2015 now goes for over $1,500. Wages haven't kept up, benefits haven't expanded, and the gap between what people earn and what it costs to live has turned into a chasm. Eugene and Bend are seeing the same patterns. Eugene, once a college town with a quirky, affordable vibe, now has RVs parked along the outskirts, filled with families who work full-time but can't find housing. Bend, a resort town that caters to tourists and outdoor enthusiasts, has a hidden population of workers living in motorhomes because there's no employee housing. The approach to RV homelessness has been aggressive. Portland passed ordinances restricting where people can park. They increased towing. They cleared entire encampments of vehicles, giving people 72 hours to move before their homes were impounded. But here's the problem. Clearing RVs doesn't reduce homelessness. It just scatters people. Portland has started experimenting with safe parking sites, small lots where people can park legally, access services, and work with case managers. The results have been promising, but the scale is nowhere near what's needed. If enforcement backfired here, the next state tried the opposite approach. It got even worse. Number 4, Hawaii. The crisis here is unlike anywhere else in the country. This is the state with the highest cost of living in the nation, where the median home price is over $1 million, and the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment exceeds $2,000 a month. For the people who were born here, who grew up here, who built their lives here, staying has become impossible. So they live in RVs, parked on the beaches, in the industrial zones, and along the back roads where tourists never go. Oahu's west side is the epicenter. Waianae, Makaha, and the stretches along Farrington Highway have become home to hundreds of families living in motorhomes. These aren't mainlanders who moved here for the lifestyle. These are native Hawaiians, locals who have been here for generations, forced into vehicles because they can't afford to live in their own homeland. The economy runs on tourism, and tourism runs on low-wage labor. The hotels, the restaurants, the tour companies all depend on workers who make $15 to $18 an hour. But housing isn't priced for people making $15 an hour. It's priced for mainlanders with tech salaries, for retirees with pensions, for investors who see the islands as a playground. So the locals get pushed out. They live in RVs because it's the only option. They park on the beach because at least there they can see the ocean, the land their families have called home for centuries. The response has been mixed. Some communities have tried to accommodate RV residents, setting up areas where people can park legally and access basic services. Others have gone the enforcement route, sweeping beaches and issuing citations in an attempt to keep the tourist areas pristine. But here's the thing, this is an island. People can't just leave. They can't pack up and drive to the next state. If you're living in an RV here, you're stuck. You're stuck because leaving means giving up everything, leaving your family, your culture, your identity. And staying means living in a motorhome with no end in sight. And while residents here are trapped on an island with nowhere to go, the next state has every reason to leave, but they're staying anyway. Number 3, Washington. The crisis here is driven by one of the most dramatic economic shifts in American history. Seattle's tech boom turned the city into a powerhouse, attracting companies, capital, and workers from around the world. But that boom came at a cost, and the people paying it are living in RVs along the I-5 corridor, in the lots south of downtown, and in the industrial zones where the city's wealth never quite reaches. The housing market is brutal. The median rent for a one-bedroom apartment is over $2,000. A two-bedroom can run $2,500 or more. For someone working in service, in retail, or in the trades, those numbers are insurmountable, so they buy RVs and they park them wherever they can. Lake City, White Center, Georgetown, Soto. These neighborhoods have become home to hundreds of RV residents who work in the city but can't afford to live in it. Tacoma and Spokane are seeing the same patterns. Tacoma, once the affordable alternative to Seattle, has seen its rents climb as people get priced out of King County and move south. Spokane, on the eastern side of the state, has become a destination for people fleeing the high costs of the west side, but the jobs there don't pay enough to cover the rising rents. The approach to RV homelessness has been scattershot. Seattle has tried safe parking programs, tiny house villages, and outreach efforts, but the scale of the problem overwhelms the solutions. The city's vehicle residency outreach program connects people with services, but the waiting lists for housing are months long. In the meantime, people live in their RVs, moving every 72 hours to avoid tickets and tows. What makes this state unique is the sheer visibility of the crisis. I-5, the main artery running through the state, is lined with RVs. You can't drive from Seattle to Portland without seeing them. They're parked on the shoulders, in the rest areas, in the spaces under the overpasses. It's a daily reminder that the state's economy is broken, that the wealth being generated in the tech sector isn't reaching the people who need it most. And while this state has the resources but lacks the will, the next one has a crisis so hidden that most people don't even know it exists. Number 2, New York. This might be the biggest surprise on this list. When people think of homelessness here, they think of shelters, subway encampments, and street corners. They don't think of RVs. But that's exactly why the crisis here is so dangerous. It's invisible. The outer boroughs, Queens, the Bronx, and parts of Brooklyn have become home to hundreds of RV residents living in industrial zones, on side streets, and in the commercial areas where most people never look. These are working families, single parents, and seniors who lost their apartments and couldn't get into the shelter system. So they bought cheap motorhomes, old class, C's from Craigslist, and they parked them in the shadows of the city. Find RVs parked near the airports, from JFK and LaGuardia, where workers sleep between shifts. In the Bronx, they're tucked into the industrial areas near Hunts Point, hidden among the warehouses and distribution centers. In Brooklyn, they're scattered along the edges, in places like East New York and Canarsie, where gentrification hasn't reached yet. But the RV crisis isn't just a city problem. Upstate, in the Rust Belt cities like Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse, the same patterns are emerging. These cities lost their manufacturing base decades ago, and the people who stayed behind have been struggling ever since. Rents are lower than in the city, but so are wages. And when people can't make ends meet, they end up in RVs. What makes this state unique is the density. RVs here aren't parked in sprawling lots or along open highways. They're crammed into tight spaces, parallel parked on narrow streets, wedged between buildings. The infrastructure isn't designed for vehicle living. There are no hookups, no sanitation facilities, no support systems. People are living in these vehicles with no access to water, no place to dispose of waste, and no way to stay warm in the winter. And while this crisis is invisible, number 1 has been in the spotlight for over a decade, and the numbers there are staggering. Number 1, California. The state has more people living in RVs than the next 3 states on this list combined. Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, Sacramento, Fresno. Every major metro area has a massive RV homeless population. This is the epicenter, the ground zero of the national crisis, and it's been building for over a decade. The RV homelessness crisis here started during the 2008 recession. Families lost their homes, jobs disappeared, and people who had never been homeless before found themselves living in vehicles. Some moved into cars, others bought RVs, thinking it would be temporary. But temporary turned into months, then years, and now, for many, it's permanent. Los Angeles has the largest concentration. Venice Beach, the neighborhoods south of downtown, the industrial zones near the ports. RVs are everywhere. You can't drive through LA without seeing them. They're parked on residential streets, in front of schools, in the lots near hospitals. The city has tried everything: enforcement, sweeps, safe parking programs, tiny home villages. But the scale of the problem is so massive that nothing has made a real dent. San Francisco's RV population is concentrated in the Bayview, in the Tenderloin, and along the streets near the old shipyards. These are working people, many of them employed in the service industry, who can't afford the city's skyrocketing rents. San Diego sees the same patterns, with RVs lining the streets in neighborhoods like City Heights and along the beaches in Chusita, areas like Ocean Beach and Pacific Beach. Sacramento and Fresno have their own crises. Sacramento's RV residents are scattered along the river, in the lots near the rail yards, and in the neighborhoods on the outskirts of downtown. Fresno, in the Central Valley, has a hidden population of agricultural workers and service employees living in motorhomes because housing is scarce and wages are low. But here's the thing. This crisis is also a mirror. It reflects every failure in the American housing system. It shows what happens when housing becomes an investment instead of a right. It shows what happens when cities prioritize tourism and development over their own residents. And it shows what happens when enforcement is the only tool in the toolbox. What's happening nationwide is bad, but New York takes it to another level. Families, workers, and retirees packed into RVs just to survive. It's wild. It's real. and it's getting worse every day. Check out the last video we did on that. It breaks down how this all started and why the system's cracking faster than anyone expected. Tonight in Denver, entire streets have turned into makeshift neighborhoods on wheels. More than 2,000 RVs, packed with workers, retirees, and families, now serve as last resort housing for people who still pay taxes but can't afford rent.
For more than a year, the city of Denver has been trying to find solutions to tackle the city's homelessness crisis. Part of its plan seems to be working.
The city of Denver ordering a property owner to immediately stop renting out trailers and RVs on his properties.
These aren't wanderers chasing freedom. They're residents one citation away from losing everything. And while the engines have stopped running, the city's enforcement machine hasn't. Because what's breaking here isn't just vehicles, it's people. But if you think this is about bad luck or bad choices, wait until you see how city policy turns survival itself into something illegal. The rolling graveyard. Drive south on Federal Boulevard between Alameda and Mississippi after the sun goes down, and you'll see them lined up like elephants going to die. Massive Class A motorhomes that probably looked impressive when they rolled off the lot in 1998, now sitting on deflated tires with rust eating through the wheel wells and blue tarps duct taped over roof leaks that started small and became structural. 28-foot travel trailers attached to pickup trucks that haven't moved in 6 weeks because the owner can't afford the fuel to relocate, and besides, the trailer hitch is partially welded because the ball mount broke and someone fixed it with whatever they had available. Class C motorhomes with the distinctive cab-over sleeping area. Side panels held on with wood screws and hope. Windows covered with aluminum foil and cardboard to keep the heat in during January nights when Denver drops to 8 degrees and the propane ran out 3 days ago. These vehicles congregate in specific corridors because those are the only places the city hasn't completely criminalized their existence yet. The industrial stretches along the South Platte River where warehouses and distribution centers don't operate at night, and nobody complains about the RVs parked against the curb. The commercial zones on East Colfax where auto body shops and wholesale suppliers close at 5 and don't care what's parked outside until morning. The dead-end streets in Globeville and Elyria, Swansea, where the zoning is industrial and the residential population is sparse enough that complaints don't generate immediate enforcement action. This is where Denver's RV homeless have been pushed, into the margins and the gaps, into the spaces the city forgot to develop or hasn't bothered to police yet. Walk past these vehicles at 6 in the morning and you'll see the truth the statistics never capture. A man in his 60s standing beside a 1987 Southwind motorhome, running a generator that sounds like it's coughing up mechanical pneumonia, trying to charge the house batteries enough to keep the refrigerator running for another 12 hours. A woman in her 40s emptying a portable waste tank into a storm drain because the nearest legal dump station is 11 miles away and costs $35 she doesn't have, and besides, her RV hasn't been drivable since the transmission started slipping 4 months ago. 2 kids in school uniforms climbing out of a travel trailer, walking to the corner to wait for the bus, carrying backpacks and pretending everything is normal while their parents are inside trying to figure out how to stretch $17 until Friday. The people living in these vehicles aren't the ones you see in YouTube videos about van life and freedom and waking up in beautiful locations. They're certified nursing assistants working night shifts at Presbyterian, they're line cooks at restaurants on South Broadway. They're construction workers framing houses they'll never be able, but never both. They're single mothers who lost their apartments when the land rent by $700 and didn't care that the lease said otherwise because what are you going to do? Hire a lawyer? These are people who had housing until the math broke, and now they're living in RVs that are simultaneously their shelter and their prison. Vehicles they can't afford to maintain and can't afford to abandon. The infrastructure inside these rolling homes is disintegrating in real time. Roof air conditioners that haven't worked in years. Furnaces that run on propane when you have propane and don't run at all when you don't. Water heaters with corroded elements. Refrigerators running on 12-volt systems, draining batteries faster than solar panels or generators can recharge them. toilets that require chemicals and regular dumping, showers that drain into gray water tanks that fill up after 4 showers, and then you're done until you can find somewhere to empty them. Every single system inside an RV is designed for weekend camping, for temporary use, for situations where you return to a permanent home with unlimited water and electricity and sewage. None of these systems were engineered for permanent habitation. And when you try to use them that way, they fail. And when they fail, repairs cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. And if you had hundreds or thousands of dollars, you wouldn't be living in an RV in the first place. Denver's RV homeless exist in a category the city refuses to acknowledge, trapped between traditional homelessness and the housed population, visible enough to generate complaints, but invisible enough that no services reach them. They're not in shelters because shelters don't accept families with vehicles. They're not in transitional housing because those programs have waiting lists measured in years. They're not in apartments because they don't have first month's rent, last month's rent, security deposits, proof of income at 3 times the monthly cost, clean background checks, and good credit scores. So they're here, parked on public streets in vehicles that are slowly falling apart around them, trying to maintain the appearance of stability while everything is collapsing. And now we're going to walk through so predictable you could set economic fracture, and every year it widens. If you believe people deserve better than this, leave a comment below and hit subscribe so we can reach more viewers who care about fixing it. Change starts with awareness, and awareness starts with you. The purchases trap. Let's start with how someone acquires an RV when they're already housing insecure. Sometimes it's inheritance your parents upgraded and gave you their old 1992 Pacero. Sometimes it's a panicked Craigslist purchase. 30 days before eviction becomes physical removal, you find someone selling a 24-foot travel trailer for $4,500. Drain your savings and buy it, because the alternative is your car or the street. Sometimes you already owned the RV from before, back when you had a house and took camping trips, and now that house is gone, but the RV becomes your lifeboat by default. Here's what nobody tells you about RVs when buying one as emergency housing. The purchase price is just the beginning. Insurance runs $120 to $200 monthly. Registration fees based on weight and age run $80 to $300 annually. These vehicles get 8 to 12 miles per gallon, and maintenance is constant because RVs are essentially houses built on truck chassis. You're maintaining both vehicle systems and living systems simultaneously. The engine needs oil changes and brake work. House systems need battery replacement, water pump repairs, roof sealing, appliance maintenance. When you buy that RV in crisis mode, you're thinking it's shelter, better than nothing, temporary. What you're not calculating is that the RV itself has ongoing costs, consuming $300 to $500 monthly, even if nothing breaks. And things will break constantly because you're using systems beyond their design parameters and can't afford preventative maintenance. But in that moment, when you're choosing between an RV and literal homelessness, you take the RV. That decision, absolutely rational given the options, is the first step into a trap with no obvious exit. The mechanical countdown. Once you're living in the RV full time, the deterioration clock starts ticking immediately. Your house batteries are deep cycle 12-volt units designed to be discharged to 50% and recharged fully. In recreational use, that might happen once per weekend. In full-time use, you're cycling those batteries daily. They're rated for 300 to 500 cycles. You burn through that in a year. Replacement costs $300 to $800. Your water pump designed for intermittent use fails in 8 months instead of 8 years. Replacement costs $150 plus installation. The refrigerator runs on 12-volt DC power, 120-volt AC power, or propane. Living on the street, you're running on battery or propane. So you choose keep food cold and drain batteries, which means you can't charge your phone or run lights, or save batteries and lose the fridge, which means no food storage, which means eating out constantly. Either way, you lose. Your furnace runs on propane and 12-volt electricity for the blower fan. A standard 20-pound propane tank costs $30 to $40 to refill. In Denver winter, running the furnace at night to avoid freezing, you'll burn through that tank in 5 to 7 days. That's $120 to $200 monthly just to stay warm enough to survive. The generator is your electrical lifeline when you can't plug into shore power. Designed to run a few hours at a time, you're trying to run it 6 to 8 hours daily. Generators have maintenance schedules oil changes every 50 hours. In recreational use, those 50 hours might accumulate over 2 summers. You hit 50 hours in 10 days. Miss the maintenance because you can't afford the $15 oil change and the generator seizes. Replacement costs $800 to $2,000. Without the generator, you have no way to recharge batteries. Every system follows this pattern. Designed for occasional use, thrashed by constant use, failing faster than you can afford to repair. Each failure cascades into the next, increasing cost while your housing situation deteriorates. The utility nightmare. Your RV has 3 tanks, fresh water, typically 30 to 50 gallons. Gray water collecting drainage from sinks and shower. Black water holding sewage from the toilet. In permanent use, those tanks last maybe 5 to 7 days if you're extremely conservative, showering once every 3 days, washing dishes with minimal water, using the toilet only when absolutely necessary. When tanks fill, you need to dump them. Legal dump stations charge $15 to $35 per dump. Dumping weekly costs $60 to $140 monthly, except your RV might not be drivable because the engine is broken or registration expired, or you don't have fuel money. Some people dump gray water into storm drains at 3 in the morning. Black water creates impossible choices, hauling it in buckets to public restrooms, finding private property to bury it, driving on expired registration, risking tickets you can't afford. Fresh water is equally challenging. Your tank holds 30 to 50 gallons, gone in a week maximum. You're constantly hunting for water at gas stations, parks, businesses, filling containers, rationing usage. Your house batteries store maybe 200 amp hours of capacity. Running lights, charging phones, powering the water pump, you drain that in a day. Recharging requires shore power you don't have, or running the generator, which requires fuel money. So you're constantly deciding whether to charge your phone or run the fridge, choosing between lights in the evening or hot water in the morning. The monthly cost of maintaining basic utilities while living on the street runs between $400 and $600. Propane, generator fuel, dump station fees, water access, battery replacements. That's on top of insurance and registration. You're spending nearly as much as apartment rent would cost, except you're living in a deteriorating metal box on a public street with no legal right to be there. The citations swarm. Denver's 72-hour consecutive days gets tagged. First offense is a $50 citation. 5 citations turns into a warrant. Warrant leads to towing. Towing an RV costs $1,200 to $2,500. For someone already living in the vehicle because they can't afford housing, that tow fee is insurmountable. Denver also restricts oversized vehicles from parking overnight in residential zones. RVs over 22 feet cannot park on residential streets between 2 in the morning and 6 in the morning. Violations carry $75 citations. And moving an RV every 3 days isn't like moving a car. You're burning fuel that costs real money, or if it's not drivable, you can't comply, which means citations accumulate automatically. Vehicle condition ordinances add more pressure. Inoperable vehicles cannot remain on public streets. Flat tires, expired registration, broken windows, all trigger citations. Every citation makes your situation worse. Unpaid tickets become warrants. Warrants mean you can't renew registration. Lack of valid registration means you can't legally drive, which means you can't get to work, which means you lose income. The enforcement system isn't designed to help people get mobile again. It's designed to generate revenue and push problems out of sight. The final breakdown. Eventually, every RV reaches the same endpoint. Something breaks that you absolutely cannot fix. The engine seizes, the frame cracks, the axle breaks, or you simply run out of money for everything and the vehicle becomes a stationary box you can no longer legally call a vehicle. The RV gets tagged with an orange sticker. You have 72 hours to move it. After 3 days, a tow truck arrives.
Salute, certified salute, Breeze. Thank you for tapping in. Yeah, this is fucked up. I said being poor is expensive. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's just me. Sabaka was here earlier, but him and crew got into it, so it was a fucked up situation when that happened as well. Yeah, it's very expensive being poor in America. It just adds insult to injury. You think, oh, I'll get an RV, I'll just live out the RV, and then, as you can see on the screen, tickets start mounting up, and they impound your shit, and you ain't got no money to get the shit out the impound, so now you go right back to the streets. So revolving door, it never seems to end. And I just covered that they have new laws coming in 2026 that's going to make it harder for people to live in RVs in several major cities across this country. So now going over to Denver's RV homeless crisis, walking through America's Forgotten.
Everything inside the RV when it gets towed is legally considered abandoned property. The city allows a 20-minute window to remove personal belongings. Everything else goes to the impound lot. Since you can't afford the impound fees starting at $1,200 and accruing $50 daily, you'll never see any of it again. After 30 days, the RV goes to auction. This is where the transfer happens from vehicle homelessness to street homelessness. Once the RV is gone, you have no shelter. Denver's shelter system is already at capacity, so you end up in an encampment, which means you're now subject to encampment sweeps. The 5 stages from RV purchase to street homelessness takes anywhere from 6 months to 3 years. But the end point is almost always the same. The RV fails mechanically or legally or financially. The city tows it, and you transition from vehicle dwelling to unsheltered homelessness with nothing. Every single step of this process is predictable, preventable, and entirely the result of policy choices the city continues making. The infrastructure. They refuse to build. We know exactly what solves RV homelessness because we can look at cities that actually tried, not theoretical models or pilot programs that served 12 people. Real infrastructure operating at scale with years of data showing they work. Programs Denver could replicate starting immediately if anyone had the political will to acknowledge the crisis. Eugene operates rest stops specifically designed for oversized vehicles. These aren't just parking lots. They're equipped with electrical hookups for shore power. They have potable water filling stations. They have dump stations for waste tanks. They have security so people can sleep without fear of harassment or theft. And they have on-site case managers connecting residents with services, helping them access benefits, assisting with job searches, navigating the path back to permanent housing. Participants can stay as long as they're actively working towards stability. No arbitrary time limits, no 72-hour shuffling, just legal parking and basic infrastructure while people rebuild their lives. The results show 81% of participants transition into permanent housing within 14 months. The cost per person runs around $5,200 annually. That's less than what Denver spends towing and destroying 2 RVs. Santa Barbara built safe parking specifically for families in oversized vehicles. The program provides legal overnight parking in city-owned lots near schools and services. Participants get access to bathrooms and showers. They get assigned parking spots so their kids can maintain school enrollment without constant disruption. They work with housing navigators who help them save money, repair credit, apply for rental assistance, and ultimately secure apartments. The average time from program entry to lease signing is 7 months. 84% of families are still stably housed 2 years later. The annual operating cost is $6.3 million, serving 400 vehicles. Denver could fund an equivalent program by reallocating 20% of what it currently spends on enforcement and sweeps. Albuquerque designated specific zones for RV parking in industrial areas where overnight presence doesn't disrupt neighborhoods. These zones have basic services, trash collection twice weekly, portable toilet access, water distribution, mobile medical clinics visit monthly. Program doesn't solve homelessness by itself, but it stops making it worse. It gives people legal places to exist while they work on solutions. It removes the constant threat of citations and towing. And it costs almost nothing because the infrastructure is minimal and the land was already city-owned and vacant. Denver has every single resource necessary to implement these models. The city owns thousands of acres of industrial property currently sitting empty. The Department of Transportation and Infrastructure could install basic utilities at minimal cost. Local nonprofits have the expertise to run case management and services. The funding exists in budgets currently allocated to enforcement that helps nobody. What's missing is political acknowledgement that RV homelessness is a housing crisis requiring housing solutions, not a parking problem requiring tickets and TOWs. The policy changes needed aren't complicated. Eliminate the 72-hour rule for anyone enrolled in case management. Designate legal overnight RV parking in non-residential zones. Install dump stations and water access as basic public infrastructure. Change zoning to allow safe parking operations in industrial areas. Include RV homelessness explicitly in the city's housing plan instead of pretending it doesn't exist. None of these changes require new taxes. None require voter approval. They require elected officials deciding that helping people is more important than keeping them invisible. And that choice is available right now. The clock is running. So here we are, 2,300 RVs scattered as families living in travel trailers every 72 hours to avoid citations. Retirees in broken motorhomes waiting for housing lists that never move. Single parents trying to keep kids in school while living in vehicles that are falling apart. And a city government that responds with enforcement and sweeps and towing instead of infrastructure and services and actual solution. This crisis isn't accidental. It's the predictable outcome of policy choices Denver continues making every day. Rent increases faster than wages. Housing construction lags decades behind demand. Enforcement gets millions in funding while services get nothing. Infrastructure doesn't exist because the city refuses to admit the problem exists. And people trying desperately to survive get punished for being visible. But we also know exactly what works. Legal parking with basic services. Case management connecting people to resources, infrastructure that acknowledges reality instead of criminalizing it. These programs exist in other cities right now, proving that RV homelessness is solvable when governments choose to solve it. Denver has the resources. Denver has the land. Denver has the need. What Denver lacks is the political courage to act, because every day the city delays, more families lose their homes, more seniors freeze in broken RVs, more kids fall behind in school because they're doing homework by flashlight in trailers, more working people slip further into crisis, and more taxpayer money gets wasted on enforcement that solves nothing while making everything worse. This isn't sustainable, it's not humane, and it's completely preventable. The choice is right there. Build infrastructure or keep destroying people. Help or harm. The city decides every single day. And so far, Denver keeps choosing harm. If you made it this far, you're part of the solution now. Share this. Talk about what you learned. Ask your city council representatives why Denver doesn't have safe parking programs. Ask them why enforcement gets $14 million while services get nothing. Ask them how many more people have to lose their homes before the city actually responds. Because silence protects this system. And this system is failing thousands of people tonight while we have all the tools necessary to help them. The crisis is solvable. The question is whether Denver will choose to solve it. And that choice starts now. This is what it looks like when the cost of living outpaces the cost of survival. And Denver's just one example. To see where this road ends, go watch our earlier piece. It's all connected. Then hit subscribe, because the only way this changes is if more people start paying attention.
That's crazy work, bro. What it do, Jesse?
Yeah, certified salute, Brice. So I was trying to wait for the video to finish. Yeah, I'm a
crazy work, family. I was watching it. I'm like, God damn. So y'all are facing the same shit like they're over here.
Yeah.
Everybody facing the same. If you got land and the RVs, this problem is happening everywhere.
Right.
What happened to CR crew and Shabaka? They fell out.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, they got into it again.
And Navi, all of them got scared because they thought me and Big E was starting to beef. I'm like, no, Navi, that's just how me and Big E mix it up. I'm like, that's like my brother and shit right there, Big E and shit.
Right.
We mix it up like that sometimes, and I love it. Me and him love it. I love him even more for that, because that shit put the fire in my ass.
Right.
Now, look, you know, I had the video about the chick with 44 kids.
Yeah.
Yo, look, I'm looking at you. Do you watch Seiji Hito, The Second Coming?
Oh yeah. Did
you see he had the 29-year-old with 5 kids under 7?
Oh my God.
What the fuck? But still, it ain't 44 kids.
Yeah.
But still, you 29 with 5 kids under 7. That's fucking wild work right there. I don't even know how that worked, bro.
Right. How many baby daddies?
That's multiple baby daddies. It's gotta be.
Jesus.
Oh my God. Yeah, I was over there on Sage. I was like shocked. I said, well, here we go talk about certain things, and then we see other people literally like segueing right into what we was talking to. Even Tariq tonight in TikTok, he said some of the shit I was saying last night. I was like, yeah, this nigga Tariq, that nigga be thinking, I'm thinking like Tariq. I was like, yo, niggas said the same shit I was talking about last night.
That's what's up. Yeah, what they were talking about in this video, I'm like, this is all the shit I ran for office on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm about to say that, Jesse. You ran on all this shit.
Yeah.
I remember your campaign. I remember watching. That's how I got really involved with fuck with you, because I saw you doing that shit. I'm like, look, here go a brother trying to do what niggas is always talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But my bro didn't win, and niggas still don't get it. They not gonna let a nigga like you in there because they know you mean to change some shit.
Right.
They know you mean to do some shit, so they like, I'm not letting a nigga in like that. So all the niggas they let in is the niggas that they know ain't gonna do nothing, particularly for Black Americans and for anybody else. So
right,
that's just how it is.
They'll better prioritize illegal immigrants. Shit's ridiculous.
That's what I'm trying to explain to people. They chose illegal immigrants because they plan to erase all Americans. Because they know even a regular white nigga ain't taking the shit that they be doing to niggas. So they want to replace all Americans with either immigrants or niggas that are touched in the head. I'm trying to tell y'all.
Right. You're so right. So I have one more video on this shit. This shit is ridiculous. Like,
go ahead, bro.
Everywhere I go in my city, that's all I see.
I feel like y'all got hit with a lot of illegal immigration. Denver's one of those places.
We had 50,000 down.
Huh?
We had 50,000 illegals here within the past 2 to 3 years.
Crazy.
And they done bankrupted our healthcare system, our education system. Every system you can think of has been bankrupted by
all the accidents and car crashes. I told y'all.
And this punk ass mayor, he said he was down to get arrested for the illegal. So I'm just waiting for Tom Homan and Trump to arrest this punk ass.
Yeah, get his punk ass. Come get all these niggas.
Right. But that's what they wanted. They wanted the rich white boy from Aspen.
It's crazy, bro. This whole damn system is wicked. And motherfuckers think we crazy when we say it's wicked. Them niggas like, oh, y'all niggas just no, nigga. The whole damn system is wicked.
So I don't know if they enacted it in Virginia, but here in Colorado and Denver, they enacted the 72-hour parking ban.
Yeah. They got something like that out here in VA too, where you can't have your RVs and shit like that. Yeah, because niggas normally park up at the Walmarts. And I've been seeing the police up there lately.
Yeah, I went to Safeway by my house, by my apartment, and the damn police was circling the damn parking lot. Mind you, we just had a big snowstorm. We got ice and snow on the fucking ground. These mugs was.
I feel for y'all. I'm so grateful. I'll say this. It was supposed to be snow in Virginia, but our temperature stayed just up. Because I told people we got too many Mexicans. That's why the temperature stayed up, and it was just enough to keep the goddamn shit turning it. Because at first, when I first heard it in the morning, I could hear this. That shit sound like ice and snow. And then the temperature went up, and the next thing you know, all that shit just turned to rain all day, and I was grateful for that shit. Fuck, I didn't want to see no snow.
it started off as like rain, then it changed over to snow, and then the snow started sticking, and now we got ice out there. This shit is fucked up, and it's 18 degrees right now.
Yeah, it's cold out here too. It's cold as hell.
And surprisingly, I didn't see no tents.
Oh, no tents?
Mm-mm. There used to be tents like up and down the strip where I'm at. They got rid of all that.
They was talking about something last night where they were saying it was a goddamn a tent city in St. Paul, Minnesota. I was like, is that where all the tethers, did they flee out into those damn tent cities and shit?
Yep.
Because they is out there looking for them niggas right now in fucking
Mm-hmm.
I was watching late last night.
Oh.
I got off my stream. I started watching. I'm like, God damn, they really is pounding these niggas out.
Mm-hmm.
We warned y'all, and we were laughing because I started looking at everybody's shit last night. Even our good brother, the old brother Pharaoh, said that. Do you follow him too?
Oh, Pharaoh? Only I know is young Pharaoh.
Nah. It's an old brother named Pharaoh said that. The nigga from LA.
Oh, he's from LA?
Yeah, he in LA, but he from Chicago and shit. But he an old brother and shit. And he even last night he had the whole shit on there talking about how they getting the Somalians and shit. I was like, man, everybody know this shit is going down. It's not. Y'all niggas is over. Y'all about to be wiped out. And then like how all y'all niggas became black overnight. That's what he was talking about. Every Somalian used to say they not black. Now they all black.
Yeah.
Help us, niggas.
Oh, and did you see they cracking down in New Orleans too?
Yep. I saw all that shit last night. I was about to bring that out. I was about to say, yeah, they went into New Orleans too. Yeah, they in a couple of places right now. I'm trying to get them niggas over here to Virginia so we could get some of these niggas cleaned out.
Right.
We got a lot of tethers.
Oh yeah. All right, let's see what Denver looking like.
Go ahead.
Tonight in Denver, entire neighborhoods are turning into parking lots for people with nowhere else to go.
The city of Denver ordering a property owner to immediately stop renting out trailers and RVs on his properties.
That was fucked up when they did that. That was real fucked up because that dude, he was renting out his parking lot to people that was living in RVs, and the city said, "Oh no, you can't do that."
Yeah, you can't do anything if you're trying to help the poor. You can't. I tried to tell y'all that white nigga, that white Mexican was walking around handing out cigarettes, alcohol, and machetes.
Yeah.
And they did nothing. They was like, ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you started trying to feed niggas, they would be like, oh, nigga, that's a problem.
Oh yeah, well, I was down with the Occupy movement out here in Denver, and they used to try to arrest us for trying to feed the homeless on the 16th Street Mall. They came in.
Yeah, that's why they feed the homeless out here, because the police was showing up every time like, nigga, you can't do this. And I'm like, what, we can't hand out food to people? They like, nope.
We had a whole thing against the downtown Denver partnership. Like, we boycotted every business for years that enforced the urban camping ban, because out here it's illegal to survive. And you think, oh, it's a real adventurous state. Shit. These motherfuckers make it illegal where you just survive on the streets. You could be arrested, ticketed, or harassed just for covering yourself with a tent, a tarp, a sleeping bag, anything besides your own clothing. And back in 2019, we ran a ballot initiative. We got like 7,000 signatures to get this shit on the ballot. It was called the Initiative 300, and it was basically going to overturn the urban camping ban.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers started running ads and TV commercials talking about we can do better. Initiative 300 isn't the answer. So when it was defeated, like 80% to like 20%.
Yeah, you gotta follow the money trail then. Be like, yo, who the fuck is behind this? It's somebody that is making a profit.
Mm-hmm. But we had all these tech giants move here, and we got a lot of billionaires and millionaires that moved here too.
Yep, that's our problem out here. We got all these data centers. We got all these niggas who done came from California.
Yep.
It's just like it's crazy because I live literally in data center alley. That's what we call it. We like because it's just coming down the whole damn thing of Loudoun County. It's just fucking data centers all over the place. These big ass monoliths.
We just had Oracle move out here. Got Pantia. What is it called? Pantia. How do you say that shit? Pantia.
Pantera, or is it Pantia?
The surveillance shit that the Israelis use.
Yeah, the Israeli nigga.
Paltera, I think that's how you say it. We got that out here. We got all kinds of damn tech giants out here now. So now the cost of living is gone through the freaking roof. It was already high before the pandemic. Yeah. Now the average one bedroom is about $2,000.
Yes, sir. This shit real, and it's real in the field right now. I've been telling people this.
I thought it was crazy, and I thought I had seen it all when I went to California. They was paying $3,400 for one.
Yeah, it's like $2,700 for a one bedroom out here right now.
That's fucking crazy. New York,
it's out of control.
$500 a month.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's all this shit is out of control, and they mean to do this because now, but they what I call it, they're in their punishment phase. They punishing us for not letting all the illegal immigrants in, and I keep telling people that this is a corporate thing. The corporations are literally controlling the government.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening. And Citizens United is just allowing that shit to happen.
Yeah. Y'all see Trump, but the government being run by the corporations. He be having all them niggas up there in the White House with him. And y'all don't say nothing.
Nothing.
When Barack Obama's hanging with all these damn entertainers, y'all were talking.
You missed it. Barack is trying to fucking. He's moving out some of the black people in Chicago.
Yeah,
to put a museum up.
Yeah, I saw that. He kicking niggas out of their neighborhood so he can get his museum. He ain't shit either. I've been telling you.
Right.
Obama was a detriment to us. We should have learned from the first time he got elected.
Yeah.
That's why I did not vote for him the second time. I was like, nah, this nigga ain't one of us. I knew it then. I was like, he ain't one of us. Even though people kept pointing out all that shit, I was like, I knew then. I was like, this nigga's not black. He Kenyan.
Well, that second time it was him or Romney. I'm like, fuck. Between a rock and a hard place. It was like in 2024, Kamala or Trump.
Yeah. But that's why I didn't vote for him. And that's why I tell people, I'm like, yeah, I voted locally. That's what I'm trying to explain to people. Like, I voted locally, but for the top ticket, as I explained to her and Big E, I don't have no interest in them niggas. I'm going to sit on the couch.
Right.
I'm going to sit on the motherfucking couch. And that couch proved that it was strong as a motherfucker. Y'all still complaining, but y'all won.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just want to get us locked in for the next time. Nah, nigga, I don't know what's going on the next time. Because I told y'all what they plan is scorched earth. They don't care.
Sure. Yep.
All them niggas is rich. All of us is like down here figuring. Some of us got a little bread, but still, we all still on a precipice.
Right. And them motherfuckers were still getting paid during that whole 40-something days of government shutdown.
Exactly. They didn't lose their money. Everybody, the regular federal worker didn't get paid, but Congress got paid the entire fucking time.
Right. And these fools think we're going to vote them back in the office in 2026? Hell no.
Hell no. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to go on. I told people this. I was like, man, Because I just like I explained about how Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, she waited to the last minute to try to court us black people in Virginia. She wasn't courting us at all.
No. She was trying to pander to that white conservative base.
Yep. And she didn't realize they don't fuck with her either, because they kind of tired of immigrants too. They don't just tell y'all that these white folks is tired of immigrants too. Some white people out here fighting for them, you know, because they got to have that in the media. But for the most part, from what I hear from white people on the ground, white people are tired of shit too. And they actually don't like tethers.
No, they don't.
At all. The tethers think that they're loved by white people. Like, no, nigga, we are better than you, nigga. That's why they pick us. No, nigga. Some white people pick you, but for the most part, majority of white people don't like y'all because they see y'all as cowards.
Right.
I said Trump went in all the way in on them niggas like that. And that nigga said it to niggas like, I could say that about other countries too.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, people forget. He said, I'll say that about other countries too. But right now, I'm focused on these Somalians.
Yep.
Get these niggas up out of here.
And he ain't playing. They about to get the fuck up out of here. All right, let's see what's happening in my city.
Go ahead, brother.
4,000 residents working, paying taxes, are now living in vehicles. But enforcement disaster isn't poverty, it's policy. And once you see how it works, you'll never look at your city the same way again. The invisible city. Here's a number that'll make you stop scrolling. The average one-bedroom apartment in Denver costs $2,150 a month right now. The median wage for workers in this city, $22.30 per hour before taxes. Do that math in your head for a second. After taxes, that's maybe $3,000 a month take home. Rent alone takes 70% of that income. And that's if you can even find a landlord who will rent to you without demanding you make 3 times the rent, which would require earning almost 6 figures a year for a one-bedroom in Denver in 2025. So what happens when the math stops working? People don't vanish. They don't leave the state. They adapt. They move into vehicles. They park where they can. And then the city starts moving them every 72 hours, like a game of musical chairs where losing means losing everything you own. In the next 11 minutes, you're going to see what really happens when a city grows faster than its capacity to house people. You'll understand the exact sequence of events that turns working families into vehicle dwellers. You'll meet people living this reality right now, and you'll see the solutions that other cities have already implemented successfully, solutions Denver refuses to try. But before we get there, we need to start with what's actually happening on these streets, because what you think you're seeing and what's really going on are 2 very different things. Beyond the windshield. Drive through the neighborhoods along Federal Boulevard or near the Platte River Trail, and you'll see them if you know what you're looking for. Class A motorhomes that cost $60,000 when they were new, now held together with duct tape and hope. Conversion vans with curtains made from bed sheets. Pickup trucks with camper shells and condensation coating the inside of the windows. Toyota Priuses with completely blacked out windows and someone's entire life packed into the back seat. These aren't abandoned vehicles. These are people's homes. And the people living in them aren't transients or drifters. They're certified nursing assistants working overnight shifts at hospitals. They're line cooks at the restaurants you eat at. They're delivery drivers bringing packages to your door. They're retired veterans on fixed incomes. They're single mothers working 2 jobs and still falling short every month. The thing about vehicle dwelling is that it requires structure and discipline that most people never have to think about. You have to know where you can park legally. You have to track which streets get swept on which days. You have to memorize the parking enforcement schedule for 6 different neighborhoods. You have to find public bathrooms that are open before 7 in the morning and after 9 at night. You have to figure out where to dump waste, where to get water, where to charge your phone so you can keep your job. You have to become invisible while simultaneously trying to maintain the appearance of normalcy. So you can keep working, keep your kids in school, keep accessing the services you need to eventually get out of the vehicle and back into housing. Denver's approach to this population has been enforcement first, services never. The 72-hour ordinance is the centerpiece of that approach. It states that any vehicle parked on a public street for more than 3 consecutive days is subject to citation and potential tow. The fines start at $50 for the first offense. Towing costs anywhere from $800 to $1,500 depending on the size of the vehicle and how far it gets taken. For someone already living paycheck to paycheck in a vehicle, that's not just a fine, that's total catastrophe. That's the loss of shelter, transportation, and every single possession you own all at once. And once a vehicle gets impounded, most people never get it back because they can't afford the fees. They end up on the street with nothing, which is exactly where the cascade really begins. These stories aren't hopeless. They're proof that change works when we choose it. Subscribe now because the solutions are coming and you can be part of them. When the math breaks down, here's how the system takes working people and turns them into vehicle dwellers, then takes vehicle dwellers and turns them into street homeless. It happens in 5 movements, 5 cascading failures that follow each other with mathematical precision. And once the first one hits, the rest follow like clockwork. The rent trap. Let's slow down and walk through the actual economics that make vehicle homelessness inevitable for thousands of people. You work 40 hours a week at $22 an hour. That's gross income of $45,760 per year. Sounds almost middle class, right? After federal taxes, state taxes, Social Security, and Medicare, you're taking home about $34,000. That's $2,833 per month. Now let's add up your fixed costs. Rent is $2,150. That leaves you with $683 for the entire month. Car payment, $250. Car insurance, $140. Gas, $180. Phone, $70. That's $640. You now have $43 left for the month. For food, for medical care, for clothing, for anything unexpected. You're not making bad choices. You're not being irresponsible. You're working full time, and the math simply does not close. So you try to make it work anyway. You skip meals. You drive less. You ignore the check engine light. You don't go to the doctor when you get sick because the copay is $40 and you don't have $40. You hold on, you keep showing up to work, you keep paying what you can, and then something breaks. Your car needs a repair, you can't defer anymore. Your hours get cut because business is slow. You get sick and miss a week of work. Your landlord decides to raise the rent by $300 because the building down the street is charging that much now, and why shouldn't they? You fall behind. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The eviction notice comes. You have 30 days. You look for another apartment, but every single one wants first month's rent, last month's rent, security deposit, and proof that you earned 3 times the monthly rent. You'd need $9,000 in cash just to move into a new place. You don't have $9,000. You don't have $900. You barely have $90. So the eviction proceeds. The sheriff shows up. You have 2 hours to get everything out. And now you're standing on the sidewalk with your belongings and nowhere to go. If you're extremely fortunate, you have a vehicle. Maybe it's the pickup truck you bought 10 years ago for work. Maybe it's an old RV your parents gave you when they upgraded. Maybe it's just your regular car. Whatever it is, it becomes your only option. Not because you want to live in it, not because you're choosing some kind of alternative lifestyle, but because the alternative is the literal street. So you pack what fits, you leave behind what doesn't, and you start living in your vehicle, which immediately triggers the next failure, the perpetual motion machine. You need somewhere to park, somewhere you won't get harassed, somewhere relatively safe, somewhere with access to a bathroom, ideally, or at least a gas station or fast food restaurant where you can use the facilities without getting kicked out. In a rational system, in a city that actually wanted to help people, there would be designated areas for this. Safe parking lots with basic services, legal overnight parking zones, some kind of infrastructure that acknowledges reality instead of criminalizing it. Denver has none of that. What Denver has is 4 million square feet of underutilized industrial land, empty lots owned by the city, parcels near light rail stations that sit vacant except for gravel and weeds, spaces under overpasses, stretches of street and commercial areas where nobody goes at night. All of this could be converted into safe parking, but it hasn't been. Instead, you're left with public streets and the 72-hour rule, which means you're not parking. You're constantly circling. Sunday, you're on West Colfax. Tuesday, you move to a side street near the river. Thursday, you're back on Federal Boulevard. Saturday, you're in a different neighborhood entirely. You learn the rhythms of parking enforcement. You know that certain areas get checked at 6 in the morning, Others, not until 9. You know which neighborhoods have residents who call the police immediately, and which ones mostly leave you alone. You know where the street sweeping happens, and on which days. You become an expert in invisible survival. But here's what you can't do while you're moving every 3 days. You can't establish residency anywhere. You can't get mail. You can't use an address on job applications. You can't register your vehicle because registration requires proof of address. And without current registration, you can't renew your driver's license. Without a valid license, you can't legally drive, which means you can't get to work, which means you lose your job. The system doesn't just fail to help you. It actively punishes you for being in the situation it created. Meanwhile, other cities figured this out years ago. San Diego operates a safe parking program with 6 lots across the city. People living in vehicles can park legally, access bathrooms and security, and work with case managers toward permanent housing. The success rate is 87% of participants transitioning into stable housing within 12 months. The cost per person is roughly $4,000. Denver could replicate this program tomorrow. The city has the land. Local nonprofits have the expertise. The funding could come from reallocating a fraction of what the city currently spends on enforcement. But that would require acknowledging that vehicle dwelling is a housing problem, not a nuisance problem. And Denver hasn't made that leap yet. Which brings us to the third cascade, the paper chase. The citations start accumulating. $50 for parking longer than 72 hours in one spot. $75 for parking too close to a corner. $150 for blocking a driveway you didn't realize extended that far. $200 for overnight parking in a commercial zone. You can't afford to pay any of them, so they pile up. The fines turn into warrants. The warrants turn into suspended registration, and then one morning you wake up to flashing lights and a tow truck backing up to your RV. The tow operator is just doing his job. He's not cruel, he's just indifferent. He hooks up your vehicle, your home, your everything, and he lifts it onto the flatbed. He hands you a piece of paper with an address and a phone number, impound lot, $875 to get it out. You have 10 days before it goes to auction. After that, it's gone forever. You stand there on the street watching your home get towed away. You don't have $875. You don't have $87. You barely have $8, so you don't get it back. Everything you own is inside that RV. Clothes, documents, family photos, tools, medications, everything. You file a form to retrieve personal property. They give you 20 minutes and 2 boxes. Whatever doesn't fit gets thrown away. And here's the part that should make every single taxpayer absolutely furious. The city just spent $1,200 on that tow. $1,200 to destroy someone's housing and push them further into crisis. That same $1,200 could have paid for 2 months in a safe parking program with case management, job support, and a realistic pathway back into permanent housing. But Denver doesn't have that program. What Denver has is enforcement. And enforcement doesn't solve homelessness. It just makes it worse while spending more money in the process. But even that's not the bottom. There's another layer, the invisible infrastructure. Let's talk about what it actually means, physically and logistically, to live in a vehicle in a city with no infrastructure for vehicle dwellers. You're in an RV, you have a small bathroom with a toilet and maybe a tiny shower. But those systems require water to come in and waste to go out. Your freshwater tank holds maybe 30 gallons. Your gray water tank holds another 30. Your black water tank, the one for toilet waste, holds 40 if you're lucky. If you're careful, that's maybe a week before you need to dump the tanks and refill the water. Where do you do that? RV dump stations charge $15 to $25 per use. Campgrounds have dump stations, but they require you to pay for a campsite, which is $40 to $70 per night. Some rest stops have dumps, but they're an hour outside the city, and you can't afford the gas. So people improvise. They dump gray water in storm drains. They use public restrooms at libraries, fast food restaurants, grocery stores, anywhere they can access a toilet. They avoid drinking water to reduce the need to use the bathroom. They skip showers for days or weeks at a time, and the health consequences show up immediately. Meanwhile, the city spent $14 million last year on homeless encampment sweeps, operations that cleared people from one area and pushed them to another without providing any services, without connecting anyone to housing, without solving anything. $14 million. That's enough to house more than 300 families for an entire year. That's enough to operate 10 safe parking lots with full services. That's enough to fund a rapid rehousing for 1,000 people. But instead, it went to sweeps, to enforcement, to making the problem less visible for people who don't want to see it, while making it infinitely worse for people who are living it. And that brings us to the final cascade, the one that reveals just how broken this entire approach really is: the expensive illusion. Here's what happens when the city decides to clear a street where vehicle dwellers have been parking. Notices go up on windshields. You have 72 hours to move. On the morning of the sweep, police arrive first, then public works trucks, then tow trucks. Officers knock on vehicles. Everyone has to leave immediately. Anything left behind gets loaded into garbage trucks and compacted. People scatter. Some move 6 blocks east. Some go south toward Inglewood. Some try to find a spot in a different part of the city where enforcement hasn't reached yet. And within a week, that new area gets complaints and the cycle starts over. Denver has conducted over 230 encampment and vehicle sweeps in the last 18 months alone. Each one costs the city between $8,000 and $35,000, depending on the size and complexity. Police overtime, public works crews, waste removal, legal processing, all of that money spent. And at the end of every single sweep, exactly 0 people get housed. 0 people get connected to permanent services. 0 situations improve. Because sweeps aren't solutions. They're just extremely expensive ways to relocate a problem from one neighborhood to another while making it worse for everyone involved. The people who were parked on that street are still living in vehicles. They're just parked somewhere else now, probably somewhere with even fewer resources and less safety. They've lost whatever minimal stability they had. If they were working with a case manager, that connection might be severed because the case manager doesn't know where they went. If their kids were enrolled in school, they might have to switch schools or face longer commutes. If they were close to getting an ID or a document they needed, that process just got disrupted. The sweep didn't help them, it hurt them, and it cost taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars to make their lives harder. That's not policy, that's cruelty with a budget line. 3 lives, 1 crisis. Before we talk about solutions, before we get into policy and programs and what could work, you need to understand this crisis at the human level, not as statistics, not as policy debates, as people. Real people with names and histories and futures that depend entirely on whether anyone decides to help. Let me introduce you to 3 of them. Robert is 66 years old, retired diesel mechanic, worked for the same trucking company in Commerce City for 39 years. Never missed a shift, never called in sick unless he absolutely couldn't stand up. Saved money, bought a house in Globeville in 1993. Small place, 2 bedrooms, nothing fancy, but it was his. He paid it off in 2015. 10 years early. He was proud of that. Thought he was set for retirement. Then the neighborhood got rezoned for mixed-use development. Property values shot up, so did property taxes. His annual tax bill went from $2,000 to almost $9,000 in 3 years. His pension is $1,400 a month. Social Security is another $1,100. He couldn't make the math work. He sold the house in 2022. Paid off some debts. Bought a camper for $12,000. Figured he'd live in that and bank the rest for emergencies. Now he parks on Brighton Boulevard, half a mile from the shop where he used to work. He's been there for almost 2 years. He has a gym membership for showers. He has a VA card for medical care. He has friends who let him use their address for mail, but he doesn't have a home. And every 3 days, he has to move his truck to a different spot, circle the block, and find another place to park. He's 66 years old. He worked his entire adult life. He owned his home, and now he lives in a 1987 Chevy camper with a heater that works maybe half the time, trying to stay warm through Denver winters, waiting for his name to come up on the senior housing list. He applied 3 years ago. He's still waiting. Angela and her husband Marco are both 34. 2 kids, ages 7 and 9. Marco does construction framing. Angela works at a King Soopers. Combined, they make about $56,000 a year. They were renting a 3-bedroom apartment in Lakewood for $1,800 a month. It was tight but manageable. Then the building got sold. New owners came in, raised the rent to $2,400. Angela and Marco couldn't cover the increase. They looked for another place. Every apartment they found wanted first month, last month, security deposit, plus proof of income at 3 times the rent. That would require nearly $7,000 upfront, plus documentation that they earned $6,000 a month, which they don't. They had 45 days before the rent increase took effect. They couldn't find anything they could afford that would accept them. So they bought a used travel trailer, 22 feet long, cost them $8,500. They park it near the kids' school. The kids still go to class every day. They do homework inside the trailer at a tiny fold-down table. Angela and Marco both still work their jobs. They shower at the recreation center. They wash clothes at the laundromat. And every 72 hours, they hook up the trailer, move it to a different street, unhook it, and set up again. They're not unemployed. They're not on drugs. They're not lazy. They're working full time, and they got priced out. And now they're one citation away from losing everything. Shanice is 29, single mother. Her daughter Maya just turned 6. Shanice was working as a home health aide, $12 an hour plus mileage. She was barely making it work, but she was making it work. Then her car broke down. Transmission. Repair estimate was $3,000. She didn't have $3,000. She didn't have $300. Without a car, she couldn't get to her clients' homes. She missed 3 shifts trying to figure out transportation. Her supervisor fired her. She fell behind on rent, got evicted. For 2 months, she and Maya lived in Shanice's Honda Civic. No room to lie down, no heat, except the engine running intermittently when Shanice could afford gas. Maya missed school because Shanice couldn't get her there consistently. Then a friend told Shanice about a nonprofit running a tiny safe parking pilot program on the north side. 20 spaces, porta potties, security guard at night. Case manager who came by twice a week. Shanice got a spot. Within 2 weeks, the case manager helped her get a replacement ID and social security card, documents she'd lost during the eviction. Within a month, Shanice had a new job at a call center, something she could get to by bus. Within 90 days, she was in transitional housing. Today, 14 months later, she's in her own apartment with a lease. Maya has her own bedroom. They have a kitchen, a bathroom, stability, and Shanice is training to become a peer navigator, helping other women get out of vehicles and into housing. That's a story about structural failure. And the only difference between Robert, Angela, Marco, and Shanice isn't effort or character. It's access. Access to a program that worked, a program that doesn't exist at scale in Denver, but it could. As other cities already proved it's possible. The roadmap exists. Let's talk about solutions, not theoretical ones.
Damn, that shit is wild depressing, man.
Aspiration program, the WILL it, called the Safe Parking Program, started in 2013, currently operates 6 lots across the city. The program is dead simple. Vehicle dwellers get a legal place to park, they get access to bathrooms, they get security so they can sleep without worrying about getting robbed or harassed, and they get assigned a case manager who helps them navigate the path back to housing. Participants can stay as long as they're actively working toward their goals. No arbitrary time limits, no 72-hour shuffling, just stability while they build. The results, 7% of participants transition into permanent housing within a year. The cost per person is about $4,200. That's less than the cost of 3 encampment sweeps. And unlike sweeps, this actually ends people's homelessness instead of just moving it around. Los Angeles runs a more intensive version called Safe Park LA. It's not just parking, it's a full vehicle triage center. On-site services include showers, laundry, mail access, legal aid, mental health counseling, and medical care. Participants work with housing navigators who help them get IDs, apply for benefits, search for apartments, and navigate the lease application process. The program tracks specific metrics. Average time from intake to document recovery, 15 days. Average time from intake to employment or benefits approval, 37 days. Average time from intake to lease signing, 4.5 months. And here's the number that matters most. 85% of participants are still housed 2 years later. That means they're not cycling back into homelessness. They're staying stable. Denver has nothing remotely comparable to this, but it absolutely could. Seattle took a different approach with master lease programs. The city and several large nonprofits lease entire apartment buildings. Then they sublease individual units to people transitioning out of homelessness. No credit checks, no background checks beyond sex offender registry, no requirement to prove income at 3 times the rent, just a lease and a case manager. Participants pay 30% of their income toward rent, whatever that income is. The program covers the difference. Over time, as people's income increases, they take on more of the rent until they're paying market rate or they transition to their own lease. The data shows that people in master lease programs are 6 times more likely to maintain stable housing after 2 years compared to people who go directly from the street into independent housing without support. Denver already has a small version of this through the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, but it's only for individuals, not families, and it's nowhere near the scale needed. Expanding this model.
Yeah, that's what I'm in. I'm in the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless House. It's ridiculous. This shit is fucked up.
Yeah, this shit is heavy depressing to me. I'm like, God damn, they really don't give a fuck about nobody. Particularly American citizens.
Yeah, and we tried to do that master leasing out here, and they said nope.
That's crazy, bro. Like, that's like just crazy work. I'm just like, I was listening. I'm like, God damn, this shit started making me sad. I almost started crying.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm a cancer. I'm a sensitive nigga.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't.
So I'm sitting here feeling real sensitive about all this shit. I'm like, God damn, they don't fucking care. We were just talking about this, how they just don't give a damn. They don't give a damn.
It makes me appreciate what I have right now, despite the little issues.
That's how they. That's what they want. They want us feeling like Africans.
In the richest country in the world.
Cause a nigga told me, like, you niggas is lucky. You niggas have running water, nigga. And you niggas have electricity. Cause I was talking about where I played that video with an African nigga talking about they don't have no light after 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. 600 million of them niggas with lights.
Right.
But the white people and the Chinese don't never say that. I don't see a white person on TikTok say that ever.
Ever. You see, they deported that one, and he was talking about
that's Somalian.
Yeah, that's Somali, and he got on somebody's TikTok. It was like, I ain't got no lights.
Yeah, he hated that shit. He did not want to be back in that bitch, boy. I'm telling y'all, I feel them niggas on that. Y'all, but I'm sitting here like, how y'all niggas all don't got a electric grid that run from the top of Africa to the bottom?
Right.
Like in America, they don't understand. I'm trying to tell a nigga, I was like, yeah, there's grids in America that attach other states, other areas. Right. That y'all don't have. Why don't y'all have that?
Either it got destroyed or they haven't built it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't let niggas destroy shit. Y'all got all these gangs running around. And they're Islamic gangs. That's what I want to talk to Young Riaz about. Like, all these niggas is Islamics. They Islamists. And they running around and they making the world worse.
Yeah, like Boko Haram. I watched the whole documentary on that.
They got Boko Haram. They got a bunch of them.
All right, this video's almost over.
Go ahead.
Could house 200 families in 6 months. The annual cost would be around $9 million. That sounds like a lot until you remember the city spent $14 million on sweeps last year. Sweeps that helped no one. This would actually house people permanently.
It's literally blocks, like a block away from where I stay. Like literally, I step outside and this is what I see.
Crazy.
But some of the most important solutions don't even require new funding. They just require changing policies that actively make the problem worse. First, eliminate the 72-hour parking rule for anyone enrolled in case management or participating in a safe parking program. Let people stay put while they work toward housing instead of forcing them into constant motion. Second, designate specific areas for overnight vehicle parking, industrial zones, areas under overpasses, spaces that aren't residential and don't disrupt neighborhoods. Make it legal to exist while you're trying to get back on your feet. Third, install basic public infrastructure, water filling stations, dump stations for RV waste, trash service, public restrooms that are actually open when people need them. These aren't luxuries. They're public health necessities.
Oh my God, we tried all that. Like the fucking bureaucracy out here, these fucking Democrats. Mind you, it's all fucking Democrats in Denver. that control the government.
Immigrants don't
These
give a shit about nobody. That's what I'm saying. They really don't. They the ones who were supposed to be the champions of allegedly the poor, but they making niggas more poor. It's just this shit can't last forever. If you hear me in the back,
parties.
I'm watching art.
Parties. The fucking city came and confiscated the shit. Couldn't afford the shit no more. It was ridiculous. Like,
yeah, I had to put on country style so I could watch that in the background while you was playing that, because I was like, I had to fix my emotions. I was like, God damn, this shit got a nigga feeling sad. I'm like, yo, hold on, put Art Fennell and these country niggas out here doing country shit.
Right.
In South Carolina. Shout out to Art Fennell, man. We love our country style.
Yeah. So all these solutions that the guy in the video is.
That's what you was running on.
Right. And they said, no, we can do better. Okay, so no, we're not doing better. We're doing worse.
Yeah, man. Crazy.
The cost would be minimal. The impact would be enormous. Fourth, change zoning laws to allow safe parking lots in commercial and industrial areas. Right now, Denver's code makes it nearly impossible to legally operate a safe parking site. That's a policy choice. It can be changed. And fifth, actually include vehicle homelessness in the city's housing plan. You can't solve a problem you refuse to name. Denver's current 5-year housing strategy mentions unsheltered populations, but never specifically addresses people living in vehicles. That invisibility is intentional, and it needs to end. The city already has frameworks for this. Denver has a Department of Housing Stability. It has an Office of Homelessness Resolution. It has partnerships with nonprofits who have been doing this work for years with no resources. The infrastructure exists. The expertise exists. The need definitely exists. What's missing is political will, because acknowledging vehicle homelessness at the scale it actually exists means acknowledging that Denver has become unaffordable for working people, that the growth everyone celebrates has left thousands of people behind, that the market isn't solving this, and government intervention is necessary. Those are uncomfortable truths. But discomfort is not a justification for letting 4,000 people sleep in vehicles tonight when we know exactly how to help them. The choice ahead. So here's where we are. Denver's vehicle homelessness crisis is not an accident. It's the predictable result of specific policy choices. Rent increases faster than wages. Housing construction lags decades behind demand. Enforcement is prioritized over services. Infrastructure doesn't exist. And people who are trying their absolute hardest to survive get punished for being visible. That's the current system. It's expensive, it's cruel, and it doesn't work. But we also know exactly what does work. Safe parking with case management, vehicle triage centers with comprehensive services, master lease programs that remove barriers to housing, policy reforms that stop criminalizing poverty. These aren't experimental ideas.
Go ahead.
Hey, did you see me get blocked over there by King Simon by Lioness Crown?
Oh, she blocks you?
She blocked me permanently, the funky bitch.
Oh, they took that whole video down. I seen that.
Cause we was on a bumper. We was over there on a bumper, nigga. I saw FBA Convo in there. I was in there. I was going hard on that nigga King Simon. Oh, this nigga, and then nigga put my name up. Then nigga like, yeah, I wanted this nigga name up here, Breeze Omega, cause this nigga right here, he's doing real age. He was had put my name up there and shit. I'm like, nigga, you started this, James Small.
Right.
Why the fuck can't y'all niggas hold the blame with a nigga who did it? Ain't nobody was talking about no James Small or any of this. You came out, label us agents, CIA, and now y'all all up here. Y'all going at an 80-year-old man. It's like, I'm sick of this type of shit. We gonna have to clean house, bro. We really got to clean fucking house. And it's you seeing the roaches now. I'm seeing the roaches, and I'm like, that's where they at. We got to get these niggas up out of here because that and Lioness Crown, man. I told that bitch, I said, bitch, you know, I hit her on Twitter last night too. I said, bitch, you thought I wasn't gonna get you back over here, huh? I said, bitch, you know who you talking with. That's why she blocked me permanently because she knew who I was.
Mod over there. I watched about, I think about 10 minutes of that video.
Yeah, she a mod. Yep, she a mod over it. But I met this bitch at the first rally for reparation. And I thought something was weird. Like she was talking crazy about Tariq at the damn rally for reparation.
Yeah.
I'm one of the niggas went and told on her. I went and told Afro Lee. I was like, yo, this girl over here. He's like, who, Lioness? I was like, yeah, she talking crazy about Tariq. I went and told on the bitch because I was like, yeah, this bitch off cold. I don't know why she here, y'all.
Right.
Because she was all up there. She was all up Hotel Small's ass that day too. And I knew something was fishy, yo. And now we see it. And I'm looking at her. I'm like, man, Lioness Crown, you a damn traitor.
Yep. She is. And that's the sister. She used to be on Voice Walking shit.
Yeah. She used to be on Tariq shit, everything. I used to rock with her.
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought she was down with the family. And then I start seeing this bitch's actions, and I'm like, yeah, they ain't mapping.
Right.
And that's why we challenged them last night. I was on their bumper last night. That's why the bitch blocked me. I'm about to post a video to my YouTube, too. In fact, I forgot about doing it last night. I said, look at this bitch. Because Navi and them all been over there talking on it all night because I had to respond to their comments. They was like, yeah, that bitch, that hoe. She was like, yeah. I was die laughing. I'm like, yeah, that hoe.
She had a wrench over there. I see she had a wrench over there. I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, I knew it. As soon as I saw it, that's why I was like, fuck it, I'm going all the way in because I'm going to get blocked. The minute everything I say, I'm going to get blocked. So I went all the way in. I was like.
Yeah, because I told you I was live. I was like, guess who's getting interviewed right now?
Yeah, you told me I wasn't going to go over there, but it popped up on my For You page, and I'm looking like, yeah, let me go over there. I'm going to go over there and say something, because I didn't say nothing at first, but I was glad because that nigga put me up on the, he put me on the Jumbotron, so I'm good on that. I was like, shit, I actually got a follow from that last night. I picked up a follower, and the nigga sent me a message like, yo, the way you stood up to them, he was like, yo, that was real shit. He was like, yo, and they blocked you permanently. I'm like, you see that, right? They don't want me over there. She know who I am.
Yeah.
The bitch know who I am. I was there. I've been at all the shits. I was at Dallas. I was at I've been at all the damn FBA.
Damn.
I stand on FBA business, bro.
Right.
I've been trying to tell people for the longest, like, man, we gotta do something where we gotta get niggas up out the paint that ain't really rocking with.
Right.
And she one of them. She gotta go. That's why she over there with James Smalls and them niggas, because she don't got nowhere else to go.
Yep, that's all Sarnetta's crew.
Yep. So we gotta dumbass Sarnetta.
Yeah.
I remember Sarnetta. He was at the rally for reparations, the first one.
Yeah, he showed up.
And he acted like he was cool with all of us. And he was damn.
Mm-hmm.
And he ain't no big nigga either. I tell niggas, the nigga was, when he saw me, I look like a praying mantis to that nigga, because I'm like 6'1". That nigga only like 5'7".
Yeah, he's short.
Yeah, he a short nigga.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these niggas is little. My good brother Raheem Shabazz. I love Raheem Shabazz too, but he a little nigga too. All them niggas little.
He turned. Oh man, not Raheem. Damn.
You notice he wasn't at the second rally for reparations.
Yeah, I did notice that.
So I don't know what all them niggas. I think he's still in good faith with Tariq, but I think he did do some greasy shit. A lot of them niggas did. And that's why I told people, I was like, that's why Tariq was talking about the first rally for reparation. He was talking about how he had so many ops and he ain't know. That was he thought was down with us, but it was all them niggas turned out to be ops. They turned out to be ops, nigga.
A lot of these niggas in his films. That's the worst part about it.
That's the worst part. Like, because they lie.
Majority of these mugs that he featured in the Damn, starting with Sabir, then Umar, then
Umar. Yep. All of them fucking Smalls, Dr. Ma'at.
Dr. Mahat, yeah. Oh my God, that bitch.
Oh God. Yeah, she had the nerve to send me a mean ass message. I'm a post the message up on the shit probably today when I go live. I'm gonna post it because she was talking mean to me and shit. And I was like, bitch, I thought you was my friend, and you turned out you a turncoat.
Yeah, she is. They are a bunch of turncoats. They can't be trusted.
Cause if we got so much of a problem, nigga, I told her, I said, just how you DM me right now, y'all can DM Tariq.
Yeah. But then this bitch was sitting up there on that interview with that clown ass nigga Onk and Asar was talking about, well, if we have a problem, you can just call me and we could discuss it.
They lied and said that. That's why I said. Because that's what I said to her. I was like, look how you DMing me right now because you think we got a difference of opinions. I said, why didn't y'all do that with Tariq? And then she it took her a long time to respond back. It took like 10 minutes to hit me back. And then she just went in a long-ass diatribe talking shit.
And then the bitch gonna sit up there and say, oh, my brother Tariq. Bitch, you is a snake in the grass.
In the grass. Fully in the grass. Yeah, I ain't fucking with her no more. I let her know. I was like, sis, I don't know. I took off my recurring donations to you. Yeah, I'm no longer donating. I was like, bitch, I'm done. That money
dry up. That's why the motherfuckers is jumping out the window. They ain't getting them that poor money.
I let her know. I was like, bitch, I'm not donating to you no more. Since I said, now you sent me this message. I was like, bitch, that confirms it even more. And then she gonna talk about, I don't even need your funky $30. All right, bitch. That's $30 that you don't get from me no more.
And she's sitting up there begging for donations during that interview.
Yeah. So, it was funny because Pinky, they was selling books over there. I was laughing. I was like, Pinky said they selling books. I went over there. I was like, yeah, them niggas had books. All types of shit they was trying to sell. And I told King Simon, I was like, nigga, because he be over there with Lisa Cabrera.
Yeah.
And I done fell out with Lisa Cabrera because I told her she too old. And I was like, some of your shit is antiquated.
Yeah.
And they don't like when they hear that word, antiquated. I'm like, yeah, that shit don't work no more. It's an antique. When you said some good shit a couple of years ago, that shit was good. But it don't work for us.
It was Professor Black Truth that put me on to her. I didn't even know about her until Professor Black Truth.
TBA.
Was like,
Professor Black Truth. Yeah, that's how I learned about Lisa Cabrera because he mentioned her in her thing and I started watching her. I follow her now.
Yeah.
Like tonight, I was like last night, I was like, I should follow that bitch. Because especially she over there with King Simon. And that nigga, I started following him from Lisa Cabrera.
Damn.
All these niggas ain't good, nigga. I told people, I noticed when niggas can sit and ain't nobody, they all day on these platforms. Who's paying them?
Right.
Because I got to pay for all my shit. I got to stay on here. Just like I seen niggas last night trying to talk shit. Oh, nigga, if you got the duck up in your corner or the restream, you not paying for it. So what? Who gives a fuck?
Right.
Y'all be sitting up here worried about semantics. And I'm like, nigga, y'all not getting nothing done. Nothing gets done. Black people going through hell all over this place, and y'all not doing nothing.
But sitting on these stupid ass panels for 12 hours a fucking day.
Yeah, talking shit about us, and we ain't even thinking about it. We got a real struggle we going through.
Yep, because like every day I see motherfuckers go live about FBA, FBA this, FBA that.
Oh, okay. And then yet they say, oh, y'all only make videos if y'all got Dr. Smalls or Pan African. I'm like, nigga, cause that's the opposition. Y'all niggas, y'all doing the same thing. I told her. That's why I told him last night. I said, you doing the same thing, bro.
Mm-hmm. And then like Shawnetta, oh, I want to know more about FBA. I'm gonna invite some FBAs up. And then we get up there and you don't want to hear nothing we got to say.
Tariq about to have that today about why niggas acting like they confused about FBA.
Mm-hmm. All right,
you was cooking over that bitch. I was looking at your shit again. I was like, yeah, Jesse was killing him. I'm like, you pounded him out. And them niggas couldn't take that shit.
Yeah. Are gonna cut me off, or gonna put me backstage and all that.
Yep. I saw that. I saw him put you. I was looking. I was like, this nigga don't like what he got to say. I said, see, this is why we can't. This is why we can't trust these niggas. I already said it, man. I've been saying. Neely Fuller Jr. said we ain't supposed to be around each other unless it's for something productive.
Yeah, because it's poison. He said it's poison.
Yep. We'll get together and start poisoning each other because that's what we do. And sure enough, on all these platforms, because I asked him a simple question, and then he got mad. He avoided my question, but he put up when I said, James Small started this.
Yeah, he did.
He avoided I asked him a simple question in the beginning. He avoided the question. He just put up, I want to put him on the front line. This nigga Breeze Omega. Nigga, you the one, nigga. I was like, wow. The nigga put me there talking shit. And then she was like, don't. She's like, yeah, I know him. I'm blocking him permanently. I was like, you funky bitch.
Yeah.
Go ahead, block me permanently. I don't be over there.
Right.
That's how I feel. I don't be on King Simon enough to be like worried about I'm blocked.
Right.
I told that nigga, I said, you got on goddamn shoot. You got
one of those fuck niggas, Simon.
He had on shoot. He was mad because I said he had on shooter goggles.
You remember that nigga Simon Hill? He blocked me. Oh, bitch ass nigga. He blocked me because he was talking about, oh, there's more than two genders. And I said, nigga, no.
Hell no. Yeah. Like, I don't block a nigga unless you a damn heather, nigga.
Right.
Like, I don't have there's no purpose or reason for me to talk to a tether. That's what I'm trying to say.
And then a punk ass tether got me blocked from Tariq's chat.
Yeah. They will get you blocked. Nigga, I told you I'm blocked by Just Eve. I got blocked by Just Eve a long time when Tariq was getting rid of Just Eve. That blocking spree. And she blocked me.
And then after that, she went after Jason Blacc.
Yep.
And then I think she's fucking with Dr. Clyde Winters.
Yeah, she hang over there with Dr. Claw. I can't believe her too. I told Just Eve, I was like, girl, you from DC. I've seen you many times together, many times. Why would you be acting like this?
Right.
But the bitch got short hair and she done dyed it blonde. I don't know what's up with her.
All right, it's like 2 minutes left of this video, and then I got one more.
Go ahead, brother.
They're proven models with years of data showing they end homelessness for the majority of people who access them. The question isn't whether Denver can do this. The city has the resources, the land, the expertise, and the need. The question is whether Denver will choose to do it, because every day the city delays, more families lose their homes. More seniors spend another freezing night in broken RVs. More kids fall behind in school because they're doing homework by flashlight in a camper. More working people get pushed further into crisis, and more taxpayer money gets wasted.
There's like several people in this video I know, like that dude right there. I know him. His name was Petey. He actually protected Lady Che when they was on the streets, when they was sleeping on the street.
Oh damn! Shout out to Lady Che, man. Man. Y'all shouldn't have to go through any of this bullshit, man.
Right.
Y'all shouldn't have to go through this. I don't never like black people who have to go through this bullshit. That shit pisses me off. We put in work, nigga. We put in work.
Right.
wasted on enforcement and sweeps that solve absolutely nothing. This isn't sustainable, it's not humane, and it's completely preventable. Other cities made different choices. San Diego, Los Angeles, Seattle, even smaller cities like Eugene, Olympia, and Sacramento. They invested in infrastructure. They created legal pathways out of vehicle dwelling. They chose to help people instead of punish them. And their unsheltered numbers dropped as a result. Denver can do the same thing. But it starts with seeing this clearly, not as a parking problem, not as a public nuisance, but as a housing crisis that demands a housing solution. And it starts with people like you refusing to look away. If you made it this far, thank you. You're part of the solution now. Share this video. Talk about what you learned. Ask your city council representatives what Denver's actual plan is for vehicle dwellers. Ask them why the city doesn't have safe parking programs. Ask them why enforcement gets $14 million while services get nothing. Because silence protects the status quo. And the status quo is failing thousands of people right now, tonight, while we have all the tools we need to help them. Hit subscribe so you don't miss it.
Yeah, we've done all that. Them motherfuckers don't give a fuck.
Crazy. Yeah, they don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. Crazy.
So this next video is really gonna tug at your heartstrings. So this sister, she's working, and she was fleeing a domestic violence situation with her baby dad, and her 5 kids ended up on the streets. And they live in extended stays.
God damn, that's terrible. That's why you got to be more discerning about who you having children with.
We turn now to senior contributor
Right.
Ted Koppel, who looks at a disturbing reality facing more working Americans than ever: homelessness.
This intersection here, Memorial Drive and Candler Road, it's like you're crossing a threshold from this beautiful neighborhood, liberal arts college on that side, cafes, and then you cross over and it's dialysis centers, it's liquor stores, it's payday lenders. Other areas of Atlanta are booming, but this area sort of stayed stuck in this period of decline.
Brian Goldstone has devoted his book, which he calls There Is No Place for Us, to describing the challenges faced by literally millions of the working poor looking for a place to live. We're in Atlanta.
The poor are out here on these peripheral areas.
Goldstone has spent the better part of 6 years trying to understand why so many people who work full-time jobs with low wages are homeless.
The story we as a nation have told ourselves that hard work is the key to success, that work is an exit from poverty, not having a home, being homeless. What these people show us is that there's something profoundly not true about that story anymore.
In the course of his reporting, Goldstone met Celeste, whose name he changed to preserve her privacy. Celeste has been known to work 2 and 3 jobs at a time to support her 8 children. All but 1 are now adults. She's inspected boxes at a warehouse, worked at a fast food restaurant, even sold plates of food from her room.
Hold on. She don't got no damn.
Resourceful.
She don't got no.
I was working in a corner store from the time I was 10 years old. It always gave me like a sense of pride to do a good job at whatever I'm doing.
If she doesn't have a car, she'll walk to work. Sometimes that boils down to cleaning and tidying up a convenience shop. Just surviving is a constant struggle.
Because at one point, my car was my roof. I slept in my car for a month.
With the kids?
Yeah,
That's got to be tough.
it was.
What Celeste doesn't have is a passing credit score.
I could have the most money, but if my credit score is in a 700, then you don't want me in your property.
What totally destroyed her credit score
Hold up. She said she had a 700
was when
credit
an
score. That should be
ex-boyfriend
good.
said children were renting.
Walking into that house was like walking into a black hole. We had nothing.
What pushed her and her children into homelessness was the fact that this home was owned by a private equity firm who demanded that she pay rent for the current month's rent and an additional month as well, and she wouldn't get her security deposit back. This was to break the lease on this home that had burned down.
The sheriff put an eviction notice in the mailbox of the uninhabitable house. By the time Celeste found the notice,
the judge had handed down a default judgment, and by that point, her credit score had been destroyed.
Which is what brought Celeste, what brings so many desperate people, to what's called an extended stay hotel. Celeste lived here with two of her youngest children for about 3 months. Now, what were you paying here?
$5.20 a week.
About $75 a day?
Yeah. And that's only if you book online now. If you don't book online and you have to pay them cash at the window, then you're paying the $80 a day.
Over the years, Celeste has lived in about half a dozen extended stays like this. Extended stay. That sounds so elegant, doesn't it?
It does.
Come to our extended stay.
Yes. And that's how they advertise it too. It actually says, come for a night, stay for a while.
Tell me what's wrong with the slogan.
It's a trap. A lot of the places are substandard. One of the places where I stayed, there was, you know how you put the mats down in the bathtub to cover supposedly slipping or falling or anything. Well, I pulled my mat up and there was a big hole in the tub. A lot of places have mold and mildew. They cause health problems. If you don't have them already, you will develop them.
Celeste was still living in an extended stay when things went from bad to a whole lot worse. Celeste, at one point in there, you found out you had cancer. What kind of cancer?
Breast and ovarian.
Why didn't you go to the doctor?
Life was lifing people who are the primary breadwinners in a low-income family. You can't take the time off to go to the doctor because me missing a 10-hour shift at work, that's the difference of me paying for my room that day. Of course, I want to keep a roof over my head. So sick and all, I'm still going to go to work.
What struck me over and over again is just how incredibly resilient you were, even after the cancer. How? Why?
Because that's the face you have to show the world. There were many nights that I just was on my hands and knees, praying and believing that God made me a promise. And I was going to do my part because I knew he was going to do his.
Many of these stories are variations on a similar theme, and disproportionately they seem to impact people of color.
Black people.
Rhea, for example, has 4 children. In the last 2 years, she has lived with her kids in friends' apartments, in her car, and most recently in extended stay hotel rooms.
Hello. This is where we stay.
It ain't a hell of a lot of room, is it?
No.
No. There's not a single closet in the place, is there?
And this is a little bathroom that we share.
And you, 3 of the kids?
3 of the kids sleep in the bed.
3 of the kids.
And the oldest one sleeps down there.
He's got the best deal of all.
Yeah, I try to get one of them to sleep with him, but they don't want to. They all want to be piled in the bed with mama.
Rhea has been on her own with the kids since she left a domestic violence situation with the father of her children. Rhea says he never abused the kids. What about you?
Yes, he put his hands on me a couple of times.
Rhea eventually got a temporary protective order. No more abuse, but also no more child support.
He's not allowed to be around me or the kids for 2 years. So I can't talk to him, his family, no one. So everything is basically on me.
So you
Rhea's 20-year-old son helps where he can, working some overnight shifts at Amazon, but she also has a 7-year-old son with major medical issues.
He was born with congestive heart failure and he has severe asthma. I've been in and out of the hospital with him 3 or 4 times a month. I'm in and out of ICU with him.
And that makes it all but impossible to keep a full-time job. Rhea struggles to pay $375 a week just for that extended stay room, working a patchwork of part-time jobs like driving for Uber.
I think what was so shocking is that this kind of living situation is not cheaper than an apartment. It's often double or even triple what an apartment down the street would cost.
How do you explain that?
When people are desperate and those who own these properties know that there are people who are desperate, they will take advantage of that desperation.
When we come back, the big business of homelessness.
I told y'all, it's big business. It's big business being poor. I've been trying to tell y'all, they making the most money
Once again,
ever than they
Ted
ever made.
Koppel reporting on homelessness in the ranks of America's working poor.
It's $1 billion business.
Homelessness has become big business.
Author Brian Goldstone is introducing me to the underbelly of the hospitality business.
These hotels, they don't look like much, but there is a lot of money being made off of them.
Extended stay hotels that are often the last resort for low-income families with poor credit who've become homeless. It's happening in a lot of our cities, but especially here in Atlanta. Urban renewal, the renovation and improvement of mostly low-income neighborhoods, restoration, gentrification. It's all good. Unless you're one of the families being squeezed out.
It's the same Wall Street investors who are leading families and individuals to become homeless to begin with because they buy up the rental housing. And then if you're even one day late on your rent, you have an eviction automatically filed against you. Before you know it, you're out. You don't have a home anymore.
We're using a fake name.
Right.
Why?
Because privacy. Privacy.
Meet Maurice and Natalia. These days, things are much better. They have an apartment. Life is manageable. But only 5 years ago, they were on the brink of disaster. Maurice worked for a rental car agency and Natalia for an insurance company. But when Natalia gave birth to their third child, her salary stopped.
That threw everything off. I didn't get an income for like a point in time. And then next thing you know, you're out in the street with a baby.
Because?
We were late. And I remember I begged her. She was like, do you have it now? Can you get it now? And all we needed was to get the baby. It was crazy because like my mindset was in like, it was raining. The sheriff let me sit in his car.
That still gives me anxiety. Just getting that call from work and you having to leave work in a hurry and you come home and you see kind of does something to you as a man.
This shit, as a man, it hurts you.
It transforms you, it breaks you, and it will continue to break you if you allow it.
You gotta, let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick. We don't say anything to each other, but we know that look. No, it's just not. It's gonna be okay. Put your stuff in there. Pause it real quick, Jesse. Pause it real quick. What I want to say is this. You got your woman with you. You at least got a lady with you, brother. You got to step outside of your box because the game in this world changing. You need her with you. If you need her to be the cameraman, tell her, look, girl, you're going to have to be the cameraman. Or if you're going to be the cameraman, you be the cameraman. Y'all going to have to get out here and create content and do shit. That's the world what it is now. It's fucked up. It is completely fucked. Because if you just rely on your job, you see what they saying right there. If I was just relying on my job, I'd be crying right now. I'd be sad and desperate.
Right. And they're preying on that desperation.
And I'm doing shit by myself. I'm going by a notebook that my wife left me when she passed away. So it's like she's still here with me because her notebook has helped me to guide through some of this bullshit that I've been going through.
Right. And once again, RIP to your wife.
Yeah, but it still don't replace not having a partner. So you need to get you it's fuck right now, y'all. And you need to have a partner. And if you already got your partner, don't give up on them. Whatever y'all doing, figure it out. Take your time. Don't end up talking about I had all these babies with a nigga, and then he never put no harm on the kids, but with you, with that other sister who I think she might been a tether. I'm not. She looked very tetherish, but I'm gonna say this part. That's not to like disclaim her being whooped on or anything. If anything like that happened, but at the same time, lady, I know how women are today. Y'all don't know how to shut your mouth. Y'all be pressing these niggas, and if a nigga going through stress like this brother right here, he might mollywop you.
Yep, that's always a possibility.
He might. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, get off these brothers' backs. Y'all get off each other back. Realize you in a goddamn system that's set up to make you fail if y'all don't stay together.
Right. And the system is built to break families apart.
They want you broken apart. They want your kids running this way, you this way. That way, it's meant to fuck you up. They want a third world country in America, y'all.
Mm-hmm. And everything I've shown y'all this morning shows and proves that.
Yeah, it shows and proves it, Jesse. You everything you laid out, nigga. They showing you it, and even that video with the AI voice, the nigga said, "Yeah, nigga, it's a system made for you, nigga, never get out."
Yep.
Yeah, so y'all stand strong.
Family
man.
at a bus stop.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
With luggage, you know they're not going to the airport.
The thing that haunts me most is the black bags. The black bags. You already know
the
what
trash
it is.
bags.
When you get evicted, all your stuff. Well, it was black, but now it's clear bags.
When did you first realize that you really were homeless?
I was like filling out paperwork, and you would hesitate. And you're like, they'll ask you where you're living specifically.
Right.
Are you renting? Are you homeowner? Or are you homeless? You sit there and you struggle for a minute. You're like, well, I have a roof over my head, but it's not mine, and it's temporary, and I could actually literally
that's
hold it out
homeless.
tomorrow.
That's
So
homeless.
you check the box, homeless. That's what we are.
It was 2020 during the pandemic, and the family of 5 was living in an extended stay hotel. Natalia was working remotely, answering customer service calls.
I got flagged because of the noise, and they were asking me if I could go to a quieter spot. So I send them a picture of where I'm at because I'm telling them I'm in a hotel. And I was like, oh, we travel to hotels all the time. You could just go over to this. Man, my bed is right here. The kitchen is right here. And that's where I'm working from. Please help me find this quiet space. I'm trying my best.
I remember just realizing this is like an expensive prison. I was just looking at the bill. My kids can't go outside. There's no playground. We gotta keep the curtains closed because people walk through the hotels. They can look into your room, so there's no privacy.
In 8 months, they spent $17,000 on the extended stay room, nearly twice as much as they'd paid on their old apartment.
It's really important that we not talk about all of these families and individuals as if they're falling into homelessness. They are being pushed. This is an engineered neglect. And at every turn, there are entire business models that are set up to capitalize on their predicament.
Are you embarrassed about what happened?
If I could be honest, yes. Because remember, it's not supposed to happen to people like us. We did everything that we were supposed to be doing. We tried our best, but you still end up in a hole, in hell.
Why isn't it supposed to happen to people like you?
The fuck
You're educated?
Yes.
You're hardworking?
Yes. And we tried our best. You follow all the rules of life.
As does Rhea. Remember the single mother of 4 who pays $375 a week for that small extended stay room?
That's a tether.
A car is her livelihood right now, but she no longer has one of her own.
So I'm actually renting a car I'm paying $60 a day.
God.
60
Yes.
a day.
60 a day.
How many hours are you working before you just paid off that day's car?
If I go out there and drive for Uber after work, it'll take me probably like 2 or 3 hours. Depends on how the rides come in.
How many miles do you have on it?
187.
And even if she
That's
tell her, I don't want you to be struggling like this.
187,000. It's a lot of miles.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been there before. I was living out my car, and then I was living out of a rental car. And all kinds of shit. I'm glad it was just me though. Imagine doing that shit with kids.
Yeah, when I did that, I was by myself. I didn't have no kids. So, and that shit, my shit, I always laugh because I was like, my shit was only a couple of months because I was trying to figure out Virginia.
Yeah. My shit was right after college.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm right after college. Yeah, I'm right after college. And that's what I'm saying. I'm in Virginia. And I'm out here trying to figure it out. I done went through the jail shit, all that shit. And then I'm out here kind of like, homeless, nigga. So I get it. And my cousin, even though I had my cousin, because I eventually started staying with my cousin. But at first, I wouldn't stay with my cousin. Because he was like, what are you doing, cuz? He like, just come over here and shit. And at first, I was like against it. Because I'm like, nigga.
I don't want to be a burden on you, cuz.
Yeah, I ain't trying to be in there, and shit. But I always pray that I'm always grateful because my cousin let me come and stay with them. And like I said, around that time, that's when I met my wife.
Yeah.
Like I told people, I like she kept coming over. I kept asking her, what you want with me? I look at her and she like, I like you, and she just kept coming. And then eventually I started fucking with my wife, and my life went up. And I was like, when we got together, we went all the way kind of up. It was so. And then when I lost her, it was like, God damn.
Yeah.
But this type of shit, this is terrible. I feel bad for the sister who's by herself. And, at least the sister with the brother, they gonna probably make it. Because they, because you saw that brother was stoic. He ain't barely talk. That nigga ain't barely talk because everything in his mind.
Yeah, it's really hard for us.
That's right, Mariana. It's very hard right now. Very hard. It is real in these fields. Let it finish.
My house, because these mugs, they got a damn inspection every goddamn month.
Every month. Yeah, it's crazy. They treating you like you some damn goddamn inmate. This is why Nearly Fuller Jr. talks about greater confinement and the open confinement.
It's an open air prison.
Definitely open air prison. And y'all wonder why all these white people in y'all business, when y'all doing any goddamn thing, but they are deputies. They've been deputized as wardens of the prison.
Yep, exactly.
How the tires?
Horrible.
So when the tire goes,
I have to replace it.
Oh boy. When you lie awake at night, what are you thinking about?
Sometimes I want to give up.
I can understand. But you've got children, so you can't.
My kids keep me going. It's so hard right now. I don't even know.
Those are real tears.
Sometimes when things are at their darkest, help comes in the person of someone who's known hard times herself. Someone like Sherry McCoy.
This is something you can drink in the morning for breakfast. It's really good.
Who has a non-profit for the homeless.
I wake up every day with a goal to help at least one person.
I
love you.
Rhea calls Sherry her angel.
We are a mutual aid organization, so I reach out to our generous community, and oftentimes people donate. Sometimes they don't, and that's when we dip into the reserves of good old credit cards, my own personal ones.
What does it take to keep your family going in a week?
Between my room, my car, and all the other
This
expenses,
shit
I'm
sad
pushing
as hell, y'all.
1,200. How hard do you have to work to make $1,200.
I'm
Thank you,
constantly
Marianne.
driving from 2 in the morning, and sometimes I won't sit down until 8 o'clock at night.
Could you work any harder?
If I could, I would.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That shit really was fucked up right there.
All right, so I'm at 7 hours, so I'm about to end it.
There you go, good brother. I appreciate you for doing what you do. Pointing out these
They didn't want
stories
to get me house. I was talking about that right before you got on here, Godmother. They did not want to get me house. If it wasn't for Mariana, I would still be on house.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Mariana. Yo, Jesse, shit, I'll be watching your shit, bro. I know, I pay attention to your stories. I know what it is. That's why I tell people I don't ever kick no FBA family member or nothing, because I know what we go through.
Right. And I started a nonprofit so I could do exactly that.
Professor Black Truth just dropped. Sports is as racist as white nerds. Do black fans? He's talking about, can black fans walk away from sports? I've been stopped watching most sports. I don't watch any NFL, the Negro Fetching League, as I call it.
Yeah.
I don't watch the NBA. I don't watch none of that shit because it's all racist.
Yeah, it is. It is all racist.
I don't watch any racist content. I try to keep the racists out of my block. I already know y'all racist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you did. You did verbally threaten her ass. So Sherry Adams, talking about it's gonna be another 1 to 2 years before I get house. Keep hope alive.
Thank you, Mariana. Shit, we need people advocating like that. And if you can threaten them and make something happen, make it happen.
Yeah, because they kept saying 1 to 2 years, and that 1 to 2 years turned into 1 to 2 months.
Cause I hate all this shit, but at the same
they damn near they make you want to they want you to sacrifice your dignity, your self-respect,
everything.
Fucking house.
Yeah, it's about punishment. As that video you played said, it's about punishing you.
Yep.
They're not meant to help you. They're here to punish you and harm you mentally and physically.
Yep.
Because they put you in places with all this fucking it's got fucking mold in there.
Yeah.
This shit
Like,
got me
the last place I was at,
right now.
The last place I was at had mold, had fucking rats, roaches, mice.
Oh my God.
Bed bug, you name it.
And they don't hold these places to no damn standard, but they holding you to a huge standard.
And then they have you on the wait list for years. I was on wait list for like 5 years. After I got housed, they talking about, oh, the housing just opened up. Your number just came up. I don't need you motherfuckers now. I got a house now. I got
exactly. Yeah, it's crazy how they do us. Am I watching 2 robots do something gay? I don't know. This looks very gay.
Oh
good Lord, they got the robots doing gay stuff.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this Professor Black Truth joint in a minute because he just dropped that.
Yeah, blaming the individual instead of the system. That's what they do. Oh, you should have just did this. You should have.
That's right, Mariana. Yeah, blaming the individual versus the system. That's why I told y'all. Our brother Malcolm said it years ago that if we listen to the people, they'll have you celebrating the abuser over the victim, and that's the world we actually live in right now.
Yeah,
we actually live in a world where the abuser is treated like they're better than the victim. And we have that situation going on. And it's a terror. It's happening in Virginia. It's happening in Denver. It's happening in California. It's happening all across the states. And they've been trying to subjugate us and move us out of position by bringing in illegal immigration. And as I told y'all, the new thing is they're going to go for touched in the head people. All these niggas, because there's a whole, I was looking it up yesterday. It's like something like damn near 5 million of these niggas who are touched in the head.
Mm-hmm. And they're just roaming the streets.
Yeah, they at home and shit.
Yeah. And some of them are roaming the streets too.
Because a lot of the white people now have to get those people jobs because they were getting money from the government. Now Trump has knocked all that shit off. So now that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. That's why they bringing the retarded niggas into your workplace. Because they gotta actually work now. Before they used to just stay at home and play fucking video games or whatever the fuck they did, whoever was watching them. Now they bringing them into the workplace and all this shit because they gotta put them to work. That's why they showing up at your jobs now. And if you are a normal human, you're not gonna be able to work in that situation because you're like, hey, I'm not here to babysit nobody, and they want you to babysit these people.
Yep.
That's why I tell people why I left my job, nigga. Why I lost my job, because they up there bringing in these touch in the head people, and I got into it with the touch in the head kid.
Yeah, I remember you telling about the white boy that was touching the head that they brought up.
Called me the N-word. I just played y'all a video last night where a brother was on there telling a woman like, yo, you need to tell him to respect, watch his mouth because he's saying the N-word. And then the little nigga at the end tried to say, I said Mickey Mouse. No, you didn't, nigga.
Right.
And that's what we went through, yo. So, yo, I appreciate Jesse Paris for letting me come up. Had a great morning. I'm going to probably be on later on the Thursday drop. We still trying to get everybody to come follow, like, and subscribe. We just need y'all.
Omega's channel. Just type in Breeze Omega on YouTube.
Yeah, we just need likes. We need like 75 more family members. I call y'all family members because everybody.
Hey, you almost 4,000. I'm trying to get to 300 right now. But yeah, you to 1,000.
Yeah, I just need that 1,000. Then I don't really have to worry about no bullshit ass job. I can stay home and just make content.
Yeah.
Cause I make lots of shorts that hit thousands of views all the time. And this was funny. YouTube be hiding a lot of my videos. Like where I had Layla at the rally for reparation, we hit 6.7 thousand on that video. But YouTube keep hiding the video of my lovely sister Layla.
Yeah.
You know, cause she killed it. She
from the show that the Ism Radio.
Ism Radio. Lovely Layla. She's so little and cute. Y'all got to see her in person, boy. She fine. I love her. She was gonna be my girlfriend. I'm telling y'all. Me and her was talking so much at the last rally for reparation. I was like, she was like, Breeze, do you like me? I was like, I do. And I was sitting there. I was like, yo, I wanted to ask her like be my girlfriend and shit, but I was like, nah, let me chill. Cause I was like, I'm still nervous of her. When I'm around her, I get fidgety and shit. Cause she a fine little sister. She's beautiful in mind, heart, and spirit. And that you can't ask for nothing like that. She's the closest person I met that remind me of my wife. Her spirit, her soul, her heart, all that. And I like Navi too. Navi give me off that vibe too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to the Gaddis Navi. She been over
that. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I was just saying, shout out to Gaddis Navi. She been over here too.
Yeah, I'm glad she been over here. I appreciate her coming over here. We love our sister. We love the whole family. And I'm just saying, time's gonna get
here. We're about to end it, Crew. Crew said y'all here.
Oh wait, Crew just showed up.
Crew and Shabaka got into it earlier.
Yeah, Crew. Y'all niggas was wildin'. Yo, that's what's good about family. You know, you have some stir-ups and shit like that all the time. And that's why I was saying to people, when you come over to my channel, I treat everybody as family members.
Yeah, you do.
you get a wrench, nigga. That means you family. You spark something heart that made me say, yeah, this nigga need to stay around.
Yeah,
so all you unwrenched niggas, you better be thinking about how you be talking.
Right.
Cause we ain't playing over there, but we love the family. I appreciate you, Jesse. Y'all support our good brother Jesse Harris, aka Che Nkrumah, Frontline News. Y'all get over here. Yeah, Frontline Black News, and that's BLACC.
Yep.
News. And y'all get over here, support my good brother. Y'all support me if y'all can. If y'all, it don't cost you nothing for to subscribe. We not asking you for no brand, nothing. Just come over, help us get to that 1,000 points so we can break out, and then we can do so much more. And I could do much more to help my brother Jesse, everybody in the family. We all can get together, our good brother Big E, because I want to get this whole thing together that me and Big E was talking about, us all going to Japan. I want us all to go to Japan. Lady Che, everybody. I'm trying to get that worked out right now. I'm talking to a Japanese company right now that be listening to us, and they like what I be saying. And they came on to me because I talk about anime and shit all the time sometimes. So I'm going to try to get us all over there, nigga, on a goddamn a whole group tour. Like, I'm trying to figure it out and like see if we can get young Riaz to show up.
Yeah.
The whole family just get together and we go to Japan and have a good time.
That sounds dope.
No doubt. So appreciate you, good brother. I'm gonna catch y'all on the flip side later on. Y'all have a great one. This is Breeze Omega. I'm out. Yo, Jesse, rock what you do.
Y'all gotta do the albums.
Oh yeah, we got it. Yeah, yo, we gonna do them albums too. CRU. Yeah, we gotta do albums. Ain't no way around that. We that music popping. I was talking to Cool Keezy yesterday on Twitter.
Word.
Yeah, I done hit me and Keezy was talking on Twitter, so we'll see what everybody at Robbie Blue. We gotta bring in our good brother Robbie Blue.
Yeah.
Robbie Blue is like that shit. Y'all don't go check out Robbie Blue, nigga, and see what he talking about, nigga.
He's the one that did the look at the coons. Always cooning for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the food. He got the food stamp shit, white supremacy. Yo, he did white supremacy, all of that. Yo, Robbie Blue.
That earlier, crew. Right before you got on, and you and Shabaka got into it. I had covered that. He talking about
the cosplaying sister, our sister who she unalived herself. Yeah, we talked about that. I think we talked about that a couple of weeks ago, Jesse. Remember, I had her in the beginning of the thumbnail. She was sitting right there. That was our good sister. And yeah, it's because it's so sad that because a lot of black people don't really understand that even though I always say black people are the progenitors of anime, we the ones who made anime pop. White kids couldn't really watch anime because of they so-called conservative background. But black people, we were the ones in the 90s, all that shit. We were watching all the anime. We was making it pop. And we deserve our just doings in that because we are everything that's hot is because of us. Whether you like it or not. Kung Fu movies. Yeah, they made in China, nigga, but we made them pop.
Right.
We made them pop. Everything that y'all think in the world going to the top of the nigga, that come off of the experience of foundational black America. And I'm with that.
We are Airbender. Yeah. We're definitely the Airbender. But all right, y'all. Thank you for joining me, Breeze. Thank you for joining me, crew. Thank you for coming, Shabaka. Hopefully you and crew don't get into it again.
The Airbender. That's right, crew. Like that.
Our mother, thank you for coming through. Mariana. Who else was in here?
Mariana. Appreciate you, man.
And anybody that was peeking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. This is going to conclude season 6, episode 2, part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News. Join us on Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. Enjoying Breeze Omega later for the Thursday flip. on his YouTube channel. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineations and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah, and just myself, because I'm solo dolo today. Signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Peace.